very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello from Leicester. Some doubted we would ever make it, but here we are. It's the last day of the BetVictor Championship League, day 21, the day the champion is crowned here at the Mattioli Arena. We've got 8 players. They've all fought their way through 2 group stages. Tonight there'll be one last best-of-5 final to decide our champion. So these are the matches. These are the players who've made it through. Tom Ford starts out shortly against Juicer. The other players in that group, Joe O'Connor and Ricky Walden. Table 2, the group there kicks off now with Pang Jung-Zhu against Ben Mertens, Steve Maguire and Matthew Selt also in that group. So we've got 8 players. 4 of them have won ranking titles before, and 4 are looking for their first. And in fact, there's 2 ranking event winners in each group, 2 hoping to become ranking event winners. So it couldn't be set up more perfectly, really, for an exciting day of snooker. They all play each other, of course, in each group. And then, as I say, there's a best-of-5 final tonight to decide the winner. £33,000 and ranking points in total. It's 20,000 to the winner, all the other points you've accumulated along the way. Tom Ford, we heard from last night. Of course, he's got this shoulder injury. He's got low expectations, but it's carried him through nicely so far. And Juicer has been very impressive. He's played to a consistently high level throughout. So let's see what happens in the first match. Remember, it's a possible 4 frames. If either player wins, they take 3 points, 1 for a draw.
Thank you. First frame.
It goes on points first in the table, then frame difference, then the result between the players. If that was level, it goes on the high break. And of course, last night Ben Mertens won that incredible group. Everyone was tied on everything. He made 111. That's why he ultimately won the group, and he's taking his place right now on table 2 against Pang Jung-Zhu. That's live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But here we are. Dominic Dale was here on day 1, and he's here on the last day. And we're going to find out in a few hours, Dominic, who the winner's going to be.
Yes, good afternoon, Dave. Very good afternoon, everybody. This is when it really does count. Every player who's participating here, the very final day of the event, should be in good shape and be happy with their game, but the pressure will really be on these players now to perform. It doesn't matter in the early rounds of a competition. You're always under pressure and you try and do the same thing, keep the same routine all the time. But when you get to the later stages, that pressure is always there subconsciously, and it's not quite so easy to perform at your best. Let's see who will perform the best to date.
Similar records for these two. They've each unbeaten in the competition, 7 points in each of the groups they played in. That's 2 wins and a draw, but some of those draws were when they only needed to draw, so they didn't need to go flat out for the win. Tom Ford, the shootout champion last season. They have actually played 3 times before, and he has won all 3 of the meetings. The last meeting, though, was 2 years ago.
Chance of a straightish long red here for Juicer, but it's risky. He can't just stun the cue ball for the black because of the red to the right of it, which would be blocking it. So he'd have to do some work with the cue ball. I think the pink will pot into the left corner if he was to attempt to screw back a couple of feet or so, but that means playing the shot with a lot more pace, which makes it more difficult. Oh, he's just that magnificently. He's played a stunned run through to go past the red that ordinarily would have been blocking the black, and he's played it to perfection. And that will really instill some confidence into his game. He can trust his cueing. That was a bit of a test there, and it's passed with flying colours, and he's right in here.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him in this tournament. And of course, before it, he won his 2 qualifiers in the Wuhan Open and the British Open. So he came into the event with 2 good wins. He actually made a century in his first frame of the season, the 129. Only lost 1 frame in those 2 qualifiers. So put it all together with the run he's had in this event, and it's been very impressive. Of course, he won that semi-final group where Jack Lazowski was the top seed last week. But it's, I guess, now pressing on. Now there's a trophy in sight. If you get through to the last day, you've got every reason, of course, to fancy your chances. His best is 2 semi-finals so far in ranking tournaments, including the International Championship last season.
9.
I've been looking at a lot of the players who've begun the season having to try to qualify for the British Open and the Wuhan Open, and there's been a great disparity in the difficulty of the draws that some of the players have had. And I mean, Schuster got through 4-0 against Austria's Florian Neusler, and Chris Totten in the Wuhan Open isn't the worst draw he could have had, and as you say, Dave, he just lost a 1 frame to Chris Totten. But some of the players have had some dreadful draws.
14.
It's always nice, though, to start the season getting through 2 major tournaments.
It's worth saying the British Open is a random draw, so you know you could draw Ronnie O'Sullivan round 1, you could draw anybody. Anyway, he'll be off to Cheltenham in a few months' time. As with any match in any tournament, you're looking to start well. He's looking to show Tom Ford how good he's feeling, and indeed the other players in this group, Joe O'Connor and Ricky Walden. O'Connor, by the way, has won all 6 matches in this event. And that's quite rare. So I guess he's the form man. I noticed some of the bookmakers were making him the favourite this morning.
Yeah, the real truth of that, though, is as a professional snooker player, it's a different day. It's been a while since he played. And of course, playing conditions are different. And the opponents that you face are different, so anything can happen. Tom Ford yesterday seemed to begin pretty well in every match he played. But how will he respond should he fall 1-0 behind or even 2-0 behind when he's faced with a draw at best? Schuster, just 27 years of age, a junior by 14 years of Tom Ford, who's 41 now.
27.
Good temperament, Schuster. I've always been impressed with his style of play as well. That was beautifully timed, beautifully struck. It's just the pace of the amount of backspin to perfection. If the red above the black pots into the right-hand corner, he's got nothing to do much with the cue ball.
Now we're going to keep you across both tables. Pang Zhengzhu, the other player from China who's made it this far, on a break of 53 here in the early stages against Ben Mertens.
34.
He's attempting this little cutback. He's been in a ranking final actually at the Mattioli, the WST Classic. He lost to Mark Selby 2 years ago. Just looks like he's lost his way early on here. Ben Mertens, what a story there to come through that group yesterday with the high break. And that's why here Zhu Se has a chance to make, obviously he wants to make a frame-winning break, but if you could get a big break in early, you never know. It could end up the first frame of the day being the most important if it comes to count back later.
Yeah, Ben Mertens had a great start to the season. He's got through both the Wuhan and the British Open as well. He's guaranteed 8,000 ranking points and £8,000 in prize money as well for being here.
She's attempting to become the 9th player from mainland China to win a world ranking event. As indeed is Bang.
Looks as though the red directly above the black at the back of the pack will pot into the right-hand corner pocket. Again, he's nicely on the blue. Been very measured throughout this break. Very unhurried, nice pace around the table. He's just 3 or 4 more pots away from winning this first frame. Don't forget he got in with that excellent long red at the beginning of this break.
$56.
There are 2 reds together in the middle of that little cluster. I don't know whether there are plants to this left corner, but he's also looked at the red closest to the black, directly above it, to see if that's also available into the same pocket as the black.
Well, he's got a good split. He's got red to middle.
63.
And as I say, now it's not just a case of winning the frame. He could get a really big break in here in the first of the day. It's a day where I think all 8 players know they're going to have to play well to be in with a chance, and Juicer, right from the off, is frame ball. So now it's about making as many as he can. We've had 105 centuries in the tournament. The record 106 set 3 years ago in the ranking event version, 2022. Seems likely to go today.
72.
And half the players in the tournament, 64, have made a century. Some of those not even on tour. You know, here is Q School top-ups. Just shows you the standard. He's so high down the ranks now.
Well, I think he's been a little unfortunate there.
79.
And if I were he, I wouldn't be attempting this pot, because Tom Ford may come back to the table and pot a few balls just to get his cue arm going. I'd want to prevent that.
Lucy 79 on the frame.
Well, Ford, he's not coming back, so it's a fine start from Juicer with that 79. We're off and running on the last day of the BetVictor Championship League.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Juicer with a crisp 79 to take the opening frame here on the final day. There's 2 groups, remember,
Tom Ford to break.
and the winner of each will contest the final tonight. Ben Mertens looking to fight back next door in frame 1 against Pang Chungzu. That frame not over yet. Tom Ford was pretty quick to talk down his chances in our interview last night, but he was like that before the first 2 groups as well. Maybe the sort of shoulder injury issue he's got has just lowered his expectations, and that could make him dangerous.
Good job the line was right there. Just carrying a little bit of pace. A little bit thinner on that red that he contacted. He could easily have left that red on that's near the black. He'd like to play a safety off the leftmost red of the pack there, but he could cannon a red very close to the right corner if he played that, so he's chosen this more difficult safety. He's just got to avoid the double kiss here. Played it beautifully. He's cueing ever so well, Chusser. The strike of the ball is just perfection at the moment.
Now early stages of frame 2, but there's a chance on table 2 for Ben Mertens. Here he is. Now Pang was a long way in front. We saw him just lose position when he was in. Mertens with a golden chance. I remember yesterday though he was clearing up against, I think it was Amir Sharkosh, and missed the final pink, didn't he? And that, I mean, that could have cost him. In the end, he did get through on the high break, but don't want any more of those.
Yeah, and in the frame afterwards, he missed a very makeable yellow whilst attempting to clear up to level the match. He was 2-0 behind in the end. Now, Dave, you're somebody I've always looked up to for many reasons, not least because you're about 6'3". Ben Mertens must be one of the tallest players on the tour. He's almost 6'5".
He's always the first to know it's raining. Anyway, this pink is for the first frame. What a story it would be
71.
if young Ben were the winner tonight. Of course, Luca Brissell won this title 3 years ago from Belgium. Ben just 20. He's made a cool clearance here, no faltering. Nicely done.
Ben Mertens.
Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel for table 2.
Well, things are going about as well as they possibly could at the moment for Chusser. Again, he's striking the ball so well. His judgment of the pace of the table is also faultless. He's just wondering if he pots the lower red of the 2 to play for the black, whether the red just above this one will then still pot into the left corner. See, cleverly just nudged it another few inches away from the black spot, so it guarantees that it's available now.
Lem.
If he has to go into the pack of reds, which I think he must, I don't see any available pots or plants anywhere really. You'll have to play this with considerable pace because that pack of reds are very tightly bunched. So to shift them and give himself a chance of being on something, you'll have to really screw through these reds with a lot of pace. But those 2 reds must be a plant or certainly close enough to being a plant to be made.
19.
Wow, the angle he had on the black previously, maybe he'll wish he did go into them, because he's just lost the cue ball now. This is a very tough shot that he's attempting. Oh, but still they go in. But surely he's out of position now.
27.
The red parallel to the cue ball that's near the pink spot will cut in into this left corner, but he's got to make sure that the cue ball doesn't cannon into the pink, and that's why he's turned it down. It's pretty much all he could do in terms of playing a safety there.
27.
Well, Ford being pretty comprehensively shut out so far. He's not scored a point yet. But we've seen already in the competition, despite his sort of shoulder issues, when he's in close, he's been scoring well. So that's what she has to guard against here. Reminder, the other two players in this group, Joe O'Connor and Ricky Walden, they'll be up after this match.
Well, that's the sort of safety shot that Tom Ford needs to try and force a mistake from his younger opponent.
Thank you.
Just wondering if there's a gap between the blue and the pink for Chausseur to clip off one of the reds to return the cue ball back to bulk. And Tom Ford's very unfortunate that he's left this gap, because had he not done so, he'd have been in a lot of trouble. Oh, fabulously struck again. Just look at this. Oh, that's outstanding.
So, Tom Ford's first real chance. He said that for certain shots played yesterday, it felt like someone was stabbing him in his shoulder. But he played through that. But first real chance he's had has gone begging.
Tom knows his opponent looks to be in great stroke, so he's under a little bit more pressure to score when he does get the opportunity. No obvious harm done, but Xu Ce could play a really good safety here. He could come twice across the table, try and get the cue ball behind the brown on the baulk cushion. Was a better shot than it looked. He had to play that with a lot of check side on the cue ball there, Xu Ce. Tom Ford hasn't had much of a look in, apart from that red that he just missed with the rest.
Table 2, Pang Zhengzhou was in first, but Ben Merton's back in. He made that 78 clearance in the last frame that we saw. I guess he has to be the outsider of the 8, because we've got 4 players who've won ranking titles. 2 have been in finals. Xu Ce's been in a couple of semi-finals, but prior to this event, the best Ben Mertens had done in a ranking tournament was the last 16. So
14.
It would be some story, as I say, if he could come through, particularly after yesterday with all the drama of the tied group. Oh dear. Well, if he's got away with this, he's been very fortunate.
Ben Mertens, 14.
Do you know, I think he has got away with it. The red will cut in, but it's very, very thin. Oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And he won't mind these series of little kisses from cue ball to various other balls. Guaranteed to be on the brown. Now, if you can see from the overhead, it's not as thin as I thought it was. And just look at the position of the red just dotted around the table beautifully. Already with the lead that he has. Well, he'd be bitterly disappointed not to win the frame from there, but he's missed the brown. He didn't get hold of the cue ball. Oh, what a let-off for Tom Ford. That's huge.
It really is, because Ford has struggled badly, and his reaction to the shot he played suggested he thought it was 2-0 to his opponent, but it just shows you, got to stay vigilant, because things can happen. Now then, can he finally get going this morning?
1.
That's very awkward for Tom. If he has to bridge over the red to strike the cue ball, he's going to have to raise that shoulder. Oh, he's just okay. But Tom's no different to any other great player. He'll know that from a psychological point of view, it'll really hurt Chusser if he can take full advantage from the mistake that Chusser made by missing that simple brown. Oh, he's overcut the yellow. And all of a sudden, the psychology changes again. Chusser now has a chance to make amends. It'll be Tom Ford who'll be suffering. Desperately needs to get going, Tom Ford. And, well, he played a lot of snooker yesterday. He was very impressive, it has to be said. He scored very heavily. But when you've got a shoulder problem like he has, to be playing 2 consecutive days, a lot of snooker, can't be helping.
Yes, I think you've got to be concerned for Ford. I did make the point yesterday that at least between stages 1 and 2 he had, you know, a few days between, but just a few hours between stages 2 and 3. And Chusser will be delighted that the missed brown didn't cost him very many points. Big opportunity for him, not only to win this match, but if he could win it 3-0, clearly that's the perfect start. Remember, after points it goes on frame difference. Some tough opponents to come, O'Connor and Walden.
5.
But he can set the early pace here.
6.
I won't be pleased with this. This blue's a little thin now, so he can't hold for the red next to the green. He's going to have to go in and out of bulk, and he'll need to avoid cannoning of the balls here if he can possibly manage it. Yes, this is awkward because the pink won't pass the red and the black to the left corner, so he has to play the blue. Just potted the blue fractionally on the thin side there, and this is not a good angle that he has on this red. Cue ball will be travelling close to the left-hand corner, but you can see he's only an inch off that side cushion, but he's digging down on this. This is very missable now. Not quite. Still wouldn't have been on a colour anyway. red close to the green is cuttable for Tom Ford, and given the state of the match, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take it on. But no, playing the safety, he won't want to tie the black up. Oh, did the cue ball turn off its true course there? Tom Ford's reaction suggests that it probably did.
Well, it feels like an important passage of play. Tom Ford has had a bit of a shocker, let's be honest, so far, but this frame could have been over a couple of times to Juicer. He's 37 in front. Ford got another chance, you know, he could level up and get going today. The yellow's finished safe, which favours Juicer with the lead he's got.
Yeah, now those reds have been removed from this top end of the table, I'm sure that Juicer could attempt this cut back on the red that's next to the green. Cube will be travelling back down towards the pink. Be perfectly safe. Oh, that's a good pot from Tom Ford. He really needed that one. The red just below the brown would also have potted past the green, but chose the one he did because he knew there's a chance that he could be on the black. Imperative that he can do something about this deficit here, Tom Ford, otherwise could easily be 2-0 behind. That's not perfect by any means.
Nine. 12. 13.
Lovely angle on the green to come in behind the red and knock it towards this left centre pocket. Oh, that'll do nicely as well. Can play for the brown to leave the red along the baulk cushion from this.
16.
Slowly getting back into the frame, but a few shots earlier, he knocked that yellow into about the worst position he could have done.
17.
Far too straight on this red. Has to make a decision now. Does he pop the red and play for a colour? Or does he pop the red and leave a snooker on the yellow?
Twenty-two. $27. Tom Ford, 27.
Well, disaster for Tom Ford. The yellow catching the bump of the middle pocket. But has he been lucky? Does this yellow cut in? No.
Fascinating finale then to frame 2. Ford earlier on a couple of times looked like he'd really thrown it away, but seemed to come to life in that last scoring visit he had.
Two.
Well, there's just a gap, I think. However a player's feeling, the competitive instincts do kick in. And Ford has lowered his expectations, but he'll be trying his heart out while he's out there.
I'm pretty certain he didn't attempt the pot on the yellow. He was up off the shot immediately. I think the yellow was a fluke. He certainly didn't want that cue ball in the middle of the table there. He's playing a safety shot. There was a gap through to the green, and he's played a pretty good one here. It's an easy escape, but of course it's the age-old problem of getting it safe, and that's not a certainty.
They're also on the green on the other table, 7 points between them, Pang and Ben Mertens. It's such a long event, isn't it? I mean, it's 21 days. They don't play all 21, they only play 3 in total, but for example, Stephen Maguire was here on day 1. So it's been, you know, a long haul, and there's now a chance to win a trophy, to get in the Champion of Champions, to get a rankings boost, all the prizes that lie in the background. So it's going to be hard fought today. I'm sure it's going to be dramatic. There's going to be twists and turns aplenty. Well, we might see in due course what difference knocking that black onto the cushion will make in this frame.
This could be a tough safety for Tom Ford. He'd like to play the green around the angles, but he'd have to be very careful the green didn't cannon into the black. If he doesn't feel he can play that shot, I can't see an easy alternative to it. Didn't play it exactly as planned. Had that not been a snooker, the green would have been cuttable. The chance to get onto the brown, but it is a snooker. With the green being a good foot off this top cushion, escape won't be easily judged. Needs a pretty full ball contact on the green. No, it's half ball. Needs a bit of luck here. Could have been a lot worse, but if Tom can cut this green into the centre pocket, he can get onto the brown.
Well, his general demeanour earlier in the frame suggested a sense of resignation, but as I say, these guys are competitive. Tom Ford's been playing snooker a long, long time, long before he turned pro, and in the heat of battle, he's going to give everything. This will be a great frame to win now, and the earlier push in the black on the cushion isn't going to matter because he needs blue and pink. So this is the shot to get on the pink. Check at the scores. Schuster had quite a few chances, having dominated frame one. Tom Ford has battled back well and levels the match at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We saw a battle on the green on table one. There's one going on table two. Ben Mertens made that excellent 78 clearance against Pang Zhengzhou in frame one. He's now snookered here, 11 behind on the green. He's already been in one snooker in this frame. Everything's there.
Bow and a miss.
That'll be going back, you would think.
Pang Zhengzhou 4. Okay.
10 sold day and already close frame there on table two. Schuster, well, he had his chances early in the frame, but Tom Ford, once he got his teeth into things, played well, and there's level at 1 also. We've got 2 more frames to bring you in this match. The ranking event version of the Championship League first staged in 2020. Karen Wilson won the first, Dave Gilbert, Luca Brissell, Sean Murphy last year, Ali Carter. They've been the previous winners.
That's certainly opened a few reds into play, so that puts pressure on Tom Ford's safety shot now. he's caught that all wrong. He's very lucky not to have left the red that's gone into bulk. There's nothing else worth attempting from a positional point of view, so I think you could say that Tom's got away with that one.
Still on the green on table 2, an epic frame, Pang 15 in front. Going to be a few frames, I'm sure, like this today on both tables. Ooh. Tom Ford riding his luck a bit here. He's finished all right, but that could have been setting Juicer nicely up.
Certainly not a good safety. Not suggesting Tom will still take this red on, but that red shouldn't be anywhere near the corner pocket. Well, that's why I didn't think Tom would take it on. One, it was risky, and two, there was definitely no guarantee of position from it.
So can Juicer rediscover the calm that he displayed in frame 1 when he made that nice 79? He had some chances in the next. He missed a brown, didn't he, to right middle. That was kind of the start of his problems. It was completely out of nowhere. And at the time, it was early in frame 2, but at the time it looked like Ford was really struggling and was a little bit resigned, but he was allowed a way back in. He's becoming a heavier scorer though, isn't he, Juicer? He's had 3 maximums in the last couple of years. He's had 67 centuries, 26 of them last season.
7.
So, just seems to be improving all the time. He's 27. Okay, he's not the youngest on tour by any means, but these days that is young, isn't it? With some of the legends still going strong into their 50s.
Not ideally on the blue. He has so much angle on it that he may well play a cannon into the reds here, but those reds that surround the black are a problem. He's able to just drop it in and play through the gap, but again he's finished very, very awkwardly here.
13.
hampered queuing, making this next pot very missable.
$14.
Very handy from Schuster's point of view. Obviously the two reds together must be a plant to this left corner. That's a big help, and it does appear that the pink is available into the right corner.
$20.
Now, table 2 really has become a real war of attrition. It's only frame 2. First frame, Mertens won with that clearance on the pink. And here, they're on the brown. And as you can see, Pang's 12 in front, the blue over the pocket. So already, it's become a battle.
26.
Just a reminder, the other two players in that group, Stephen Maguire and Matt Selt.
Yeah, it's a tough group really for Ben Mertens to be in, because he's a much quicker player than the other three players are in that group. He'll be tested today in terms of his patience.
Well, with the blue over the pocket, there is a chance at the brown. It's a big shot. As Schuster continues here on table 1. Big shot this for Mertens if he can knock this in. The blue's waiting.
34.
But what happens if he misses it? Where does it go? Does it go in the other corner?
35.
Oh. We'll let you know. There's a bit of mileage in that yet, I think, that frame.
Schuster isn't straight enough on this red to run through for the black. He'll be disappointed. It should have been a very simple and straightforward positional shot. But he's going to have to cannon a secondary red now.
43.
You see, it's gone wrong. The two reds next to the cue ball aren't available. He's very straight on this black. All of a sudden, things are not as easy as they ought to have been.
Yes, it's been a battling 50 so far. Still plenty on, though. Just on Pang Zhangzhou, the other Chinese player left in, he's unique in this. The 8 players, he's actually lost 2 matches. He's lost 1 in each of his groups, but he's come through both times on 6 points. So he's ridden his luck a little bit. But you do need a bit of that in this format. As opposed to Joe O'Connor, for example, who's won all 6 matches he's played, literally all 3 in both groups.
$51.
I had to play that with a lot of topspin and left-hand side on the cue ball, which made the pot more difficult, but managed that okay. But has he finished 2 straight again on the black here? Can he cannon the 2 reds below the cue ball?
$58. Josie, 58.
Well, as I say, it was kind of hard work to get to 58. He has now broken down. Still 7 reds on.
Tom Ford's a great break builder. He's made over 300 career centuries, 5 of them maximums. And he'll need all those skills here because this is not a straightforward break to make. A couple of reds are very potable, but the 3 next to the pink could be awkward to get onto, and then he's got the difficulty of a couple of reds near that left-hand side cushion.
Still on the brown, by the way, next door. It's 12 points to the good Pang Zhu. Merton's nearly knocked the blue in, actually, a couple of shots back.
$7. Tom Ford, 7.
I heard the word, it's my arm. Couldn't even get on the black or something, I think he said there. His plan was to be low on the black, to stun up for the red that's next to the pink, which was available. Then he could have brought the other 2 reds next to it into play, and he would have had a bit of a chance to get back in this frame, but surely it's gone now.
Meanwhile, I can tell you that Pang Zhu potted the brown, went in off on the other table, so Ben Mertens with a chance to steal again. Here it is, the black he still needs here. So pink to black is the shot. Well, blue to pink, actually. There's a lot of room to get on the pink.
No.
Oh, that's perfect, Dave. He can pot the pink, come around the right-hand pocket jaws and come up towards the black.
Could be a respot yet.
$15.
Anywhere.
8.
Anywhere but there.
It's been that sort of frame, hasn't it? You know, you kind of thought something would occur. So as I say, that could yet be a respot. Pang is just trying to wrap this up. And that red puts him 60 in front with 59 on, regardless of whether he pots the black. So Ford does need a snooker. As for Mertens, though, what a frame. It's only the second frame of the day. Got plenty more to come yet.
Well, the worst thing here for Ben Mertens' point of view is the fact that he can't play into the black to put the black safe. It's going to have to stay pretty much where it is. So you can't really guarantee not leaving a possible black on for his
16.
opponent, or even a cross double.
Juicy 16.
Well, Ford
Merton's 15.
is playing on here, even though he needs a couple of snookers. I'm sure you know by now because it's day 21, but of course you can watch Table 2. We'd like to bring you on the main coverage as well, moments from it, but it is all live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. I'm sure there's plenty of people with a couple of screens set up today. Plenty of very interesting snooker to watch as well. Tom Ford has conceded the frame, so it is Juicer who leads this match 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Juicer leads Tom Ford 2-1 here on table 1. I can tell you Ben Mertens won that frame on table 2. Pang left him quite an easy black in the end to the green pocket. Mertens knocked it in. You just wonder if the stars are aligning for Ben Mertens. Remember, he got through the previous group by virtue of having made the highest break of the day, 111. And already today, he's stolen frames on pink and black. So 2-0 to the young Belgian. He needs one more to take the 3 points there, as of course does Juicer on this table. And the way Tom Ford has performed so far, you feel the chance will come. It's whether Juicer can take it. Ford has struggled, even though he did win that second frame. So he's battling away now to see if he can take a point from the first match. And that's certainly not going to be a catastrophe for him. But if he loses, it is going to be very hard with the quality of this group. Remember, we've got Joe O'Connor and Ricky Walden to come to actually win it. Chance here at a long red.
Yes, fair enough. One.
Well, the sort of sarcastic reaction because he's not on the black. Or indeed anything else.
One.
He'll let you know, Tom Ford, what he's thinking. It's going to be one of the bulk colours. Well, he's struggling to play that shot, sort of stretching for the cue ball. So he's got the extended spider out. This is not a lot of fun.
Green ball. Foul and a miss. 1 Tom Ford, 4 Zusi. Put it back. Put it back. Or from the... Okay, I understand now, thank you.
Yeah, I think Jusseur wants to actually attempt this red because he can play for the black.
Thank you.
And potentially not really leave Tom Ford anything if he misses. Although there are other shots he can play. He could play the cue ball back towards Bulk to be on a Bulk colour. But he's obviously confident enough to take this on.
One.
Good decision then to attempt it. As I say, I've been impressed with him in this event. His level hasn't really dropped. It's been high throughout. And he's kept his emotions in check, and all the sort of permutations that go on in this tournament, he seems to have just focused on playing, which is obviously the key.
8.
Well, his first red was impressive, but he didn't hold the cue ball the way he wanted to for the black, so he's left a missable red now. He has missed it. That was a different situation from the long red that he knocked in, because he believed that he wouldn't leave anything on. That time he knew he would be, so there was pressure on it.
One.
What happened there? Tom Ford has overscrewed that by 18 inches.
6.
We've seen that on the odd occasion throughout this event. I don't know whether it's humidity that's causing it to happen, but out of nowhere a player can just completely overscrew a ball like that.
Tom Ford, 6.
Certainly 2-2 would be a great result for Ford, because Jusseur's been the better player in the match. So this is a huge frame, and of course for the other players as well, Joe O'Connor and Ricky Walden. I'm sure they would be quite happy to see a draw here. Jusseur's had breaks of 79 and 58. Tom Ford's size break, 27.
Tom Ford will certainly take this red on into the right corner, but he's got to avoid the cannon on the black, so if he does stun across to avoid it, he's got to watch the other two reds near the left-hand side cushion. But caught it far too thickly. He's been lucky though. Don't think he's left anything on for Chausseur.
One.
There's a difference though between the players. I mean, that hasn't worked out really, but there's no reaction at all from Chausseur. There was a very slight sort of just glance at the balls, but no theatrics.
You see one.
Just on to the next shot. Everyone's different, aren't they? It's one of the beauties of sport, of snooker, that you get different personalities. Tom Ford is more of a heart-on-sleeve player. We've got Stephen Maguire later, who's kind of similar.
Can Tom cut this red into the right corner? Was that a mistake from Chausseur? Oh, he did leave it on, and he's very lucky that Tom missed that. Had the scores been 2-1 the other way round, I think I'd have fancied Tom to knock it in, but again, he's been very lucky.
Ben Mertens, the outsider of the 8, you've got to say, with a chance to win 3-0 in his opening match here. He won the first frame on the pink, the second on the black, very dramatic. Could win this one a lot more easily. You've got to say it's a great chance. Already 36 to the good, 41 with this blue. And that would be, well, a perfect start, clearly, to the day for him. It's already the best he's done in a ranking event. He's reached the last 8.
20.
But he's not going to be just satisfied with that, clearly. He's worked very hard to get to this position and would dearly love to be in that final tonight and lifting the trophy ultimately.
21.
Worth repeating that here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester in November, it's the Champion of Champions, and the winner of this event will get into that. So imagine Ben Mertens walking out in that tournament.
One.
Ridiculous. What a game this snooker is. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Well, he miscued the safety. We've seen quite a few miscues in this event, probably down to humidity, so he's completely missed the red on the way down. It's come off the top cushion and potted it beautifully into the bolt pocket. Now, I just wish we had a camera shot of Tom Ford.
Nice on the pink as well. A good measure.
Seven.
There you are, the fluke.
Lucy, 7.
Not as significant as it looked like it would be. Just to confirm, Mertens has won 3-0, so that's the first result on table 2. A fine result for Ben Mertens.
Could be a plant on here for Tom Ford, the 2 reds near the pink spot. They don't look far away, and I think he's attempting it. Oh, it's a certainty. It looks to be just about on the pink. Now, is its spot available, or does it have to go back onto the black spot?
Seven. 8.
If Tom Ford manages a 2-all draw here, you'd have to wonder how. He certainly hasn't been the better player of the two, that's for certain. And Xu Se would be bitterly disappointed. Golden opportunity just a few moments ago, and rather messed it up.
16.
Tom Ford now in the lead in this 4th and final frame of this match. Could play a delicate cannon here into the pink and 5 reds, because he'll need most of them to win the frame from here.
Twenty-one. Twenty-two.
bit straight on this red. To get the right angle on the black now, to be able to go into those 5 reds, won't be quite as easy as it could have been. Still in a lot of pain, isn't he? He is a little straight on the black than he wanted to be, but he has a little bit of an angle. But you can see he's had to power it in to get into the reds, but he's missed the black. There is a possible red on for Xu Se, but it's very risky, so maybe Tom's got away with that.
Tom Ford.
Expression of a beaten man.
But he's not beaten yet. And this is what you said. I mean, Xu Se, he's going to be very disappointed if he only comes away with a point, because Tom Ford has been there for the taking. feels he can pot this red. Is this the last chance he needs now to win the match? 15 behind.
One.
You, sir, will need all the remaining reds. So he's going to have to work out a way to bring that red near the left-hand centre pocket into play.
7.
This needs to run. Wow. He's lucky in a way that it's run far enough to make the pink very potable. But the cue ball will be running away from the two reds at this end of the table.
$14. $15.
Well, that's not ideal for Jusseur. The blue is a little thin for comfort. If the brown passes the green, that would give him the opportunity to cannon into play the difficult red near the left-hand centre pocket. He's still looking at the blue, playing it into this right-hand corner pocket, it seems. Is he playing the black? No, it is the blue, goodness me. Thought for a moment he's taken the black on there, but he's missed the blue. He's back in the frame, there's nothing between them.
He does seem to have lost, though, sort of all flow. I mean, that first frame he made that nice 79, it could have been a century. Since then, he did make half century in frame 3, but it's got a bit bogged down this match, and it suggests there's still a bit of hope for Ford. All square in the frame. Tom Ford hasn't made a 30 break yet, but could still get the draw.
Good pot, but he's lost the cue ball a little bit here. The green actually does give him the chance to come around the angles to get on this remaining red. It's worth considering playing a good safety here and snookering Tom Ford, I feel. But saying that, he pots the green and doesn't get on the last red, he could still play a good snooker anyway.
While he ponders it, just to say Stephen Maguire and Matt Selt getting underway on table 2. Ben Mertens having beaten Pang Jung-Zhu 3-0 in the first match in that group.
Susie 1.
Just struggling to get through the ball, Tom Ford. He didn't get hold of that cue ball at all there. Played the snooker in behind the blue, but almost decelerated. So Chausseur has the chance to play a much better safety here. Just got to control the red, though. Must be tempting to try and roll that red into the middle pocket because it's a chance to win this fourth frame and sneak a draw from this match.
Well, it's a tensile finish, isn't it? Scrappy frame. Big frame in the group. 1 point between them. That's finished awkwardly from Chausseur's point of view. It's very difficult to do a lot with this. Not going to be easy to play a good red and a good cue ball here. He's going to have to focus on one or the other. Could roll the red to the side cushion, get the cue ball in behind the yellow to try and snooker Tom Ford, but there's not too much he can do from here.
One.
Good red from Tom Ford, but he needs a good positional shot here. That's not bad. Just looking at the scoreboard, he's
4.
3 points ahead now, so he will need the slightly awkward blue.
Six. Nine.
Can he play this brown in very slowly and hold for the blue either to the left corner or the left centre? Could stun into the black to hold for the blue to the right corner.
Blue for the draw, and quite a battling performance this from Tom Ford. It just drops in. He shakes his head. He's saying the pockets are big, but you've got to give him credit for how he's battled here, because Jusser has made the running. Ford has made no substantial breaks, but he's got out of it with the draw, and who knows, when he comes back later today, that could be a massive point. You feel it's points dropped for Jusser. So a bit of an epic in the end. It ends 2-2. 5 minutes from now, we have Joe O'Connor against Ricky Walden.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing for me. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't understand what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play nine-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena. It's stage 3, the very final day of 3 weeks play that will culminate later this evening. We'll eventually know who's won the BetVictor Championship League. This is what's happened so far. Tom Ford, somehow, without making a 30 break, has drawn 2-all with Xu Ce. Big disappointment for the Chinese player there, who is in control of that match. Really should have won it. But there's a bit of a surprise. You can see on table 2, Pang Zhenzhu losing 3-0 to Ben Mertens of Belgium. But it has to be said, Ben Mertens did play well, stole a couple of frames. But next up on our main feature table here, it's Joe O'Connor. He'll be in action with Ricky Walden, 2 big hitters there. Local boy Joe O'Connor, of course, from Leicester. Ricky Walden, very impressive with his break building and all-round game. But while we await those 2 players on our main feature table, we're going to have a quick look at table 2. Steve Maguire in action against Matt Selt. Matt Selt was in first in this frame, potted a terrific red to get in, but only made 7. And then made a poor mistake, and Steve Maguire made a big break and missed a simple pink to the right-hand centre pocket. And had he not done so, this frame would have finished 5 minutes ago. But we'll keep you up to date with that. But it is available on our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to head across there to see Steve Maguire and Matt Selt in action. Ricky Walden has just taken the cue out from the case, and we're about to get underway here on our second match of 3 in this afternoon session. John Pellew officiating here. And it's Ricky Walden who will be breaking off. I think both of these players will be delighted that the other match finished in a 2-all draw. Both these players will be aware now that victory here will put them in the box seat for the time being. And with me to enjoy this match, Stephen Hallworth. Good afternoon, Stephen.
Good afternoon, Dom. Good afternoon, everyone. Really looking forward to this game, actually. 2 brilliant players. Ricky Walden, of course, very experienced. Been around for a long old time. And Joe O'Connor, the sort of new kid on the block, I suppose, in terms of getting towards the latter end of events in the past few seasons. Knocking on the door. Could this be the day for him? But you're absolutely right what you said, Dominic, about the fact that that first game finished a 2-all draw. It's the perfect result for these 2, but only if either can get the win.
They played each other fairly recently, actually, in one of the qualifiers. Joe O'Connor lost 4-2 to Ricky Walden in the British Open qualifier not that long ago, but Joe O'Connor does actually lead the head-to-head overall by 3 matches to 2. Well, I've got something right there. The head-to-head does favour O'Connor by 3 matches to 2, but actually it's Ricky Walden that lost 4-2 to Joe O'Connor in the British Open about a month ago. Misread my notes, Stephen.
Yeah, because Joe O'Connor is one of the very few players still unbeaten this season. Hasn't lost a game. Won both of his qualifiers, Joe O'Connor, and he's won all of his matches in the Championship League, which, you know, along the way he's played 6 games to get here. That's quite impressive. You know, quite often you can see a couple of draws and still get through, and Pang Junxu over on the other table actually has lost a couple of games to get here, so Joe O'Connor still unbeaten.
Yeah, because the British Open is a completely random draw. You can play a top 16 player, you could play somebody who's never played a professional match before, and that was a very tough draw for both of these two to have to play each other in the British Open qualifier. But after beating Ricky Walden 4-2, he then went on to beat Zhang Jun of China 5-4 to qualify for Wuhan, so that was a close affair. But both of these players very, very experienced. Joe O'Connor, 29 years old now. Ricky Walden, the oldest player in this group, at 42 years old. Ricky Walden, 3 times a major ranking event winner. Joe O'Connor has been twice a runner-up in the Scottish Open back in 2022 and last season's World Open.
Brilliant strike from Joe. Came round to have a look at where he wanted to leave that cue ball as to whether that blew past the red to middle pocket, but fully committed to the pot. Didn't try and err on the side of safety there. Hand on table, you can see. So often the best players knock that type of shot in. And that was a great opening red from Joe. Of course, doesn't live too far from this venue, so it wasn't the longest commute to work for Joe O'Connor today. Just wonder if that'll have an impact on how he performs. He's able to enjoy his home comforts, of course, and come here fresh this morning. Pretty much everyone else has had to travel down the day before and stay in a hotel and, you know, do all the usual preparations. Joe has just had a normal day.
Just overran position for the blue there. He's had a look to see if the pink would pot, but obviously it doesn't. So this positional shot could easily go astray. This cue ball's going to have to go all over the place. That's certainly not going to be ideal. He needs this cue ball to keep going because it's going to be on the blue spot or just behind it. Oh, that's finished about as awkwardly as it could have done.
12. Joe O'Connor, 12.
Ricky Walden has suffered a few health issues of late, making his way back. In terms of his ranking, he's currently 40th in the world, but he was 6th in the world a decade ago. Getting on for 400 career centuries now, it's just a dozen short of that. Maiden 147, as has his opponent Joe Connor. Something that not a lot of players manage in their careers.
No, I remember being here actually commentating on the day that Joe made that 147 break. It was in the invitational version of this Championship League, and in the very next frame broke down on 73, I think it was, on another maximum for back-to-back. So it was a pretty wild few minutes for Joe O'Connor. The elation of making his first and then had a chance to make his second straight away.
Yeah, I can't remember if I was commentating on it, but I remember being here that time when it happened. Jack Jones made his first ever 147 here at the Championship League as well last season.
Quite a big target up in behind that green in that corner of the table. Difficult to get there from where Joe's playing this shot from. Might be taking this red on. Little touch of right hand side to straighten the cue ball back to Bork. Nice, played it to perfection.
One.
That's a brilliant shot once again from Joe. Two good long reds he's knocked in already in this frame.
Yeah, and playing those shots with that much side spin, it's almost like a mini swerve, and to judge the movement of the cue ball on the cloth to actually make the potting angles commendable. And if those two reds near the black are a plant to the right corner, that could be very beneficial.
Well, has he just pushed one of the reds on? It may pass this black, and has he got the natural angle just to float the cue ball into the red above the black and stay on it? Possibly not. Maybe too close to the black. Red by the pink will pot to the middle pocket clearly.
Fine.
And with that good pot again, chance to keep this break going.
Just wonder if the red closest to the black will pot into this right corner. That would again be very beneficial. Would bring the black into play, because at the moment it's tied up. I know you fancied Joe Connor's chances of winning this event, and I can see why, because Joe Connor's got the game. He's a solid all-round player, he's a heavy scorer when he's playing well, and he does seem to play well here at the Championship League, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's, as you say, his all-round game is good. He's become hard to beat. His bad game isn't that bad, and his good game is brilliant, which is why I think he's got a great chance. But one thing for me that I think Joe is particularly good in is the temperament department. He's always been blessed with a brilliant temperament, right from our junior days. course, he started off as a pool player, actually. Never really came onto the snooker scene for quite some years when we were just young kids, and you know, it's not necessarily something you would associate with a pool player, a good temperament, because you know, it can be quite a rowdy atmosphere at times, but he's just got this really calm aura about him when he's around the table and seems very unfazed by things. And that can only be a positive.
Yeah. Mark Selby began as a pool player. Actually won the World 8-Ball Pool Championships.
23.
The Leicestershire Cuman, of course, Mark Selby. We're just having a look here at table 2. Steve Maguire started very well.
Yes.
Won frame 1 very comfortably, and he's going well here in frame 2. Nice red that he knocked in there, but he hasn't really finished on a colour.
Well, he'll be happy enough with how that shot has turned out.
24.
Trusted a little bit to luck. And he can just about get hold of the cue ball here, I feel, to pot this pink into the left corner.
Yeah, he's having to work hard here. There's no guarantee he'll be on a red after this either. It's not an easy shot to judge, but the pink spot's still occupied. So it would go on the black spot if he knocks it in.
Yeah, played it about as well as he could have done, really. Just that little glancing blow to the red.
30.
Just took a little bit of pace out of the cue ball, which was enough to hold him on this one, on the pink spot. Going nicely here, Joe.
31.
Again, didn't pot that red cleanly, but potting it thin certainly helped the shot. Gave the cue ball a little bit further to travel, which meant getting top side of the blue.
I wonder if that red that's close to the pink will pot into the left corner. That would be a help. But oh, it does. There's a gap between the two balls.
We've already mentioned it's a really big game for both players because of the result in the first match, finishing a draw. Big chance for somebody to take control of this table early on in the day.
37.
And it's Joe O'Connor as the second seed in this group that could potentially have the favourable schedule. He plays back-to-back matches here, and if he can get the win, could maybe take some momentum into that next game and do a lot of damage to the table this afternoon.
.43. .44.
Just faced with a slightly awkward cutback now on the pink, and he's going to have to play this with a little bit of pace because of the angle that he has on it. You can't just drop it in and automatically be on his next red. He hasn't done a lot wrong in this frame. Ricky Walden yet to pot a ball, but this is a big match for both of these players. I'm sure coming into this final day. They both fancied the chances, being victorious in this group and making the final, which of course will be held much later this evening. Played it pretty well, but he's still out of position. He's nearly safe in the frame, just needs this next red.
50.
Again, just very coolly dropped that red in. Didn't try and do anything with the cue ball, just put everything into the pot. Been a good break this from Joe. He's been out of position a couple of times and managed to
56.
Retrieve the situation nicely. Just make sure of this red so Ricky stays in his seat. Massive first frame, isn't it, in these short sprints, because now it means for Ricky to get all 3 points from this match, he's got to win all 3 frames.
57.
That's right. I mean, whoever wins the first frame is looking good for a draw, but I think having witnessed a draw in the first match, a draw wouldn't be a disaster for either of these players, and if I could predict a draw between two players in a group, it probably would be here, because there's very little to choose between these two players in terms of their abilities. Certainly Joe O'Connor's done enough to win this first frame, though. Closing in on 100 career centuries. He's on 96 so far. Chance to add to that tally here. This keeps running. Oh, just needed another 2 or 3 more inches. He can still pop the red into the yellow pocket and maybe bring the other red into play.
O'Connor, 69.
No century break, but nevertheless that excellent break of 69. It's Joe O'Connor who comfortably wins this opening frame to lead by 1 frame to 0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. Ricky Walden preparing to break off for our second frame here. Joe O'Connor with that excellent break of 69, won the first.
Ricky Walden to break.
Ricky Walden hasn't potted a ball just yet, but I'm sure his chance will come.
and opting for the 2-cushion break once again. But hasn't played it well. In fact, he's played it terribly. We've seen so many bad break-offs in this Championship League. I can understand why Ricky's choosing to play that 2-cushion break, trying to control the cue ball and the object balls as well, but wasn't able to do so that time.
Yes, a break-off shot pioneered by Joe Davis in the 40s and 50s, known as the club break, but fortunately, from Ricky Walden's point of view, Joe O'Connor missed that long red. He'll be disappointed. He'll have expected to have knocked it in, but the problem with that break-off shot is that the cue ball's always travelling towards the yellow. If you break off conventionally, there's no chance of that happening.
What?
We're just going to have a quick look at table 2 here, because Matt Selt has just missed a Dolly Black playing for the last red, missed it. And having played so well in the first frame, Steve Maguire, he's looking heavy favourite now to take a 2-0 lead, and Matt Selt has rather let this frame go. Bit of pressure telling in the end, Stephen.
Well, I don't know how. He just missed the black off the spot from right behind it. Only he will. He looked bemused when he left the table, but Ricky Walden has done the same here on table 1. And look at what he's done to the reds. Well, Stephen Maguire, an absolute gift of a chance from the miss from Matthew Selt, looks to have taken it. And if he can convert this next frame into a 3-0 win over Matthew Selt, he stays out there to take Ben Mertens on in the next match, sorry. That could well be the group decider so very early on in the day.
Yeah, you can never predict, can you, what's going to happen in the group matches. Lucky kiss, a fluke here and there, good safety shot. Turn any match on its head in these short sprints. So Steve Maguire's taken a 2-0 lead, looking good, guaranteed a draw. It's what I was saying earlier. I mean, I know this isn't a conventional tournament. You're not sort of playing round 1, round 2, round 3, quarterfinals and so on, but you can begin the tournament and play very well, and you try and keep everything the same for your next match and your next match, but whenever you get to things like the quarterfinals, semi-finals, even though you try and keep everything the same routine, your same demeanour, keep that temperament in check, and it's just that psychologically things are different. There's more prize money involved, there's more ranking points involved, every match becomes of greater significance, and so there are extra pressures on you, and it does cause you to make mistakes that you may not have made earlier on in the event.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget that tonight we'll crown the first ranking event champion of the season, but the prize money increases in this group also, depending on where you finish. And of course, everyone looking to top the table, that will give them a chance to compete for the trophy. But the difference between finishing second in the group and first today is massive. £4,000 added to your prize money tally from the event for finishing second. It's 6,000 for topping the group, but you get an extra 10 for being runner-up, so that's a huge difference. Plus the chance to win the event as well, take the 20 grand, the trophy home, and champion of champions place, Grand Prix place. There's a lot on the line today.
Yeah, a huge amount. And you take, the young Belgian player Ben Mertens on table 2. He won his first match against Pang Junxu 3-0. He got through both his qualifiers, and he's guaranteed £8,000 here. It's a great start to the season, so he comes here full of confidence, everything's good. And it can just give you that extra lift that you need sometimes to perform well.
13.
Yeah, and of course, if you look at the one-year rankings for this season, there's 4 players involved today that are joint top of the one-year list. So, chance for them to, of course, extend that at the top of the table. Ben Mertens currently holds the world #1 spot with Joe O'Connor, Matthew Selt and Juicer. So 4 players that are in red-hot form this season.
$19. $20.
Ricky Walden will not be pleased to see Joe O'Connor at the table with what he must feel are his points. Missing that black off the spot, his attention was clearly on the pack split.
It's like what you were saying, though. They're short sprints, these matches, and every frame is of significance. And of course, Ricky Walden did pot a ball in the first frame, and he was under pressure to score there and didn't. And all of a sudden now, just 7 points on the board in this frame.
26.
Could be 2-0 behind in no time.
$31. $32.
Joe O'Connor's very fit. He does a lot of boxing. And I think being fit is a very important aspect of your makeup these days, because there are so many competitions to play in, and I think if you're physically fit, you'll recover from difficult matches that go on a little longer and be able to play the next day and still be fairly fresh.
$38.
He's finished awkwardly here. Only possible red is the one to the right centre. He's slightly hampered by the pink. There's no guarantee he'd be able to play for the pink. And this is when, as a player, you must consider how your opponent's feeling. Ricky Walden's only scored 7 points in the whole match so far. So do you bear that in mind and keep the pressure on him, or would you take a bit of a risk in trying to continue the break here?
No, I'd be keeping the pressure on for sure, because one little slip up, you let them back into the match and all of a sudden it can turn very quickly. Well, he's attempted the double there, Joe, on the bravado that the red that he was attempting was the only one that he could leave.
38.
And luckily for him, it's gone safe.
Well, Stephen, do you think, as I do, that that's a very uncharacteristic shot for somebody like Joe O'Connor to take on?
I think he spent a long time over it, didn't he? And he was convinced that he couldn't leave anything. Of course, it was always possible that he could leave the red should he miss it. So it was a little bit of a gamble, but it doesn't look as if he's left any reds on for Ricky. So in a way, there was a little bit of value to it, but
Well,
there was no value in it. Clearly, massively misjudged it in the end and did leave a red. So, yep, I'm with you. It was a poor shot choice from Joe O'Connor. Poorly executed also, and no doubt played out of frustration. In fact, he wasn't nicer on that red to middle. So what he's done, he's thrown Ricky a lifeline when he didn't need to.
Seven.
And just how quickly the psychology of a match can change. Joe O'Connor sits in his seat watching on. If Ricky can make this chance count, which he'll be doing his absolute best to make Joe O'Connor think about it, sat in his seat, make him stew over that decision. Hopefully for Ricky that will affect Joe for the rest of the match. Of course, we mentioned Joe's temperament is usually very good, and it might be tested here.
Ricky's on the pink here in such a way that he could potentially cannon the black away from the red next to it to bring the black into play and leave himself on that red potentially that's close to the black. But this is important table time for Ricky Walden. He's had precious little so far, but this is a good opportunity to get right back into this second frame.
$14. 15.
These tables get reclothed every Sunday, so they've only been in use a couple of days or so, and it is catching the players out a little bit. The speed of the cushions, seeing a lot of players just come up a little bit short with the cue ball. Shouldn't be a problem here though. He can play for the red next to the blue.
$22. $23. $28. $29.
We saw Tom Ford in his match gesturing with his hands that the pockets were playing on the generous side, so this red near the right hand side cushion shouldn't be any problem at all for Ricky Walden if he drops onto it nicely.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's landed
26.
absolutely perfect on it because it's got a little bit of angle, which is fine. That means he can drop this in. The cue ball then comes away from the side cushion, back out into open play. And then it's all about that red on the left, getting right in behind that if he can. Pots to 3 pockets, I believe. Green pocket, right middle, right corner. And he's landed perfect again on the black to just top across it. So this is a great chance for Ricky Walden now to
32.
punish that decision that Joe O'Connor made a few moments ago. Got such a big area here, Ricky. You'd think he's guaranteed to be on the red into a pocket. There you see it pots into 3, corner, middle, and this right-hand corner pocket also, so big area. Well, he's just ran on and he's made this 44. More difficult than it perhaps could have been. expected Ricky to land straighter on this red. In your mind, you play on that red to the middle pocket, you're guaranteed to be on to the corner. This is now a tough shot.
Oh, that was a great pot, you know, because as Stephen was suggesting, Ricky Walden should have been on that red. There's a certainty in the end. He had to pull out an excellent pot. And believe me, this was an excellent pot.
Yeah, when you're so close to the object ball like that, almost into a blind pocket, you've got to fully trust the line that you pick, and Ricky picked the perfect one and followed it up there with a nice positional shot to yellow. So now surely 20 points to the good. A couple of pots away, yellow and green. And he's going to have capitalised on this chance that he was gifted.
53.
The double from Joe O'Connor was certainly the wrong shot.
56.
It did prove to be, he took plenty of time over it. It wasn't a rush of blood, and I wouldn't necessarily say it was born out of frustration, although he should have been in better position, and it could be frustration that not being in better position that caused him to take the double on. But he did think about it long and hard. Problem was, he was leaving the cue ball in the middle of the table. I think he tried to cover the red that Ricky knocked in, but didn't.
71.
And in goes the black. So Ricky Walden, having only scored 7 points up until that terrible mistake from Joe O'Connor, has won the frame with an excellent break. And all of a sudden we're tied up at 1-all in this match. Well, who's going to win it? Stay with us to find out.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. Interestingly poised here at 1 frame more. Joe O'Connor breaking off now for frame number 3. Will be bitterly disappointed at his decision making in the previous frame. He thought long and hard about attempting a double. Rick Walden has only potted 2 balls up till then. He's potted a lot more now. That excellent 70-odd clearance from him. He's drawn level at 1-all, and this is not the best break-off shot from Joe O'Connor, but he may have been very fortunate.
Of course, you could never play that break off and try and get the red up the table and the cue ball to be covered by the green. But as it happens, it's a pretty good break off from Joe. Ricky's limited to what he can do here, can't get back to ball purely because of that red, and there wasn't many options down this end, and that cue ball has certainly drifted off its intended path.
6, Joe corner.
Can't imagine Ricky played to nestle up to the pink.
Okay. Okay.
Well, he may have another go at the same shot. It's strange on this because I've encountered this type of thing before, and you can play the same shot again and it doesn't roll off at all. It's almost as though it catches a finger mark on the cloth or something, the weave of the cloth, who knows, but it does put pressure on you when there's a red near bolt, because if Ricky were to play a safety shot here and catch a bolt colour, he could easily leave that pot on. That's why he's choosing to roll into the pack of reds. So will he have another go at it? And if so, will he just send the cue ball out an inch or so further to the right to allow for the potential drift, Stephen?
It's hard to do that though, isn't it? Because what if it goes the other way? Just a slight adjustment from Ricky Walden, and that time perfect. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see this frame re-racked if Joe O'Connor decides to just drop into the pack of reds. Neither player will be inclined to play that cue ball up into baulk unless they can guarantee covering that red. Ricky seems to be pretty convinced he can take this red onto the green pocket, play onto the blue and leave nothing but the ball he's attempting. Well, he's a long way away from the pot. So far away, in fact, that that red is a little bit awkward, but it's just come away from that cushion a bit further than I first thought. So this is a chance for Joe. Tough initial red though. If he goes for that one into the green pocket, he'll need the extension on the back of the cue. You can see that just adds a little bit more weight.
The risk here is that you'll miss the red and it stays near the pocket for your opponent. Oh, a long way off. He's a different player, having lost that second frame. He's just a little more cautious. More mentally than in actuality. He's just thinking differently now, it would appear.
Yeah, and that's where the psychology of this match has changed instantly. Within one shot choice, he was in the driving seat. Joe was banging control of the match, 1-0 to the good, nicely in front, control of the table. And the second he made that decision, okay, he didn't obviously anticipate leaving a red. He played it with an element of safety, but he did leave a red. And Ricky took the chance and punished him. It really has just turned this game, and it is now a test of Joe O'Connor's temperament.
just going to have a look at table 2. Steve Maguire looking good here. Matt Selt missed a fairly makeable red to the left corner and allowed Steve Maguire in for what could be the last chance that he needs to wrap up victory here by 3 frames to 0. What a great start that will be in this group for Steve Maguire. The other players in the group, of course, being Pang Junxu and the young Belgian Ben Mertens. Joe O'Connor anxiously looking to see if that red would pass the middle pocket. It just has. Steve Maguire on table 2 has just potted that black, which puts him safe in this match. He's 65 ahead, 59 just remaining. So Matt Selt needing at least 2 snookers. That's if he comes back to the table. Completely contrasting matches, table 1 and table 2. Both matches have begun with 3-0 victories for Ben Mertens, and it would appear for Steve Maguire here, as we're guaranteed to play all 4 frames. On our main table here, table 1, first match of course was a 2-2 draw. Tom Ford and Zhu Cert, and this one could easily be a similar scoreline.
That's a good safety shot that Joe has played there. Imperative he got that cue ball tight to this top cushion, and helps massively the fact that the cue ball has come behind the black, preventing Ricky from playing off it. Oh dear, what about that from Steve Maguire? Well, still 1 snooker required over there for Matthew Selt, but what a gift he's just been given. And Joe O'Connor has just been given a gift as well. Ricky Walden trying to nestle into those reds. He's caught the bottom one of the pack and he's left the red to the right middle. One good pot here from Joe and he could be nicely in.
Oh, Stephen, that looked into me until the last moment.
Yeah, he seemed to stay with it, didn't he? I'm not sure he was convinced himself. It was very close, but it just goes to show you don't have to catch much of that near knuckle at any pace. You've got to be super accurate into these middle pockets.
Yeah, the corner pockets are playing on the big side, and the centre pockets, as they usually do, are much tighter. Oh, just look at the position of the reds now, and that's a super cue ball from Ricky Walden. There's no way Joe O'Connor can return the cue ball to a similar position here.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and find somewhere else on the table to lay up this cue ball. He's in trouble here, Joe O'Connor. Well, it's an extreme shot if he's going to try and raise that cue up in the air. Well, this could go very, very wrong.
If he were to drop onto the red nearest the right centre, the two reds to the right of the blue wouldn't pot. He may leave a pot into the left-hand centre pocket, but if the cue ball were so close to the knuckle of the middle pocket, I'm not sure Ricky Walden would have much of a chance of getting on the colour. Anyway, he hasn't looked at it, and I don't think he'll play it.
This is so tough because he's got to get so high to get any sort of action on that cue ball, to even go close to getting it back to this top cushion. His line is compromised here also.
Just confirm for you that Steve Maguire has completed a 3-0 victory in his match against Matt Selt, so the ideal start for the Glaswegian. And he'll remain tableside because he'll be taking on the Belgian Ben Mertens, who also won his match by the same scoreline, so that could be a huge match for both of those players. That's coming up on table 2 in about 5 minutes from now.
Good pot from Ricky, but is he on anything? Is the yellow covering the brown and the green? Well, it'd have been down by now, potting it, had he been able to see either. It's quite incredible, that. How is he not landed on a baulk colour?
Ricky Walden, 1.
Wasn't even able to push the boat out there. Ricky didn't have any options available to him other than, once again, trying to get that cue ball tight to this top cushion. This time Joe can get to the bottom of the white a little easier than the shot before. But look at the reds. They are spread far and wide.
Yes, it looks like one of Claude Monet's impressionist paintings.
Well, it was another valiant attempt from Joe O'Connor, but a very tough shot. And he has left this red to the right corner pocket for Ricky Walden. He can play it in such a way that he can hide the cue ball behind the pink and he'll be guaranteed to be on the black. Played it well.
Yeah, there was a different type of pressure on that shot, really, in some ways, because he didn't expect to leave Joe O'Connor an opportunity should he have missed that, but he knew if he could knock it in, it would be a great chance to win the frame, so there's pressure on it that way.
Now really Ricky wants that blue in open play, available into both middle pockets.
8.
At some stage as well, he'll probably look to tidy up the baulk colours, but quite congested. It looks an easy chance on paper, but it isn't. He's just got to be mindful here. It's not the sort of break you often find yourself having to make. And that in itself can bring about its own problems. Sometimes you can have too many options.
Very straight on the pink, so played for the red next to the blue. You'd like to be a bit straighter on it, but if you can just drop it in slowly into the yellow pocket, he'll cannon the blue towards the left centre and knock it on for a pot. So he just needs to focus on the pot here of the red and let the position take care of itself. Oh, it's gone in. Good angle on the blue. The break continues. Back in prime position.
But again, look, he's got so many options here, Ricky. Just needs to keep that presence of mind, have a clear mind going into the shot, make sure he has planned his route.
21.
The blue's in open play now, which is perfect. That gives him options. He'd like the baulk colours to be tidied up also.
So I'd like to play for the green here to try and cannon the middle red of the 3 near that right centre.
22.
Because then he could bring further reds into play and he's guaranteed to be on the red that's closest to the centre pocket. But he's probably gone just a touch far for that.
Trouble is as well, when you're scoring off the baulk colours, you're not doing much damage to the scoreboard itself. So Joe O'Connor, no doubt, will be sat in his seat, trying to stay as focused as possible should he get a chance. Because he's going to have to pot a lot of balls here, Ricky Walden, to win the frame at this visit.
Well, can he cut this red in over the middle pocket? He's played for it in such a way as to cannon those other 2 reds above it into play, but can he cut this red in? Has he gone too far?
Yeah, it looks a bit thin to me. Well, there you go. It's not on. The poor shot that he's played.
If I was going to continue the break, if I wanted to try to continue the break, I prefer the double, and that's what he's attempting by the look of it.
$26.
Controlled to perfection. And now he does have the chance to play a cannon to something, should he wish. And he does have that option you said, Dom. The red in the middle of the 3 by the right middle pocket is there for him. Doesn't have to play it. Just choosing to lay up onto it. As he thins it into the middle, he'll just glance off those reds by it.
33. $34.
But again, he's still not in prime position here, is he? Still work to be done.
I love the way he bounds around the table, Ricky Walden. Very busy player.
Quite an imposing figure, isn't he, when he's sort of stomping around the table.
36.
Not as imposing as Ben Mertens has become, though, over on table 2. How tall is he?
Yeah, he certainly stands up straight, that's for sure. That's 6'5", Ben Mertens.
37.
Just about to take on Steve Maguire. Both players have played their opening match now and both won by 3 frames to 0, so it's an important match, this. victory for either player would really put them in the box seat.
Yeah, it already feels like the group decider, that does, over on table 2. Feels strange saying that in the middle of the afternoon, but it's a big match for both, as you say. Ricky was playing with very fine margins there to land on this red, and he is on it. And it was the perfect red to try and get on.
40.
Because it just opens up the brown completely. He's worked hard for these points. Feels like he's been at the
41.
table for ages.
Probably feels that he has. It's amazing, isn't it, how this match has turned around since Joe O'Connor's missed effort at a double. Ricky Walden has all the momentum, and Joe has struggled to get good opportunities since then.
Yeah, it's a classic case of the match turning, isn't it, on one single shot. And look, if Joe had got the double, we'd have been sat here singing his praises, but the fact he missed it, but more importantly, the fact he left a red when he was trying to leave nothing available other than the red he missed, that was the disappointing aspect of the shot. And no doubt he's been thinking about it ever since. But goodness me, where has that come from?
Ricky Walden, 45.
And that's what I was saying a moment ago about Joe trying to keep his focus in his seat. Ricky Walden working off the low value colours, not doing much damage to the scoreboard, so Joe comes back to the table having been sitting in his seat for what feels like an eternity, only 40 points behind.
Ricky Walden.
Ricky Walden, very displeased. See by his facial expression there. It takes a lot of focus and concentration to make a break like the one he's just made. There are always multiple options available to you, and the reds are spread the way they were. But he was just getting near the winning line, wasn't he? But there are only a couple of very makeable reds now for Joe O'Connor, so this will not be an easy break to make by any means. It's a long way behind in this frame still.
I tell you what, one way he could quickly dispel the negative thoughts of that previous frame would be to clear the table at this visit. This would be the dish of the day should he make it. But at the very least, he's got a chance to get some points on the board and get back into this frame somewhat.
Five. Six.
The red that's closest to the right-hand centre pocket, I'm sure would drop in if you were right behind it, and Joe O'Connor could play for it here from the blue if he wished. Could also screw back for one of the two reds to the left of the yellow.
Lemon.
Well, that was very nicely played, trying to get maximum response on the cue ball there to limit the pace he needed to put into it. Try and cushion it into that pocket and just about wriggled in. Any harder and it may have stayed out. Now, is he looking at a little crafty one here, Joe? It was a shot that I saw a few moments ago. Maybe trying to play on the red on the left side of the table by going in and out of baulk, but a possible chance to maybe flick that red on the baulk cushion. Can't possibly hit the right side of it. The left side is available, which would take the cue ball to the left side of the table also. He's attempted it. Maybe needed a little bit more pace for me.
See, I'd never have played that shot personally, being 23 points behind, because if you pot the blue and get on the 2 potable reds, you can get right back into the frame. This was such a risk.
I think he's tried to play a 2-in-1 shot there, Joe. Perhaps thought that the cue ball might just spin off that red on the baulk cushion and leave him a shot at this one on the left side of the table. Not to be.
Yeah, that's very true. Had he missed the cannon, he certainly would have been on that red, as you say. Maybe that's why he tried to play the cannon. It was in an awkward spot, and he did have the opportunity to bring it into play, but the problem is it didn't work out, and he's still, as you can see, 23 points behind. Steve Maguire in first in this opening frame of his second match with Ben Mertens. Potted a terrific blue into the green pocket to keep this break going earlier on. He's looking very confident. Multiple ranking event winner, of course, Steve Maguire has had a lot of problems with cues. Couldn't seem to settle with anything, but he seems to have found what he likes now.
Well, pick that one out on table 1. Ricky Walden's safety shot much too short of pace, and Joe O'Connor stepped up and crunches in the long red to the green bag, and well, it's still not a straightforward chance, but a great pot nonetheless. Chance to again get some more points accumulated. Let's see if that red pots towards the right middle. Can he get right in behind it, playing to dislodge it? And failing to do so.
3.
Unlucky where the other red is. Next to the green and the brown, it won't pot into either corner. But Joe O'Connor is a very good tactician, and one good safety shot here could make him potentially favourite to take this third frame.
Yeah, I might try and get that cue ball back behind this black. It's a good line. It's a very good line. It's a very good shot.
Joe O'Connor, 3.
Love that from Joe as he played that shot. He glanced right up to the eyes of Ricky Walden. I think he knew as soon as he'd struck that it was going to be good, and now look at the trouble that Ricky's in. Got to hit these reds and get it safe.
Yeah, I'd leave that red next to the green well alone, because it won't really pot anywhere. Very difficult to get onto, so be hoping that he doesn't disturb that red. Oh, he's found a gap. Well, this will probably be replaced by referee John Pellew. Eventually, it'll take some doing.
Joe O'Connor. Very fraction the black moved, okay?
Yeah, quite amazing that he went through the gap there as the frame creeps towards the 30-minute mark. It's a risky way of going, because surely, however he hits the red, he's going to bring that green and red into play at that pace. Got to be very... It's got to be a very full contact to it to not do that. If he catches the left side of it, the cue ball goes into the green. If he catches the right side of it, the red goes into the green. So he needs a little bit of luck here to get away with this. Well, he has hit the red. Yeah, Joe just making John Pellew aware here. He does need the 4 points on.
Give that Joe
So if he's going for this red into the left corner pocket, he may have to fully commit. Great strike. Didn't shy away from it. No, it's become a massive, massive frame.
One.
Whoever wins it will get the first chance to win this match.
He's not making things any easier. He tried his best to keep the yellow in play. It's okay just about where it is, but the green's going to be the biggest problem, which will loom large very shortly. Awkward curing that yellow, causing him a problem now, but you can just drop this in for the brown into the yellow pocket. Must have had more angle on that than I thought. Did he try to cannon the green there? Surely not. Hasn't worked out perfectly by any means. He's on the yellow, but if he drops it in, he won't really be on it again once it's respotted. Cue ball cannon the pink. He may have snookered himself, but he's got some sort of a shot on the yellow here. Can't cannon the green from this yellow, I don't think anyway, but I don't think he can drop it in either, can he, Stephen, to hold for the green?
Yeah, he's got a couple of options available to him. If he pots the yellow, he's got first chance to lay a good snooker on the green, send it down the table, and all the colours being in a line just increases chances of getting that snooker, as long as he doesn't miss the yellow.
Could he play a slow drag and drop the yellow in pocket weight? It's a big risk. Don't think if he plain ball pots the yellow that the cue ball would cannon the green.
Well, that's incredible. He's managed to miss the yellow thin and get enough on the cue ball that he was on the green, so quite a deceiving angle that we had there. He played it to perfection as well. If the yellow had gone in, he had a great chance. Well, this looks good. Just an edge poking out for Joe. Well, he'll be pleased with that. Barely any movement to the yellow. And Ricky's got a similar problem here. Tight to the top cushion, it's difficult to really control this type of shot.
He'd love to just edge that yellow in behind the black, but oh, if the cue ball were to just roll off a fraction, you could miss it altogether. And it's a big risk to play into the yellow four balls. It would probably cannon the black, and that's a problem.
Well, can Joe just get into this cue ball, swing round the back of the black? Or Will he look to go through the gap? No, he clearly is. He can't get enough into it to swing it round, so it's going to be the 2-cushion route up the table for the green into the right corner pocket, into its own pocket. Just needs to miss the middle jaws. Well, he's missed the yellow.
Well, that was the part of the shot that I didn't think would go wrong, but he's very lucky. You can see where the cue ball is. Ricky Walden incommoded by the green, and that could prevent him from even taking this yellow on now.
Well, he completely misjudged that safety shot, Ricky Walden. Much too thin, but the same problem applies here for Joe. This time he has to pot the yellow, but the green getting on it is the issue. Had a good line, but it's much too shy of pace, and there'll be no way that he's attempting that. We're looking to try and lay the snooker now.
Joe O'Connor contemplates this safety shot. Just to let you know, Steve Maguire has comfortably won frame 1 in his match over on the other side of the arena against Ben Mertens.
Joe O'Connor 2.
It may be a snooker, but it's an easy swerve, or Ricky could just come off the side cushion and rest upon the green.
Well, he got far too much swerve on the cue ball there. Sent the green over this left corner pocket. The pot surely unmissable for Joe. Just needs to get the correct line for the cue ball. If he gets on the brown, he's a big favourite for the frame, and from nowhere really, Ricky Walden missed that red to middle. He was creeping close to the winning line. But now it's out of his hands.
3.
Needs that cue ball to run. Well, he's got a shot at the brown. And he's going to have to use the rest, so it's tough. But you would feel that this brown is frame ball. Just brown, blue and pink required.
Well, that was a very good pot from Joe O'Connor, because he had to play it in such a way as that had he have missed the brown, it was like to stay in the vicinity of the green pocket for his opponent. And in goes the blue, and I can't see him missing this pink, which would enable him to guarantee a draw, no worse. And Ricky Walden, well, Stephen mentioned that red he missed to the right centre. Looked like winning this frame very comfortably, but he hasn't, and Joe O'Connor's re-established the lead. And he's guaranteed a draw as he leads Ricky Walden now by 2 frames to 1.
What do to become a champion. Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. While we await the return of the players over on our main table, we're just going to have a look at Steve Maguire in action here. On his first match, 3-0, going very well here. Ben Mertens missed a tricky little black, it has to be said. And this is a result of that missed black, and what a pack opener that is, Stephen.
Yeah, I just wonder if Steve Maguire's happy enough with how that shot has turned out. You couldn't have put the balls any better with your hand. What a split that was. Absolutely perfect.
15.
They're not easy to play, those pack openers, because, especially at that pace, because if you catch one red just the wrong side, you can either end up behind the black spot or back in bulk. So the control that Stephen played that last shot with was a very high degree, because, as I say, it could easily go wrong. But Stephen said, I mean, could not have put them better with your hand. I mean, a red hasn't even gone to a cushion rail anywhere. And he does look very good today, Steve Maguire. I have to say, I think he's a very heavy favourite to take this second frame from here, but we'll keep you in touch with it. But as always, it is available on our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Our players are back, though, in readiness for the final frame of this second match. Joe O'Connor, with confidence restored, probably, having won that third frame. He didn't look like winning it, but he's guaranteed a draw.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, doesn't it, the importance of staying focused in your seat. When that unexpected miss came from Ricky Walden, Joe was in a position and in a mental state to come back to the table and at least get himself back into the frame, and then bought himself a few shots afterwards and ultimately won the frame. So maybe a big turning point. And once again, the break off from Ricky Walden, presenting a chance, albeit a tough shot at that long red for Joe O'Connor, but he's thumped it in. And this now a big opportunity for the man from Leicester to get the points on the board here. The first game finished 2-2, remember, so chance for Joe to head to the top of the table.
Made a mess of this, completely miscontrolled the cue ball. I wonder if he's trying to screw back directly for the red behind the black spot, or whether he intended to catch that right hand side cushion halfway down. It's difficult to know.
Well, either way, it was a shocker, wasn't it, from Joe? He'd be absolutely gutted to go back to his seat after such a good opening red to only score the 1 point. But that is not a good safety shot from Ricky Walden. Oh, he's been incredibly fortunate if he's covered this red to left corner. Well, that little flick off the green has made the world of difference to that safety shot.
To ponder this safety shot long and hard, it's difficult to know what shot to play in a situation like this. You could play very, very thin off the bottom red of these two. Oh, wow, he's played one of the best shots he's played in this match there. Steve Maguire has just potted an excellent red into the green pocket. Ben Mertens had another opportunity, but all these little half chances that he is getting, he's just struggling to knock them in, and Steve Maguire is having rather an easy time of things at the moment. He was in trouble there, Joe O'Connor. That's a colossal mistake that he's just made, but he was forced into it really by the excellent safety that Ricky had played.
One. Eight. Nine. 15.
Steve Maguire still going along very nicely in the second frame. He's won this frame about 5 minutes ago. Playing a few exhibition shots now. They're all going in. The Glaswegian. Not sure this is the same cue that he played stage 1 and 2 in of this event. I know he was awaiting delivery of another cue, and I think it must have arrived because this doesn't look like the same cue to me. He's certainly playing well with it, whatever it is.
16.
Well, Ricky's made a meal of this break so far, and catching the brown there has put an end to it. Just never really had full control over the contribution. The black going up on the blue spot made things awkward. Went into the reds a couple of times and didn't land as well as he would have liked, so just trying to send this red down the table. Keep the cue ball close to the baulk cushion. Oh no. Oh, he's okay. Thought he was just going to catch the knuckle of that middle pocket.
His heart would have been in his mouth there as he saw the cue ball and the red converge and almost double kiss. Now Ricky Walden here has a chance to get the cue ball in behind the brown. And if he can manage it, could be the difference potentially between 2-all and 3-1. Could be a frame winner if he can execute this shot well. Began well in the previous frame but lost it. There's a useful lead in this one, but it's far from decisive.
Well, he's left another long one for Joe. And the brown and green both pot to this corner pocket, so he can play this in a way that the cue ball heads back to baulk, and with it an element of safety, but his attention will be on the pot. If he pots the red, he's got a chance. Oh dear. Deary me, that is a big, big mistake. Never got near the pot, and the last thing you want to do is miss that thin.
It's right what you were saying though about Joe Connor's temperament. He just took it in good heart, really. He just recognised that it's a mistake, nothing you can do about it.
Well, Tom Ford and Juicy must be doing cartwheels upstairs in the players' lounge at the thought of Ricky winning this frame, and with it getting the draw, that will put everyone back on the same level points pretty much as we started. Could go right down to the wire, this group on table 1, and you would expect it. You know, the 4 players that are involved all playing some brilliant snooker at the minute and have all come through 2 phases of this event to get here. It should be tightly contested.
8.
Still not straightforward, is it? He's a little fortunate, I suppose, that he can cue this quite nicely, the pink, because of the middle pocket. He's got a bit of room to cue this, but as you can see, there's a lot of distance between the cue ball and the pink, and it's very straight. Oh, good pot. Oh, that will make him feel good.
Yeah, that was superb. Probably one of the pots of the match, really. Especially from Ricky's point of view, because had he have missed that, it would have given a chance to Joe O'Connor. Tough cueing. Struck beautifully. Pink is a nice ball to be able to play on here, with the black and blue being somewhat awkward. Pink in the middle of the table pretty much in terms of where the reds are.
$21. $22.
A lot of these frames have gone very awkwardly, except for the first frame, I suppose. Joe O'Connor dominated it. In a lengthy match, and both players have had to exercise a lot of patience and caution. Ricky Walden, very fluent player ordinarily, but he's had to work hard here.
$29.
In practice, I'm sure Ricky would prefer to play the black, but it's missable. The yellow shouldn't be.
$31. $32.
So 58 points, Ricky Walden leads by here. He couldn't get nicely on his next red. Just needs to be careful here. One good positional shot. Well, he's okay.
35.
Ideally wants the pink afterwards. Doesn't want to risk missing this red. This is frame ball. When he has missed it, that's incredible. In playing for the pink, he's missed the red.
35.
Well, the players have been saying that these corner pockets, particularly down the cushion rails, haven't been playing particularly tight. Perhaps that's why Ricky Walden had the confidence to play that red at pace.
Well, what a visit to the table this is for Joe O'Connor. Might we look back at the end of the day, look back to that one shot? Can Joe O'Connor, from nowhere, take this chance? It's a chance that He was millimetres away from not getting.
One.
The points aren't an issue here for Joe. He can take 5 reds and 5 pinks and he'll win the frame by 1. Because just needs to be aware of pink going to be respotted on its own spot after this next shot. May have to play a little cannon here. Yeah, that's okay.
Seven. Eight.
This is such a big frame. Absolutely massive.
I think it's such a big factor as well, as you mentioned already. He doesn't need to worry about the black. 3 reds, 3 pinks, and he could win by a point. And because the blue is
15,
roughly a foot to the right of the black, there's plenty of room past the black to pop the blue, so it's no bad thing that the black is on the blue spot, I feel.
Yeah, what a difference it made that Joe had that 1 lone point on his score coming to the table. It just meant that he could take 5 reds and 5 pinks. It's amazing how many times we see it. It's almost impossible for you as a player to just drop that red down the rail because you just know that your opponent is coming back to the table. You want that extra ball. You want to play in your mind what is the right shot, but there's always a chance at pace.
If he gets that far, brown to blue would be easier if the brown were on its spot. It's a little more difficult with the brown near the bolt cushion, but I mean, it's a long way to go before he gets there. But just trying to think of things from Ricky Walden's point of view, because he must be desperately disappointed. This should have already been 2-all a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Joe has just found a level of intensity out there. He's completely locked in here. He can smell blood and he fancies the job. You can see it. Just wonder if he'll risk playing on the black here, Dom. Could just tidy the frame up.
Yeah, I think I'll just hold the cue ball where the red is and roll the pink in the middle pocket, go past the blue and I'll be on the yellow. And let's see what he decides to play here.
Well, it looks a little straight there for me to play on the black, so it's probably going to be a pink.
29.
So now surely it's going to come down to that brown to blue. That was struck to perfection.
This is the shot though, isn't it? If he can't reach it, oh, it's a big stretch. He's got to screw back enough here. Somewhere where the cue ball is now would be fine, but how many times you see players not get hold of the cue ball enough and cause all sorts of problems for themselves by having to take the cue ball around the angles for the brown.
Yeah, if he could play the green from where the cue ball is now, as you say, that's absolutely perfect. But getting there might be the issue. There's an awful lot of cue over the hand of Joe O'Connor here. Needs to time this well. And that's exactly what's not happened.
37.
Can he roll the green in, Stephen, do you think, or leave a thin cut on the brown? What would you play here? Because the blue's a bit awkward where it is.
I think he's just looked at potentially just dropping this green in, leaving the thin brown. The line the cue ball would take on and off the baulk cushion as well. He would fancy having the blue into multiple pockets. Just checked it up with a little touch of left.
40.
Now this is missable. So easy to miss this shot thick.
Yeah, because there's so much angle on the brown, getting on the blue isn't a certainty. There are a couple of shots he could play. He could even risk coming off the baulk cushion to try and cannon the black, but this is one of those shots you've got to decide how you're going to get onto the blue and play that shot rather than hope to be on it somewhere.
Yeah, I think he's just had a little look at the line off the baulk cushion to maybe go close to the black, and the pace he will play it. Should he miss the black, he'll be on the blue anyway. For me, it's all about the pot. Oh, and it's just wriggled in, and he's missed the black, but he is going to have a shot on the blue to the green pocket. Goodness me, his heart would have been in his mouth there. Joe O'Connor glances at the scores. The scores is not the issue. Can he hold his nerve for these final 3 pots? And in goes the blue, and another brilliant strike under the circumstances. A little bit of angle on this pink too. You can screw back off the side cushion, back out for the black. What a steal this would be.
Well, it's a formality now. Ricky Walden must be kicking himself. And in goes the black. What a steal from Joe O'Connor. Ricky Walden bitterly, bitterly disappointed. He shouldn't have missed the red no matter how he played it, but he did. And Joe O'Connor made a wonderful clearance, all with pinks, 5 reds, 5 pinks. And what a clearance it was. And somehow he has won a match he looked destined to draw. So big 3 points for Joe O'Connor as he defeats Ricky Walden by 3 frames to 1. We still have a match to play on our featured table here, table 1. And, well, would you believe it's that man again, Joe O'Connor. He'll be in action against China's Xu Se, and that will be coming up for you in approximately 5 minutes from now. Please stay with us.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Now they've actually finished the session on table 2, and an excellent start for Stephen Maguire. 2 matches played, 2 matches won, both 3-0. He doesn't play again to the last match actually against Pang Jung-Zhu, but already in very good shape there. Ben Mertens, of course, did have the earlier victory over Pang. Matt Selt will play Pang at 5 p.m. So they've got a bit of a break, but on table 1, of course, we've got another match. Joe O'Connor with that great steal in the last frame there. He stays on and can get, of course, to 6 points and really put himself into the driving seat for a place in the final this evening. Let's see, though, it can all change. Of course, Hughes, I think, would have been disappointed with the draw with Tom Ford. He was the better player in that match, but Ford battled well in the 2 frames he won. And he's had a little break, and let's see how he fares here. Last match of the session. But Joe O'Connor, that was very impressive, and it means he's now played this season in this event and the 2 qualifiers 9 matches, and he's won every single one of them.
Yeah, it was super cool and calm and collected, wasn't it, that clearance that he just made? He didn't look phased one bit. I'm sure he was feeling the nerves inside, or at least you would hope he was feeling the nerves inside. Massive clearance to make. And we said it, the second that Ricky Walden missed that red down the rail, could we be looking back to that one shot come the end of play today? Of course, a lot of snooker still to be played before now and then.
Well, as you first in, I mean, what was noticeable about his match with Ford was the 2 frames he won were pretty fluent. Certainly the first one, he made 79, he had a half century in the other one. But when he got a bit scrappy, he just seemed to lose his way. He had a lot of chances. He could certainly have won that match, but just came away with 1 point.
Van. Shoe serve 1. Joe O'Connor 5.
Well, that was quite a big mistake there from Juicer. Missing the blue was... Well, the blue was almost a gimme from where he was. Didn't catch the pack as intended either, and lost the cue ball back down to Bork, so he's been fortunate not to leave Joe O'Connor anything simple. Just wonder how much of an impact that last frame against Ricky Walden, how much of an impact it will have on Joe for this game. No doubt he'll have been pumping with adrenaline as he made the clearance. Has to stay out there for another game. Of course, it's worth noting he'll be absolutely delighted to have got the win. It was looking for all the world that it was going to be 2 each.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges of this Championship League is actually either A, going straight back on when you might want to just collect your thoughts, or B, actually just hanging around, which Schuster's had to do since that first match. Not sure exactly when the next match will be. Trying to stay away from all the treats that are on offer in the players' room.
Well, to be back at the table and in amongst them so soon after missing that blue. Can he just steady himself, find his way into a bit of rhythm? No.
Shooter 8.
No, it's been a very up and down sort of day for him. Joe O'Connor clearly will realise this is a big chance here to get to 6 points, bearing in mind the other match was drawn. Of course, he plays eventually the last match against Tom Ford. Not impossible if he wins his match. He'll have won the group by then, depending on how the other scores go.
Yeah, I really do think that Joe is going to need a little bit of help from his opponent. The sort of help that he's had so far in this frame, purely because of how that last match ended. I'm absolutely convinced he could have done with not playing back-to-back matches here. But we'll soon find out how he's feeling.
It certainly wouldn't be a big shock if he won the tournament, far from it. You know, he's been knocking on the door. He was in the Scottish Open final a couple of years back. Last season, the World Open final. Lost to Higgins. Qualified again for the Crucible, second year running. Lost to Higgins there.
Joe O'Connor 1.
Well, he's got away with that, it would seem, but like you say, maybe could have done with just a bit more time between matches. But the format is the format.
Yeah, it can work both ways, can't it? If you win your game comfortably and it's an easy road to the winning line, you want to stay out there, you want to play again, try and keep that momentum going. But I think just because of the dramatic ending we had to that game, it might just take a while here for Joe O'Connor to start firing again, which is understandable. That in some ways is for Jussi to try and capitalise on.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think another draw is not much use to him. He could do a win in this match. Be on 4 points, very much in the mix. His final match later is against Ricky Walden.
Well, I'm super surprised that he's played it that way. It stuck out like a sore thumb, that pink. Trying to screw round the underside of it, or sorry, across the face of it, back on the underside. It was fraught with danger, that shot. And he's made an absolute mess of it. Really needed to get some action on that cue ball to spin it off in a wider direction. So he's not had to work for this chance here, Joe. He's been gifted it.
One.
And that's finished in about as worst spot as it could have done. Is he even on this yellow? I'm not sure.
Pink ball. Joe O'Connor, 1.
Well, it's a huge missed opportunity, clearly, that for Joe O'Connor. His match sort of has had a couple of full starts already. I think at the start of the day we looked at table 2 and thought it might take maybe longer than this group, but in fact they're firmly finished for the afternoon, 3-0 as we start the last match here.
Now, it might be worth Jussi trying to get the cue ball in behind the pink here. Just needs to be careful, doesn't flirt with that corner pocket. Well, he's gone in behind the black, and I think the corner pocket was the issue there for him. He has left a possible red to middle for Joe, but not entertaining it one bit, it seems. And that's why I'm surprised that Jussi didn't try and get the cue ball in behind the pink, because in this corner of the table it would have been difficult, even with that red on the left side cushion that Joe has just removed, to play a telling safety shot. And there was a chance he could cut off the 4 reds above the black, so possibly missed an opportunity himself there. But look at the frame. Bork once again is congested with browns off its spot, blues there, green, 5 reds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a club table really, isn't it? You know, you go to a snooker club and this is what you see. But of course here there's a ranking title up for grabs ultimately tonight.
Well, that's another mistake. He's left the red to middle. Can't see any way that Joe can tidy up that balk area. The brown and blue, the brown doesn't pot. Blue clearly doesn't. Green is virtually out of commission as well, so not a straightforward chance this for Joe O'Connor. Of course, the 4 reds above the black are all okay.
I mean, this is apropos nothing, but there's nothing happening really. Jan Verhaas, the referee, great referee from the Netherlands, someone was asked him, what would happen if all the balls went in the D and then you went in off? Where would the white go? And he said, oh, there's plenty of room. There's plenty of room for every ball in the D. And this person didn't believe him, so he actually went and took a picture. You can get all 22 balls in that D. Now, I know this is, you know, not the biggest issue of the day, but if anyone was wondering, then that's the answer.
And I was wondering. That was exactly what I was thinking. It's got to that point, has it? We're starting to pluck out those sort of things.
It's amazing what people think up, but it would happen in a frame like this. That looked good on the way, but it's now really congesting the table, isn't it? It's quite a grisly table, really.
Yeah, there's a red close to the right corner pocket just by the blue that will pot, and not from here, but in a few shots' time perhaps he could land on it and bring more balls into play from there. But either way, it's a very, very messy start to this match, and in some ways it's not a surprise to me because of, as I say, how that last game ended. I expected there to be a few early mistakes from Joe O'Connor. But that's a nice pot.
One.
That is a very nice pot. So a chance maybe now to score a few. And even just a few in this sort of frame would be a pretty healthy lead.
Eight.
Yeah, I think he needs to get himself going again. You know, he went a bit flat in that match with Ford when it went scrappy, as it has done here, and he just didn't quite have the moves. But scoring-wise, we know, you know, he's terrific to watch. Unusual table, though. 7 reds past the baulk line.
9.
I think you could make that case for a number of players on the tour. Great when they're at the best and when they're in stroke and in rhythm, but can often just get bogged down, and sometimes the play can dictate their pace around the table and they can look a little bit flat.
15.
We've all been victim of that at times. Of course, this is not the sort of frame that you would try and search for some rhythm, because Well, there just clearly isn't going to be any.
No, I just think there's a sort of frame. If Mark Williams was playing this frame, or Mark Selby, they would win it. And it wouldn't affect them. They'd go into the next frame and probably make a century. That's just how good they are in terms of all-round snooker. Whereas some players, this sort of frame just sort of does them in a bit.
Now the obvious red to play up for here is the red close to the left corner pocket by the baulk line. Just wants a little angle on that.
23.
Well, he has an angle. Not a great one. Wonder if he can get through to the red over the corner pocket, the opposite corner. Well, he clearly can. Again, it's not really done anything to that corner of the table. Gonna have to be extremely precise with his cue ball to win the frame at this visit. And of course the same thing applies to one of the frames that Joe had against Ricky earlier on. Ricky was in with a chance like this, but not really doing too much damage to the scoreboard using just the baulk colours, so Joe had to stay focused in his seat, wait for a mistake to come so that he can pounce, and no doubt he'll be doing the same here. Well, it was never in. It was always catching that near knuckle.
26.
Now, I just wonder if Joe, I'm sure he can see this red. He can certainly see the left side of it. Just wonder if he'll play an attacking shot here, try and bring everything into play. Pop the red thin, send the cue ball across, try and open things up. Because ultimately, if he pots the red and gets on a colour, he's still got the same issue of everything being tied up. Might be worth a punt, this. Well, the fact he chose against it, maybe it wasn't on. But the same problem is still there. These reds are, well, they're horrible.
It was a great effort. Just sort of trying to, like, when you get the Christmas lights out, you know, you put them away for a year and they're all knotted together, all the wires. That's what this is like. Every year you say, I'm not going to do it next year, I'm going to make sure we just put back properly. They never are.
Well, it's been a good 4. The 3 balls he's knocked in have been nice, but he'll do very well to get to double figures. Right from shot 1, it always looked a tall order for Joe O'Connor. He needed to get some movement to
6.
That corner of the table. The trouble is you try and be so precise, and the second you lose that cue ball, you're just chasing. Now, looking to play safe off the red by the blue, presumably try and get the cue ball in behind the black. Can't see too many issues with sending a red over a pocket here. Yeah, was able to control it.
Joe O'Connor, 6.
So 22 points in this opening frame. If you're just joining us, Joe O'Connor won his first match of the day with a great clearance 3-1 over Ricky Walden. Jusa drew with Tom Ford, 2 each. Yeah, as I say, in these sort of scrappier exchanges today, he has struggled a bit. And now suddenly there's 2 reds out in open play. So the frame has just opened up.
Oh, that's a shocker. I was just about to say the 2 reds by the baulk cushion might be able to be made into a plant. They certainly look close, and well, he was up immediately. I wasn't convinced this was ever in. As soon as he struck it, it looked a bit thin, and you could see from the overhead there it was. I think those 2 reds will be made into a plant, so this is a good chance to win this frame. He will need one of the 2 reds anyway, so it might be worth playing it here from his next colour, because he can get close to them from the brown. Well, he's got to do something. He seems to be in about 8 different minds here, thinking about a number of different shots. He's got to play the plant for me. Well, he's going elsewhere. He's coming down the table for the red over the middle pocket. So let's see if his decision has paid off. He still has the problem of those 2 reds.
3.
That looks to be about perfect as to where you'd want to leave the cue ball. He can presumably just hit the first red straight, and that should then pot the second red. Just make absolutely certain of the pot here. The angle the cue ball will come off the red, it will surely be on one of the baulk colours, you would feel.
Well, he spent a long time looking at that, and in the end, he actually didn't get very close. And now, the two reds are out in open play, 30 in it, but everything pots now. So Joe O'Connor, we've just seen him make that good clearance against Walden. Chance for another one here in the first frame against Xu Si.
Well, Joe, once again, probably can't believe he's even got the chance here. Just can't work out why Xu Si took so long over that little mini contribution. It seemed quite straightforward, but clearly the plant was more difficult. He missed it by a long way, didn't really get close to it. Oh, what another important contribution this is from Joe O'Connor. He's just made one against Ricky Walden, a clearance from the gods, and well, this frame has gone exactly the way the one that he had with Ricky Walden did when all the reds found their way up to the baulk area. He was way behind, but there's enough on the table to win this frame.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the Leicester connection. There's a bit of Selby about Joe O'Connor. There's that sort of coolness, clinical air when a chance like this comes.
Yeah, his focus is always good, it seems. Very rarely see Joe O'Connor not concentrating out there in the arena, but it seems to go up a level when he's presented with a chance like this, a chance that he knows will hurt his opponent.
Well, it's a frame that took a long time to sort of develop, and balls were in baulk, and it was all a bit of a quagmire, but the failed plant from Xu Si brought the two reds into play. Just seemed to get very bogged down himself in the frame.
30.
Low scoring, isn't it? If he clears up, he's going to win it 48-43 with all balls potted.
I know exactly how Joe's feeling at the minute. He won't be feeling great out there. Obviously the result in the last he'll have been feeling good about, but I don't think he feels too good within himself currently in this frame. Feels like a big effort.
22.
This from Joe O'Connor, this little clearance. He's done well so far. Little glance at the score. He's one good strike away.
Middle of the pocket with the pink. Yeah, it's another key clearance. Joe O'Connor showing real steel here at the Mattioli Arena today, having won his first match. He leads Xu Si in the second, 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Joe O'Connor setting the pace here on the final day on table 1 of the Championship League. He's won his first match. This is his second. He's won the first frame.
Joe O'Connor to break.
If he can win the match, then he's clearly favourite, although won't be confirmed as the group winner because there's so many other results can go against him, not least the last match, of course, against Tom Ford. But he'd be in very good shape if he can get to 6 points at the halfway stage.
Yeah, I think he'll be feeling a lot better about himself after making that clearance in the last. If anything, just a sigh of relief just to get a frame on the board in this match after the way the previous one finished. So may have just settled him back into another game. And he missed a lot of opportunities in that first frame. They both did, in all honesty. But maybe now that early tension has been dispelled. You know, let's not forget, it's a big day for everyone today. They're just hours away from potentially lifting a ranking title, and some for the very first time. Both Joe and Juicy looking for their first, so you can accept the fact there's going to be balls missed and there's going to be pressure out there.
Yeah, it's been such a long event. And you've got to get through, of course, 2 stages to get to the final round. And then you've got to get out the group to get to the actual overall best of 5 final this evening. Well, it's closer second time. Wow. What a fluke. Because he got nowhere near the pot initially.
Yeah, when he was getting down to that shot, I couldn't work out what he was playing. It looked a certainty for the cue ball to go into the reds, and well, basically it had to go in, and it has done. Incredible fluke. Look at the chance he'd left Joe had he have missed that red. Now, has that cannon worked out?
Well, there's the fluke again. Just kissed another red, the one that went in.
Well, he's had an absolute disaster on that shot on the pink. The fact he didn't make a full enough contact to the red means he's got to play this tricky little cut back, and with it using the rest and the extension, and position is compromised, and the pot is tough.
Well, he committed to the shot at least. You know, he wasn't hesitant. But you do feel he's sort of walking on a bit of a razor's edge here. Needs to try and get back to the nice rhythm we've seen him in this event. He's played so well in the 2 groups he's won. When he's got scrappy, though, he has struggled. Can't believe tomorrow there'll be no Championship League. What will we do with ourselves?
Well, you're going to have to cook for yourself for starters.
Yes. And I probably won't be eating at 3:30 in the afternoon either.
Really needs to get himself back down this business end quickly here, as you see. We'd want to remove that pink as soon as he can, ideally, because that's just hampering the black, and I'd like to just tidy that up, get amongst the black spot where he can do the bulk of his scoring. This is a good chance for him to just get something going, if anything, just some rhythm, some fluency back into his game. Oh, has he lost the cue ball again here? Oh, he's on the red to middle, but not as intended. But that's a good pot.
18.
At pace, he had to be accurate there, and he's played it well. Chance now to tidy up the pink and just get it out of the way. Could play a little cannon into the red, just 3 from the right side cushion. Doesn't need to play it too hard, just catches the red, he'll hold the cue ball. If he misses it, he'll be on them. But just open things up slightly. Yeah, that's the line. Played it to perfection.
Yeah, I was looking at, I mean, it's early in the season, but I was looking at the provisional rankings, and he's very close to joining the top 16. Juicer, so, you know, this could really push him forward. And of course, you get a head start on the Players' Series if you win this tournament. The first event in that isn't until February, so there's a lot of snooker to come. But, you know, the 33,000 points early on in the season, he's still a bit of a march on the others. He's qualified, as we know, for Wuhan and the British Open. Well, he's needed a bit of table time, hasn't he, to just kind of get going, and now it's a question of can he stay in here, because we know if Joe O'Connor's given a chance to make a clearance, he invariably does it.
You can see how he's feeling out there. Everything just feels a little more difficult. He's just landing in spots where he's not able to get full control over the cue ball, and he's just chasing his break at the minute. He's still in prime position though.
$36. $37.
Well, out of nowhere, it's just gone wrong.
Just touching ball, please declare your colour.
It just felt like it was going to go wrong at some point. Couldn't get him nicely in amongst the black spot. He was up and down for the blue, and you know, you keep asking yourself
Colours. Blue ball.
those questions, just asking to declare what colour there because he was touching the blue.
Well, he was certainly looking for more than 37 from that visit. Well, he had to go a long red earlier, and of course, he got nowhere near it. But did fluke the red to right middle? Could Joe O'Connor become the third Leicester player to win a ranking event here in Leicester? Because Mark Selby, the WST Classic, Tom Ford, the Shootout. And you get your name, don't you, upstairs as a wall of various snooker players, darts players who've won titles at the Mattioli. You get to have your name on there.
Yeah, actually, Chef Dan upstairs said he's on the late shift tonight. He's got to stay behind to make sure whoever wins this tournament gets their signature on that wall upstairs. That's a great long red that Joe's found. He was left it from Juicer, wasn't able to cover it with the brown, and he's knocked it in nicely. So once again finds himself behind in a frame, but with a chance.
Juicer did have the option to go for it himself, different sort of pot. Played safe, but it wasn't safe enough. Can he do it again and make another telling contribution here from behind?
Yeah, choosing to take one of the more difficult reds there because he was perfect on the black.
8.
But he's not perfect on this red. Might have appreciated a little more angle on it. A little bit of pace required to get the cue ball back out. Perfect on the black. But he's played it nicely. Now, I don't think any of those 3 reds by the pink will pot, which Joe is perfect on this black to dislodge them. If he was being ultra precise, the red far left of the little 3 would be the one to make contact with. Well, he just caught the right one, but enough pace on the cue board to get some movement.
16. $17. $24.
So both of the reds on the side cushions. Just wonder if it'd be worth Joe at some point trying to pop the red on the left side cushion while he's got those, or that one red by the right side cushion in open play. Mike can land in there and land on either of the two.
25.
Let's see how he goes about this. At least he's going to get himself back into this frame. Not sure if that red does pass the pink into the left middle pocket. If it does, it helps massively.
$30. $31.
Just finished the wrong side of this pink, so might not be able to get too close to his next ball. I think here, if he can, play on the red down the left side cushion, because then he can drop that in, leave the low angle on the black to just top across and float in behind that red. Yeah, he's perfect. Just drop this in, leave the low angle, float the cue ball across. He'll be giving himself 2 chances to land on a red now.
$38.
Didn't try and jeopardise the pot there to get closer to the black. He took his medicine. He knew that he was guaranteed to leave the low angle, and that one good piece of cue in here, his cue ball's taking care of itself. We're playing for both reds. And if he lands dead straight down the cushion, which he has,
45.
He'll probably choose to play the red to middle and then look for an angle off the pink to get back close to where he is now, but with an angle next time.
$46.
Well, he's perfect, and he's one good shot away here. This positional shot is key. Needs an angle on the red to just drop it in. Well, it's landed a little straight.
52.
Will need to get up onto that yellow, even if he takes the black. Might be worth trying to screw this in now, going up for the blue. Or will he go high and try and come out for the black? The added pace makes this missable.
$53.
Once again, gave it every chance, and you can't fault him for that, but this black needs cueing well. He knows this is the shot now.
Yeah, and he misses it. So for once, he doesn't clear up, and what a lifeline for you, sir. Plum on the yellow, O'Connor, if he pots the black, but he hasn't potted it, so 16 in it. Dramatic stuff here.
Yeah, these are the decisions you've got to make as a player out there. On that red down the cushion, the decision was, do I leave the low black, the tough black from the side rail, or do I risk missing the red with the pace to go up for the blue?
So he's going to need the 4 remaining colours.
Nine.
And of course that would ensure, but again we get all 4 frames. They have 3-0s on table 2, but this is a different story on this table. Or it will be if Juicer can pot these 3 balls. So, for once Joe O'Connor didn't make the clearance, this was the black that he missed. Playing up for yellow. It's the black Juicer needs to level the match at 1-1 and keep himself in contention in this group. Dramatic stuff, and Juicer indeed makes the colours clearance. Much to his relief, he got the chance to do so. We're all square at 1-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 1 each between Joe O'Connor and Juicy on table 1. Group 2 is miles ahead of table 1. They're at their break. They come back at 5 p.m. local time to continue on from where they've left off. Stephen Maguire in the box seat over on table 2. 2 matches played, 2 matches won, and importantly for him, they were both by the same scoreline, 3-0. Ben Merton started the day very nicely with a 3-0 win of himself, but couldn't get the better of Stephen Maguire. So that's how the leaderboard looks over on table 2. All very tight and all still very much to play for, but Stephen Maguire looking good. Remember, the 2 leaders, the 2 group winners come the end of play this evening will contest a best of 5 final to see who will become the first ranking event champion of the season. All very much to play for, as I say, and it's very, very tight on our feature table, table 1. The day started off with a draw, as you see, against Tom Ford, and he started the match very well. He was looking very fluent and, you know, in good scoring shape, and the match seemed to go a little bit scrappy, and with it, juicy, lost all sort of rhythm in that game, and the match ended a draw. Joe O'Connor, on the other hand, has looked very, very sharp. He made a brilliant clearance to get the win over Ricky Walden, made a brilliant clearance in the first frame here, but wasn't able to take that chance in the last to extend his lead to 2-0, so we're locked at 1 apiece. And we're having to do a little bit of shuffling around in the commentary box. We've just relieved Dave Hendon. He's gone off to grab a bite to eat, so rejoins me Dominic Dale. And Dom, it's been a slow start to the day, hasn't it, here on table 1, but for what it's lacked in rhythm, has made up for in drama.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just start the clock here for my overtime pay. I mean, the first 2 frames have gone the way of the other player, if you like, because it looked like Schuster would win the first frame, he didn't. It looked like Joe O'Connor would win the second, he didn't. So we locked at 1-1 with a certainty of 2 more frames to be played.
Yeah, and these little clearances that you make when you have no right to win the frame, they make such a big difference. And Joe O'Connor, I think, will be a little bit annoyed at himself that he wasn't able to convert that chance in the last. It was a tough black he missed, in all honesty. He gambled with his position, making sure of the final red. The black went in, he was perfect on the yellow. But in a way, it's good to see him staying positive. The fact that he did leave that black, it was missable, of course, but he backed himself, played it properly.
Would you have played the last red the same way that Joe O'Connor did, Stephen, or would you have tried to get better on the black or screw back for the blue even?
Yeah, it was a decision that, you know, you've got to make in that moment, and I think I'd have preferred to go low and try and gone up for the blue. But of course, the added pace you put on the red makes it missable, so it's one of them. I'm sure Joe wishes he'd have gone up for the blue now he's missed it. Oh, and that is an absolute beauty. Well, that's a fantastic pot considering where his cue ball has finished. He was leaving balls on. No holding back there.
No, the way these first 2 frames have gone, that was a great pot. It's been a bit stop-start. It's a peach of a red he knocked in.
So, he had a good chance in the last frame early on. He seemed to just find trouble quickly for no apparent reason. He just couldn't quite get hold of his cue ball in those moments where he just needed to play a clinical positional shot. He was up for the blue and ultimately ran out of position and the break ended. He's looking to try and tighten up his control here.
8.
It's so difficult to play power shots with the rest. Schuster did his level best there, but luckily for him, there was a little bit of right-hand side on the cue ball, which caused it to cannon into the brown. So what could have been an easy and straightforward opening red for Joe O'Connor now is anything but.
That was wayward. The pot not close, the position not where he intended, and the result, disaster. So Schuster gets a second chance, but as that cue ball ran on,
3.
Well, he's managed to keep this break going. It's not been as neat and tidy as he would have liked, but he's still at the table. Chance now to completely open up that blue spot, and he can look to get back down this end. This is what's been sort of just impeding Jusa today. Just getting in amongst them nicely and getting that rhythm that he's got. That's a good shot.
10.
Good pot, perfect cannon. Sometimes as well, for whatever reason, he's taken an age over a few basic, straightforward shots. Particularly in the early frame, the first one, there was a number of times where it looked obvious, the shot selection, but he just seemed to take a while over it and ultimately got in the way of himself. Perhaps that tells us a little bit about how he's feeling or
15.
How he's thinking.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he's as natural a break builder as some of the other players, but he played that well because he needed to be as straight as he dare go on this red
16.
to make getting onto the black much more straightforward, and now he's in good position. Because if he can pot the red that's closest to the cue ball next, there's a red just to the right of the bunch there that will pot into the same pockets as the red.
Oh, but that's about as bad a shot as he could have hoped to play. Just when he was getting himself nicely in amongst the black spot, he's
23.
managed to hold the spot accidentally. So now he's got to go up for the blue again.
24.
Does have a red at the back of the pack available, but he's also perfect on this blue to go into them. Played for the loose red. He really needs that black on the spot once again. Had the chance from the previous red to maybe go up for it.
Yeah, or failing that, he needs to be able to somehow bring the pink into play, and had he gone into the bunch of reds there, he may have brought the pink into play. But he has an angle on the red to get good position on the blue again. This is the last of the loose reds, so we'll need to go into them.
30.
And he's played that nicely, but needs a bit of luck now.
Well, clearly the red 2 down from the pink will pop to this right corner, and he looks to have
35.
placed that cue ball exactly where he wanted to be. If he's dead straight, he can get back out for the blue, could possibly play for the pink if he's going to run through the red and chip it away from the pink. Well, he's going higher, so he is trying to do that. Pink to middle.
36.
I also thought he could have stun screwed back. So basically play a screw back shot with just a degree of stun. That would have shunted the red out the way, and he may have been on the blue. The problem is with the shot he's played, he couldn't do anything about leaving a bad angle on the pink.
Again, he's managed to get himself in a good position in this frame, but his options are limited.
42.
And he's having to work very hard once again. Now, what sort of angle has he got on this red? Can he screw off the main cluster, back out for the blue or pink? Yeah, he's played it good. Played it nicely.
43.
To work hard for these to serve, but he's virtually home and hosed now in this third frame. If he can knock this red in, followed by any colour. And this is a match he could really do with winning, having drawn his first 2-all.
Yes, and it's a match that, should he win, would throw the group wide open once again. It'll bring everyone back into play. Played that to perfection, so
58.
From nowhere really he's made this contribution. It was all a bit stop-start this match, but this has been much more like it.
59.
Chance of a century still available to him. Oh, not to be. The break ends at 59. Joe O'Connor, little glance at the score. He's 67 behind. There's 51 available to him. Didn't expect him to miss that black. But surely
59.
He's too far in front here for Joe O'Connor to make any inroads in this frame. Had a little go at the double there purely because the pink next to the red next to the pink, sorry, is a good chance of a snookering ball, but as I say, he's a long way behind here. Joe O'Connor needs 4 snookers to tie this frame. Well, there's a chance for one here.
Oh, he needs 4 conventional 4-point penalties to be able to tie. Now, in any other event bar the Championship League, and in a situation like this, I don't think anybody would continue the frame.
Yeah, the fact that he's got this snooker now, Juicer, even if he hits this red, he may leave a chance for Joe to get a couple of reds with blacks, and then, that, as I say, that red by the pink is an ideal ball to lay a good snooker. If he can get 4 points here, it's a massive bonus. Because then in his mind, he'll need 2 snookers, because that one behind the pink is pretty much a guarantee. With the chance of the free ball, of course, sending the red up the table and probably close to a bought colour.
Foul. Joe O'Connor, 4.
Now Joe may have a attempt at this red just by the black spot into the right middle.
One.
Well, he's had a few goes today at doubles. That's the first successful one that I've seen. Because if Joe O'Connor now can pot the black, pot one more red with the black, he'll leave one red on the table. And if he can get a free ball from a snooker, then he'd be able to tie if he was able to take the free ball with a black. Oh, it's just that nicely.
8.
Yeah, it's quite a big target as well, where the brown is off its spot. There's like a diagonal line down the table, which offers quite a big area for Joe to lay a snooker.
Nine.
Yeah, you can see he's a little disappointed there. Straight on the black, he could have left himself low on that red to chip it behind the black spot, get the cue ball in behind the green, the brown, the blue and the pink, as Stephen was suggested on the diagonal. Be struggling to hold the cue ball now to be able to play that shot.
Joe O'Connor, 16.
Well, that little bump of the middle pocket has helped Joe's case. Full ball snookered behind the blue. But once again, the two cushion route for Juicer shouldn't be an issue. Quite a big target to hit that red with it being slightly off the cushion. Played it well, but presents a chance for another snooker for Joe O'Connor. Send the red down the table, try and get that cue ball just to come behind the black, or could even leave it on top of it. Amazing, isn't it? Juicer plumbing amongst the balls a few moments ago. He's got the black off the spot from right behind it. Probably didn't anticipate Joe would come back to the table for try-on for snookers, but he did do, and finds himself in another one.
Joe O'Connor could have done with that red being very close to another colour, so there would be a chance of a free ball being given with a failed attempt at the escape. He has missed it.
Foul.
So all of a sudden, Stephen, it's worthwhile carrying on now from Joe O'Connor's point of view. He's got 2 snookers.
Yeah, and it's 2 more now to tie the frame. Think back to that match with Gary Wilson and Zhou Yulong when Gary Wilson carried on needing, I think it was 4 snookers in that final frame. Incredible how he managed to turn that one around and of course went on to lift the title. Of course, it highly depends on where the other balls on the table are as well, as to whether you decide to carry on. The fact that nothing was safe here for Joe, and the fact he's had a few big targets on the table, it was always slightly inviting to come back and try.
Foul.
Well, goodness me, he's hit the black, and has he left a free ball? He has. Would you believe it?
And a free ball.
Well, he's the absolute master of brinkmanship today here, Joe O'Connor, and from needing 4 snookers, he's got a chance to win the frame.
Well, I refer back to my earlier comment that very few players in an ordinary professional ranking event, bar the Championship League, where every frame is of such significance, would even consider carrying on needing 4 snookers, but Joe's decision here has been completely vindicated.
So 36 behind when he came to the table, Joe O'Connor. He could take any colour from that black as the free ball.
Oh.
He's perfect on this blue. And look, once again, there's nothing safe, and that was part of the reason why Joe came back to the table to carry on. The fact there was no colour safe on the table should, on the off chance, and a very slim off chance he get the chance to win this frame, they'll all be there for him, and the chance is here. Anything but straight.
6.
Oh, that's the worst place he's finished. And he needs a colour off the red. So he's got to bear that in mind, hasn't he, Stephen? Is it worth potting the red if you can't get onto a colour?
I think he's got a little bit of angle, the tiniest. I think he's just slightly low of the red. But once again, the same thing applies. Do you risk missing the pot? Well, there you see, actually, maybe he hasn't. Maybe he is dead straight. Nightmare. Because as you say, he needs the colour, so just dropping it in, he's odds against to pot the next ball. It's not that straightforward to play a good safety shot.
You could stun the cue ball in behind the black on the top cushion, just literally screw back a couple of inches from where the red is and wobble the red in the jaws and try and make sure that it goes up towards bulk, but you don't really know where the red's going to finish. You could roll the red in and lay a tough snooker behind the black, but if your opponent hits it, you'll come back to the table needing a snooker yourself.
Well, is he trying to pot it and jaw the white back out for the black? Well, it was a valiant effort, and it's a good job that cue ball didn't go in off.
Joe O'Connor, 6.
And the red has gone down the table, so nothing straightforward for Jussa here. Look at the pace, though. Makes that pocket incredibly small. He seemed pretty intent on making that chance count there. May get another chance. Of course, this frame is now live. The fact that he's got back into it, 30 points adrift, 35 remain. So he's not limited to the colour that he has to take from the final red. All of a sudden, it feels like a red ball frame.
This red needs to keep going, and it has. It's not a snooker, but had that red just been another inch off that bolt cushion, it would have been cuttable. It probably still is, but you wouldn't risk it with the cue ball where it is.
Well, it's not straightforward here to get distance between cue ball and object ball. You'd have to be pretty accurate sending that red past the black and back up the table, and loses a little bit of control with that shot. Well, went the other way. It's not bad, but I think he's going to leave a path through for Joe O'Connor. I think he can see this red, and I think he can see the potting angle. Is it worth the risk?
Yeah, good point, Stephen. I think he will take this on because the plain ball safety, the cue ball cannon into the black, so he's going to have to play it with power to stun the cue ball around the angles. He may as well take the pot on.
Foul. Sousa 4.
Well, he obviously couldn't see enough of the red to pot it. He would have gone for it ordinarily, I'm certain of it, but as things are, he's still in with a shout in this frame. He's 34 behind now, but there are 35 still available. It just means if Joe O'Connor does get the chance to pot the red, he will need to get the black from it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Juicer will have had a sigh of relief coming to the table, but he isn't safe yet. And after what's gone before, I'm sure he'll certainly not feel comfortable until this frame is finished.
when you're in a position like this and you know that your opponent would need the black off the red should he get the opportunity, it does colour your thought pattern a little bit. You're a little more conscious of where you want to play the red. For instance, if the red is in bulk, it's much harder to get the cue ball around the angles for position on the black, whereby if the red remains at this top end of the table, it's not that far away from the black. Oh, what's happened here? Oh dear. Oh, that's a disastrous mistake. He's tried to send the red around the angles. The red's caught the black. The black's still on. The red is on. And I don't think the pink's gone safe. Oh, what else is going to go wrong in this frame for Chausseur?
Well, the fact that Joe O'Connor has now got the chance to win it. This is a key shot. Needs that cue ball to run, and he's okay. Could have done with it running just a little further.
Yeah, I don't think the yellow passes the brown, so you would have to play for it in its own pocket. Just wondering, Stephen, when the black goes back on the spot and the fact that Joe O'Connor still needs the black, I'm just wondering if the pink is just a little bit too much of an acute angle to be able to play it with any pace to get close to the final black. It's a long way ahead, I know.
Yeah, it can always be a little bit deceiving, can't it? This angle we have, I think he's okay. I think that pink is potable, and I think he'll be able to inject a little bit of pace to it. This is an important positional shot, though. Oh dear. Oh dear.
8.
I'll tell you what, Stephen, I think he's lucky that the cue ball can on the pink, because had it not done so, I think he'd have probably snookered himself on the yellow with the pace that the cue ball had.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of a rush of blood to me, the pace he played that with. You see the scores. He'll win the frame by 1 should he clear up. But I don't think he'll be clearing up at this visit.
Joe O'Connor, 8.
But he's got him snookered once again. And it wasn't a fullish contact. Yellow and cue ball travelling. Now, does this yellow pass the brown? Body language is good from Joe O'Connor. I think it will. Just needs to be mindful of where the pink is here in terms of getting to the green. May need to stun round 2 cushions, get close to the yellow pocket. He's played it well.
2.
Could have just done with that cue ball running on half a ball more. Well, that's an incredible shot that he's just played there, all things considered. And you could see when he struck it, the little thrust of the neck The little nod of the head. He knew that was the shot that could potentially win in this frame when he had no right to win it. That was a tough pot queuing down on the ball. He had to try and queue down on it to go low, to hold for the brown. And he'd like that one back. He's underhit that by some distance.
Oh, you're right, Stephen. What a terrible mistake to have made after such a fabulous green.
Maybe one of those situations where he thought the work was done. In fact, he played the green so well, he thought it was a cert, but it isn't.
14.
And getting on the black from here isn't a cert either. Is he dead straight? Both players eager to have a look. Any sort of angle and he's okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. How do you fancy this?
Oh, well, at least he didn't go in off. I mean, you've got to take this on, haven't you? But, you know, you cast your mind back to the black that he missed in an earlier frame going up for the yellow. Same sort of pressure here, probably more because, I mean, this frame was one he had no chance of winning.
Steadies himself. And gets it. What a pot that was from Joe O'Connor, from the jaws of the corner pocket and from the jaws of defeat. He needed 4 snookers in that frame, got them, and he's won the frame. What a chance he's got now to get another win on the board. How must you see be feeling? 2-1 Joe.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back. Well, this match has been so long, it's had 3 commentary teams. I'm now joining Dominic, and my word, well, if Joe O'Connor wins the tournament tonight, then we're going to look back on some key moments, but surely, well, of course, the clearance against Ricky Walden, but to win a frame like that, and what will it do to that man who looked a certainty to go 2-1? A lot of players would not have carried on. Joe O'Connor did. He got all those snookers. He potted a good black as well in the end, and he's poised to collect another 3 points, and he would have a good break until tonight when he plays Tom Ford. But it's worth saying, if Joe O'Connor does win 3-1 and then we have a couple of draws, then he will have won the group anyway before then. A lot can happen yet, but Zhu Sir, that was a body blow. They are underway, of course, so we're overrunning on table 1, but on table 2 they're underway. Pang Zhengzhou has won the first frame there against Matt Selt. Of course, they had 3-3-0s there. Pang lost to Ben Mertens. Selt lost to Steve Maguire. Maguire then beat Mertens 3-0. So they've been rattling through the frames. As Joe O'Connor breaks off here, must be feeling great. It's been a long afternoon for him, but it's turning into a very productive one.
Absolutely, and if he does win this group, and let's say Steve Maguire, who's favourite to win the group over on the other table, does win that group, well, let's just say that man in picture, Joe O'Connor, must be, by comparison, completely worn out. I mean, he's had to fight and fight and fight again. That last frame, 4 snookers just to tie, and he still won it. Incredible. Yeah, amazing. You know, I compared it earlier to Selby. I mean, even for Mark Selby, that would be going some. We'll see if adrenaline can carry him through if he is there in the final. He does, one thing to say, in terms of physical fitness, he does pretty much every day do martial arts in the morning, so that's got to be in his favour. Anyway, not there yet, but my word, he's won some frames today. He looked like he would not be winning. Perhaps he can do some martial arts on Steve Maguire. He'd have a good chance then.
It's just a terrific pot. Again, the concentration, you know, you could see wavering. He's been out there several hours, but potted that very nicely.
Is that red on, just above the black? You wouldn't think that would pot, would you? It looks as though it's virtually touching the red next to it. No, it doesn't pot, does it? No.
Joe O'Connor 6.
Well, for Jesus, obviously a massive blow to lose that frame, and in the wider context of the group, of course, the best he can do is a second draw. And it's just not looking like, even if he won his last match, it's going to be enough now. I thought he really should have won the first match with Tom Ford. He was the better player, but he lost the scrappy frames there. He doesn't seem maybe as adept as some players at closing frames down once he's been in front.
I think that's absolutely true, and I have my own reason for that. If you take the British players, I mean, when we were all amateurs, because it's predominantly a British game, snooker, there are some fantastic amateur players, and you learn the game through playing them. You make mistakes, you get punished for them. Whereas it's still a bit of an emerging sport in China. It's been, you know, it's massively popular now, but you go back a generation, snooker wasn't really played at all, and you had no great amateurs over there to learn the game from. So most of the Chinese players have learnt the game of snooker from playing the British players over here on the tour. But the British players, you know, we've learnt it as kids, as, you know, young amateurs, and it's ingrained into that extra knowledge of the game of snooker. It really is like chess at sometimes, and choosing the right shots at the right time and playing shots in a certain way. Well, I can't see many of the British players losing a frame when their opponent needs 4 snookers like that. And, you know, maybe that's just something that can happen to players that don't have the experience, maybe, that some of the British players have.
Well, it was a great red O'Connor got in with. Must be feeling so good.
9.
Another British player, Matt Selt, is going to level up with Pang Zhengzhou at 1 each there. Steve Maguire will be delighted if that finishes 2 each. Worth saying, Pang has lost 2 matches in this event. He's the only player left who's lost 2, 1 in each group. So that earlier defeat to Mertens, nothing new for him.
15. 16.
Well, if he's feeling confident enough, the pink would be the better ball to play because you could really get into the reds from the pink. But he'd have to play it with pace, and it's an awkward angle. And because of that, you may be forgiven for going a little bit of accuracy, but it'd have to be played to perfection. Black isn't quite so easy to go into the reds from, so he is looking at the pink.
Well, he has open reds, but it's going to be nasty queuing now. What I like about O'Connor, though, you know, he doesn't rush into stuff, does he? You know, he will survey the scene, and if there's a big shot to play, he'll just build himself up to it. And invariably he's getting them. He's getting the pots, so staying cool, staying focused, and what a chance now to get to 6 points in the table. Remember, he plays the last match as well against Tom Ford. It's not impossible by then, he might have already won the group, but either way, he'll be in a very strong position to do so.
Does seem to play some very good snooker, Joe O'Connor, here at the BetVictor Championship League, doesn't he? Seems to enjoy playing in this type of an event. Behind closed doors, these Rasson tables. I don't know, it's just something that clicks every time he plays here.
$29. $36. $37.
Two straight on the blue, could only leave a mid-distance red, the one that's probably closest to the right corner, so he's considering the pink. I think after what happened in the previous frame, he probably has the confidence to knock this in.
Joe O'Connor, 37.
But no, and with the lead that he had in this frame, not just the match, I expected him to knock that in, but he hasn't. And Schuster has a chance here to scrape a draw. Could be an important one. Oh, that's well played. And in that one shot, this whole frame could be at his mercy now.
9.
The previous black wasn't played well. Couldn't afford to be low on the red. He was, and now he's faced with a rather missable black.
Schuster, 9.
Well, he didn't threaten the pocket. He's a bit deflated, maybe not ready when the chance came. It was a good one. But now, Joe O'Connor, 34 to the good, gets a second bite at the cherry in terms of winning this match. Well, there are two types of frame, really. Ones that you should win and ones that you shouldn't. And today, Joe O'Connor's been winning both. He's not going to look back too fondly on the day. The first match, as I say, he could have got the win. That seemed to set him back, only drawing with Tom Ford. But that last frame clearly would affect anyone losing it like that. Joe O'Connor around about 3 pots away from winning his second match of what's been a long afternoon, but a fruitful one for him.
$15. $16.
He's shown terrific focus, determination and steel to get these 2 wins. Remember, he cleared up against Ricky Walden when it looked for all the world to be 2-2. He won that remarkable frame, just gone, frame 3, having needed 4 snookers. So somebody's going to have to beat him today. He's not in the mood for relinquishing the table.
23.
He ends the session on 6 points. Not yet the winner of the group, but certainly the big favourite now to reach the final tonight. And it's starting to look like O'Connor-Maguire for the title. That can still change, but that at the moment is what you would put money on.
29. 30.
Obviously, we're not going to have the usual session break. We'll be back 5 minutes after this match for the closing 3 matches, and then, of course, here on table 1, the
37.
Championship League final.
$38. $45.
So Joe O'Connor won that crunch 3rd frame, and he goes on to take the 4th as well. Juicer certainly had his chances, but it's Joe O'Connor who completes a very successful afternoon. He's won both of his matches by 3 frames to 1. He'll be back later. We'll be back in 5 minutes for more.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, there's plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't not sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers. It's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to Leicester. Of course, we've not had long between sessions. We're about 40 minutes late starting the evening session, but this is the night where the BetVictor Championship League will conclude. It's been a 21-day event, and here at the Mattioli Arena, the final later tonight will be played. At the moment, it's looking like Joe O'Connor against Stephen Maguire, but that is not set in stone yet. Things can happen. But these are the matches we'll be watching here on Table 1. Tom Ford against Ricky Walden. And, of course, last up, O'Connor does return to play Ford. Stephen Maguire because he's won his 2 matches as well. He's going to play Pang Zhengzhou last. Pang, by the way, is just making a break of 136 if he pots the black next door, which he's done. So that's equaled the record for centuries here, 106 we had in 2022. He's not necessarily out of that group yet, but we'll get into all that later. They're miles in front on that table because they had 3-0s. We've had the full... It feels like more than the full quotient here. But anyway, this is the evening session. Ricky Walden, of course, he looked like he was going to draw 2-2 with Joe O'Connor before O'Connor made that great clearance in their 4th frame. Tom Ford did draw against Hugh Sir, so he's in slightly better shape. He's got a point. And if he could win this match and beat Joe O'Connor, he would be the group winner. So plenty to play for. He's still struggling with the shoulder issue, but he's had that whole event and he's still here on the last day.
Well, I think it's fair to say both of these players would be the quickest 2 of the group, so let's hope that we get a slightly quicker match than we've seen so far. This cue ball could be heading towards the middle pocket. No, not quite.
Well, he's caught them thick and that has opened things up considerably. Tom Ford has scored well in the tournament despite his travails with his shoulder. Can he knock this in and get going? No, he can't.
It's been quite a while since either of these players played. They've had quite a fair old break between matches. Not easy to restart the thought processes and muster the focus and the concentration required.
Well, could have finished better on a colour. Has missed the green. Yeah, as I say, Ford is by no means out of this. If he can win this match, and I know it's all ifs and buts, but if he can, then he's competitive going into the match with O'Connor later. Joe O'Connor, though, he's played now 10 matches this season and he's won them all. He's won 2 qualifiers, and the 8 matches he's played here at the Championship League, he's won every single one.
He has a slight angle to work with here, but he would have liked more. Oh, played it very well. If anything, too well. He's rather straight on the black. kill the pace of the cue ball enough there, Tom Ford. He can only drop the blue in now and hope to cannon a red and knock it into a pottle position. Missed the blue.
Telford, 21.
Yeah, I mean, he got that draw, which is, but his highest break was 28. You know, he was really struggling. It was all just scrapping around. He did well to dig in and win those 2 frames, but there was no fluency at all. And the same pattern's continuing here this evening in the early stages. Ricky Walden in both his groups was unbeaten, 2 wins and a draw in each. Some of the draws, though, were after players had already won the group before going into the match or just needed a couple of frames. So they didn't have the same intensity, all of those matches, as the earlier ones. Anyway, he's played an aggressive shot here. Sensing an opportunity, I'm sure. You can see Ford is struggling. It's 11 years since Ricky Walden won his last ranking title. He's won 3. They were all big ones in China. But 11 years is plenty of time, isn't it? 9 years since his last final. He's had his health problems, of course. We talk about Tom Ford with his shoulder. Ricky's had various back problems. And just last year in Germany, the German Masters, he had to be taken to hospital. He had to pull out, having reached the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's always a tragedy for any snooker player to have to withdraw when they're going so well in an event. I mean, 10 years ago, Ricky Walden was as high as number 6 in the world. Currently ranked 40 now. He hasn't had a good start to the season. He lost both his qualifiers, one to actually Joe O'Connor in the British Open and lost 5-4 to David Grace in the Wuhan Open. So this is a welcome return to some form. He's done okay in this, no matter what happens here.
Well, just lost his way positionally, and he's just concerned about covering this red. Seems to have done so. Matt Selt, meanwhile, has run through frame 4, so it's going to be 2-2 over there. The draw doesn't really help him or Pang Jung-Zhu, though. It helps Stephen Maguire, frankly, because he's won 3-0, 3-0. Ben Mertens could still get to 6 points if he beats Selt, so that group isn't over yet, but any other result there, and Maguire, before he plays his last match, has won the group.
Actually, just a quick word on Steve Maguire. He began his campaign here at the BetVictor Championship League with an entirely different cue. It was actually made for one of his friends, but he liked it. He was awaiting, all the way from Thailand, the delivery of another cue, which has since arrived, and he really likes it. So he's playing now in stage 3 with a different cue, and he hasn't lost a frame yet. Oh dear. Made a hash of that. Tom Ford smiling through gritted teeth.
Now, while we're watching this, Matt Selt, I said he'd won the frame, but he's on a break here. All blacks so far. The blue you look to immediately on the baulk cushion. Oh, we've jinxed him going over there. Sorry, Matt. No maximum, but he has got the draw and a point apiece. Of course, Fan Zhengyi did make a maximum earlier in the event against you, sir.
Chance possibly here for Ricky Walden to try and get the cubal in behind the brown and the yellow. He'll have to contact the leftmost red as thinly as possible, really. That's just a little thick. Chance of a long red for Tom Ford, but he'll have to power it in if he's to avoid cannoning of the balls. Oh, he's caught the pink. Oh, he's gone in off. Now, where's this red going to go? Tom Ford will hope that it finds a pocket. Oh, it hasn't.
Amazing. Same pocket.
Well, that's an excellent safety shot. Not sure what Ricky can get through to here. Slight swerve around the yellow to play a safety off the red nearest the black spot. Played it well.
Well, this is very, very scrappy stuff, and he's got away with that. So the next match on table 2 in a few minutes, Matt Selt, Ben Mertens. And if that were to finish in a draw, then Steve Maguire would already have won the group before his last match, because he'd be on 6 points. No one else could get to 6. So obviously Maguire looking good.
for it. 1.
Well, ordinarily, I think Tom Ford would be queuing over the yellow to attempt to pot the red near the pink spot as a shot to nothing, but with his shoulder being such a problem, such an encumbrance to him, I think it might be too painful to play that shot. He's attempting it, it would appear. No, too painful. Tom Ford, he had to contort himself in all sorts of positions there to try and play that shot. Okay, he didn't pot the red, but he'd be pretty pleased with the outcome of the shot. But he has given Ricky Walden a chance at this red, and he has missed it though. As Dave said, it's becoming a rather scrappy affair now. The colours are off the spots. Reds aren't in particularly good positions either.
No, it's not going to be what we remember from today, put it this way. And it can frustrate the players. Obviously, these two, you know, between them have made basically about 700 centuries. So they're heavy scorers, but sometimes the balls just go awkward. And if you miss and knock balls, colours safe, then it just becomes harder even if you do get a chance. Ricky Walden, though, has played a terrific safety. He took his family yesterday to Cadbury's World. And that was pretty sweet, Dominic, that shot.
Well done, Dave. I can always rely on you to come up with the puns. Yeah, that was a beautifully controlled shot.
Back we go. Anya Hoden, our referee here.
Played it pretty well, Tom Ford, but in spite of it, this red is easily cuttable for Ricky Walden. Well, it should have been. Where's this cue ball going to finish? Well, he's certainly snookered the red over the corner pocket, which will be a problem, but what that will almost certainly mean is that Tom Ford will attempt something else here, because he doesn't really have a lot of choice. Left the cue ball near the jaws of this left-hand corner pocket, that would snooker the red over the right corner, but he may leave one of the two reds to the left of the pink spot possible into the centre pocket. Oh, what a pot. Oh, that's magnificent from Tom Ford. He really does have an eye for a pot, Tom Ford. Some of the balls he knocks in are incredible. It's probably one of the best pots that I've seen in this championships.
Still needs to cover this red near the corner.
Brown ball.
Well, it seemed that he would have been in too much pain playing the pink, so he changed to the brown, which he could clip in, and he has done. So after a lot of sort of slogging about, this is now a legitimate chance. Obviously, colours have gone a bit awkward, but the black's in the middle of the table now. So definite chance for Ford in this opening frame. I think if he ended up winning this Championship League, there'd be no one more surprised, because his expectations have been low with his shoulder injury. But, you know, sometimes that can help. You're not coming here under pressure. He's here really playing almost under obligation. He said he would consider pulling out before his first group, indeed before his second. Last night I interviewed him and he completely talked down his chances. But here he is. He's got a point on the board. If he wins this match, he can still win the group.
Yes, he really does need to win this match. And then his last match will be against Joe O'Connor. A victory there would see him through. Oh, he's missed the black by a mile. He's hidden the red over the pocket, but I don't think Ricky will have too much of a problem making a plant. Care will be needed. Oh, you can... Makes you wince, doesn't it, when you see the pain of that shoulder.
One. Eight. Nine.
Probably love to play up for the blue from this red, but 16. I think he's a little straight. It may well have to be the black. So good positional shot needed here for that yellow, which is rather close to the baulk cushion for comfort.
$24.
Well, he's not going to win any prizes for frame of the tournament, but Ricky Walden, of course, having lost his first match, to retain any hope of winning the group, needs to win this one and then his last one against Schuster. So every frame is vital for him, no matter what the quality. Brown and blue to secure it.
33.
In front with 13 on, so Tom Ford, well, in fact, he's deciding not to play on. So it is Ricky Walden who leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there! The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
One-0 to Ricky Walden against Tom Ford. This is the first match of the session on table 1. We had a late-running opening session. It's been on time on table 2, where Matt Selt and Ben Mertens are playing the second match of the evening. Well, this is racing back.
Can Tom Ford cut this in? Can he get past the blue? Just had to swerve it a fraction, but it was okay. Speed of the bed of the table is very fast, but the cushions are definitely playing slightly on the slow side. Compared, that is, to what the players are normally used to.
8.
Wow, nobody was hurt there.
Completely took me by surprise. I was expecting him to just play a stun off the side of the pack for the blue. And I was rather shocked by the shot that Tom Ford played there, but it's worked out perfectly.
Well, he's got reds nicely developed now, so can he just keep a bit of control? As I say, he's not made a 30 break yet, and already he's gone wrong. So clearly controlling the cue ball has been the issue.
20.
Potting lots of good balls, but just the chance he's not leading anywhere. Must be frustrating. You know, this is someone who's made 5 maximums, over 300 centuries. But it's just not happening today for Tom Ford. Well, he played it a kind of shot to nothing plant, but the red has sort of travelled. one interesting point to make, I suppose, and it's just the format. Steve Maguire, his favourite on table 2 to reach the final, but of course he won't have played on table 1 at all day until the final. Whereas Joe O'Connor, if it is to be him, will have played all his matches on here. It can't be helped. That is the format. Ooh, that last kiss has concerned Walden, but the cue ball is good. Very good. Much to his relief and much to Tom's chagrin, no doubt.
Oh, that's a great shot from Tom Ford. Judged the degree of swerve to perfection there, but dare he take the black on? Well played. Hasn't really finished nicely on his next red. The one closest to the right corner may cut in. He is on another red to the left corner, but he's much higher up on it than he wanted to be. Oh, he's on the red below the pink. Wow, didn't see it. Oh, well, he's absolutely A1 again. This looks like being yet another match that will consist of all 4 frames being played.
24. 25.
Yeah, this table has been the opposite of the other one, really. It's been constant since 12 o'clock. I mean, I don't know, and I'm just saying this out loud, whether the scope, if table 2 continues to outpace it and Pang and Maguire get done before the next match on here, maybe Tom Ford, Joe O'Connor could go on table 2. Bearing in mind there's a final to be played. It's not up to us, but might be an option later. Well, it seems he played the cannon there, didn't get it, but still on this red. Trying to just kill a frame off cleanly, but it's still a bit of a stretch and a bit painful.
Well, he needs to be careful here, Tom Ford, because of the position of the reds. A mistake here, and that 60 points advantage could quickly disappear. Oh, well done.
41.
In the end, he made that look easy, didn't he? So, another red needed after the black, and it'll be quite a clean kill to make it 1-1. Remember, as we've said, Ford not out of this yet. If he wins the match, then he would go into that match with Joe O'Connor, still, despite all his problems, able to win
48.
the group. This is by far his highest break of the day.
49.
Yeah, 2 or draw here, I think, would be disastrous for both players. One of them needs to win if possible.
Yeah, well, a 2-2 draw, and Joe O'Connor has won the group because he'd be on 6 points. No one could get to 6. So, you know, these are big frames for him as well. Not least because he wants to sort of save his real intensity with the final. Well, if he makes a century, it'll be a new record for the ranking event version of the Championship League. We've tied the 2022 target of 106. And half the field, 64 players, have made centuries. It's a testament to the strength in depth. Not all of the big hitters who, you know, make the big breaks have been here, of course. But
78.
Players down the list, and indeed players not even on tour, proving what the standard is like in the game right now.
$85. $86. $93. $95. $98.
This is it then for century number 107 between all players in the Championship League this year.
$107. $113.
So, after a very scrappy first frame, which he lost, this is more like it. Tom Ford clears up with 120 to emphatically level the match at 1-1 with Ricky Walden.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize, the crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
One all, 120 clearance from Tom Ford. That's his fifth century of the season, fourth here. Ricky Walden, to stand any chance, clearly he needs to win these two frames because he lost his first match. Even then, it's not looking good for him. Still in the first frame, Ben Mertens and Matt Selt, but Mertens has potted what should be frame ball. And in fact, I think Selt's conceded there. So Ben Mertens, of course, he's already won a match today. So he could still get to 6 points there.
Foul and miss. Ricky Walden. 4.
It's not far off being a free ball. I think it's just been checked. One of the end reds of the pack. They just be too far wide of the pink for it to be a free ball.
Could have had a 155. Ricky Walden is one of only 7 players to have made a 16 red clearance in the professional tournament. Starts with a free ball, of course. Well, Walden sort of trudges back to his seat because Ford, of course, got his eye in nicely in the last frame with that 120 clearance, and already this red to go out here, which stays out.
Maybe Tom Ford can't quite get past the brown to clip off one of the right-hand reds. He's having another look. Just played a slight swerve there, hence the check side on the cue ball. Oh, he's played a wonderful shot. Blocked that side of the table completely now for his opponent, and that's going to cause a problem for Ricky Walden. Can't see an easy path back to bulk here.
Well, after such a good frame you just played, already mistakes creeping in here.
Yeah, Ricky could actually stun around the angles and play for the black into the right centre here. That would be handy.
One. Eight. Nine.
Walden, of course, very much every bit as capable as Tom Ford in making the sort of break Ford just made. Yeah, it was a blow losing those qualifiers that Tom mentioned. There's still plenty of tournaments to come, but I guess the question, and it's a question for quite a few players who we've seen in this event, is can Ricky Walden take a step back towards the top 32, even the top 16? He's 40 now, and 40 in this day and age is really, really good. There's so many great players around. To really make a move, you've got to be going deep, possibly even winning tournaments. So that is the question. Can he get on a real run in a tournament, particularly a big one with big prize money? As he goes through the middle here, that could be in the middle. Wow, and there's a red in bulk. Can you believe that? Oh, it looks good kill.
Not worth another look. How on earth has that cue ball managed to find that angle through the reds and going off that way? I mean, it was such a high degree of backspin that he managed to achieve there with effortless ease. It's amazing the cue ball had the pace to go into the centre pocket, but that will pep Tom Ford up. He'll fancy scoring well here. He just keep his focus and concentration. The reds are in pretty good positions.
12.
Could go into the reds here just to move them away from one another, but it would be a risk. So he's tried to hold for red into the corner pocket, and he's overran that by several inches.
18. Comfort. 18.
Well, you can sense the frustration on both sides. I mean, Ford has made a century, but the first frame was very, very scrappy, and now more mistakes. And Ricky, well, yeah, he'd rather be back at Cadbury World, I think.
One.
But saying this, he's not a dead match by any means. You know, particularly if Ford wins it, he is still in the hunt, despite a very mixed performance.
Yeah, being all Leicester clash, wouldn't it? Tom Ford and Joe O'Connor.
Ben Mertens with a chance to lead Matt Selt 2-0. If he won 3-0, he'd be on 6 points, plus 3 for the day. If Stephen Maguire lost to Pang Zhengzhou, he'd be on 6 points plus 3, but it would then come down to the match between the two of them, and of course Maguire won that 3-0, so can't see any way Stephen Maguire won't be in the final now. But Ben Mertens, what a tournament he's had. You know, he's just 20 years of age. Of course, came through yesterday when all the metrics were tied. The high break decided it, his 111 decided it. But this is a real springboard for him as the season continues. Even if he's not the ultimate finalist from that table, he's had a great tournament and clearly just loves playing.
Yeah, Ben still making his way in the game as a professional. He's still very young. He's one of a very small number of players who did get both matches won in the Wuhan Open qualifiers and the British Open qualifiers, so it's been a great start to the season for him.
Meanwhile, Ford, a loud sigh because he's caught the green there, so he's lost his way positionally, which has been the story for him today, apart from the century. Well, the little wobble has kind of saved him there. 17 in the frame.
Tom Ford doesn't need to concern himself with the fact that the black is tied up here with the lead that he already has. He'll just focus on potting 2 or 3 more loose reds with high value colours, and this frame
6.
ought to be in his back pocket then.
7.
Ben Mertens has definitely won that second frame, so 2-0 up on Matt Sell.
13. 14.
So this red, and I suspect Ricky Walden will not be interested in playing on for Snookers even if he gets the chance. Clearly fed up with what's happened here. He certainly can't win the group now because, of course, he lost his first match. Best he can do here is a draw. Best he can do in the group is 4 points if he beats you, sir. He won't be getting out of his seat, will he?
27. And the frame.
Tom Ford then wins a scrappy third frame with 1 to play. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Last frame of this match between Tom Ford and Ricky Walden, and if Ford wins it, he'll be on 4 points, which means victory over Joe O'Connor in the last match of the night, and he'd be the group winner. Joe O'Connor has been superb though, so it'll be a tough match, but at least he'd have the chance. Ricky Walden, of course, lost his first match. Best he can do here is a point, so he's not going to be the group winner, and his match with Jusser coming up will be about playing for places. Of course, there is a 1,000 differential between the places. Feels now that Ford is kind of the more sort of stable of the two. Ricky Walden, who, you know, has got a good temperament, but it's just been rattled by what's happened. A disappointing day for him. I'm sure he was looking forward to today and the chance to get to the final, maybe win the tournament. But that clearance by Joe O'Connor in the fourth frame, as he just clips that red, you know, that was a big blow clearly to him.
second thought, doesn't he? They are very tiring days here at the BetVictor Championship League. There's a lot of hanging around, a lot of tough matches that you have to play. So let's bear in mind the fact that Tom was here just yesterday. Obviously won his group to be here for this final day of stage 3. He must be more tired than most. Tom will probably play for the green from this red if he can find the gap between the reds and the pink. Sure to pay to the green. He did play for blue or brown. It'll be the brown, I think.
Well, this is the very venue, the Mattioli Arena in his native Leicester, where he won that dramatic shootout final. Last gasp against Liam Graham just before last Christmas. Emotional affair, of course, his good friend had passed away just before it. And once you win your first ranking title, I guess you want to then start climbing that list, become a multiple winner. There's plenty to play for. This is a difficult one to win. I know the Championship League wouldn't sort of rank among the very biggest events on the calendar, but it's very tough because the matches are short, other matches can affect your position, and for Tom Ford, he's got the extra complication of his injury, which is impeding him here. He's going to see a specialist about this shoulder problem on Thursday. It may not just be a shoulder issue, it could be anything. It could be a disc in the neck. Who knows? It's a snooker-related injury, though, I'm certain of that. Most of us have a little bit of shoulder pain when we've been playing the game for as long as Tom and I have. Does he need the extended spider? Oh dear, he's just snuck in behind that red and it's blocking the path through to the straightish red he was intending to be on, and looks like end of break to me. Tom Ford, I'm sure expected to go on and win this frame and the match within a matter of minutes, but that won't happen now.
court, 29.
That was a good effort to try and get the cue ball back to Bolt there, but he's left Ricky Walden with a natural angling pot in this red to find a gap through all of the other reds and the black for position on blue or Bolt colour.
Well, I'm sure Joe O'Connor is in the Ricky Walden fan club right now. He'd love to see him win this frame. And that will basically be that as far as the group's concerned in terms of who's going to win it. O'Connor on 6 points, of course. If this ends 2-2, then no one else in the group can get to 6.
I think, Dave, as well, that could be very important for Joe O'Connor if this were to finish in a 2-all draw, because in his last match he could take a little bit of a mental breather, which I think he needs. He's really had to work hard today. On the other table, Steve Maguire has waltzed through the group so far, and he'll be a lot fresher.
Yeah, and he's playing Tom Ford, who I suspect won't want to make it life or death either. So, you know, he couldn't see it being a grind by any means.
In that previous camera shot, it would have appeared to me that the black is potable, and that could make an enormous difference to Ricky Walden's chances of winning this fourth frame here and levelling this match up at 2-all. It is on, so automatically you'll be bringing the other reds into play. You won't want to see a red find a cushion rail here. Nicely played with the bridge rest. You'll notice the bridge rests today are cut with a V shape for your cue to be placed through. The old ones had this sort of semicircular U shapes, and your cue used to travel all over the place when you were trying to cue.
35.
Well, still just needs to mind his work here. He's had to get the rest out for this black. But he's in good shape to get the draw, and as I say, it's a great result for Joe O'Connor. I mean, Joe O'Connor's in this position because he won his 2 matches, but the draw here, and no one else can catch him on 6 points. So Joe O'Connor, Steve Maguire is looking like the final pretty much nailed on now. Of course, there's matches to come before that, but that's what we're building up to.
Again, these cushions proving
51.
to cause problems for Ricky Walden. Expected that cue ball to run on a little more. This isn't a certainty by any means now. He's really struggling to keep this break going. He's going to have to play this yellow with the rest with a fair bit of pace. He's got to be careful he doesn't cannon the green. Depends what shot he plays positionally. Playing ball. Doesn't want to go behind this red. Oh, he's okay, just.
54.
Well, of course, as we've said, there are prize money differentials depending on where you finish. Ricky Walden has had a trying day, but if he beats Schuster, goes up to 4 points. So could still get second.
60. $61.
At least he's won this frame well, with a nice break. It means a second draw for Tom Ford, and to confirm he can't now win the group.
67. 68.
Walden can finish with a century though. Well, maybe not, but 74 has won him the frame, and the match finishes in a 2-2 draw, and that rubber stamps Joe O'Connor as the winner of the group. But of course, we've still got 2 matches to come. O'Connor plays Ford later. Before that, Ricky Walden stays on to play Schuster.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
you lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions, you need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready, all we've been doing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't actually working at
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers. It's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we've had 21 days of action here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. It's been a long old time we've been stuck in this venue, but finally we realise the 2 players that will contest the BetVictor Championship League title later on this evening. It will be Leicester's very own Joe O'Connor taking on Scotland's Stephen Maguire, and that's all because of 2 brilliant performances earlier on in the day from Joe. How he won the match against Juice, I'll never know, but he did. And that means he heads to the top of the table, and because results have gone his way elsewhere, it means he's in the final. As for everyone else, of course, just playing for placing, so Dominic Dale, I can't imagine the next few matches will be as granite as it's been today. It's been, well, it hasn't been free-flowing, has it? But you can understand why. There has been so much on the line for the players today, but as we've mentioned, the table is now pretty much complete and they're just playing for placing, so they can possibly relax a little bit more.
Yeah, you just never know how important those extra few ranking points may be. If you can just find yourself winning a match or 2 and just going up 1 place in the table could make a big difference come the end of the season. But certainly some players, Tom Ford particularly, has probably already had enough. He's got problems with his shoulder. He's more concerned with that, I think, at the moment. He can't top the group now. As you say, it's all about Joe O'Connor v Steve Maguire. Goodness knows when they'll get to play the final. It's been a very long day here. We haven't had a 3-0 on table 1 to date.
No doubt the game against Joe O'Connor for Juicy was a a very, very tough lesson to learn, unfortunately. At one each, looking in a position where he couldn't possibly fail to be 2-1 up. Joe O'Connor needed 4 snookers to tie the frame, so 5 snookers to win, managed to get them all and clear up, and then went on to win the next frame to beat him 3-1, and that pretty much ended his day. Because with a draw in his opener, had he have won that match, he'd have gone to 4 points, and then this could have been a big game for Jousse. Not to be. It's amazing how quickly these games and groups can turn on their head. Sometimes it's just a shot here or there, but in the case of Joe O'Connor today, it's been a couple of frames actually. A couple of frames that he had no right to win, which he did.
Just checking to see here that if he clips this red very thinly, whether there's any chance he could flick it towards this right-hand corner pocket. He's made a bit of a mess of this, but he's found the gap just. Got a very good cue ball there, Ricky Walden. Top marks for that, but unfortunately the red has come into bulk. And this is a great chance here for Jousse because the black is available. And the reds are spread everywhere.
One.
Been to 2 ranking event semi-finals. He's ranked 41 in the world, so he's a very capable player, even though he's a player that you don't see too much of on the television screens.
6. Seven. $14.
Got a bit of a problem here. It's risky to play for the black because of the 2 reds to the left of it, which are rather blocking its path through to the corner pocket. has tried to leave the gap. Has he been successful?
Nicely played. Managed to hold the cue ball, control it well. Looking to remove the 2 reds left of the black. As I say, I think today will be a big learning curve for Joussa. He's been knocking on the door, he's been getting close in a few events last season. Of course, got to the International Championship semi-final. Player that's improving all the time.
$30. $31. $38. $39.
Of course, there's so many Chinese players on the tour these days, but I wonder how many of them will have successful careers and still be playing top-level snooker into their late 40s and early 50s, such as players like Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Mark Williams, players like that, whether they have that sort of longevity of a career that they have had.
46.
Of course, Ding Junhui was the star for so many years, and a lot of these young Chinese players coming over and competing on the tour, they have a lot to thank Ding for. He really did expand the game to astronomical levels over there. He's still a superstar in their eyes. He's still a superstar in the grand scheme of things for snooker in general, and so much for the game in Asia. And it's fantastic to see so many talented snooker players
46.
from that way. And of course, Zhao Xingtong becoming the first world champion from China. He's going to blow the game up even more over there.
Joussa 46.
I personally really hope to qualify for some Chinese events this season, just to see the boom, just to be able to experience it.
Yeah, I hope you do too, Steve. And what you'll find is that you'll have big, big crowds of players such as Ronnie O'Sullivan, Judd Trump, and the Chinese players, but a lot of the other matches don't feature those players. Hardly anybody watching at all.
I'm used to that, Dom. Well, tough safety shot he's trying to play here.
Ricky Walden.
Trying to find the thin edge of the opposite side of the red to what the cue ball is coming at it from. Very little room for error, and missed it completely. Left the red on for Ricky, so well behind in this frame, but the reds are nicely spread. course, this event is played behind closed doors, but Ricky's partner and his 2 children are upstairs in the players' lounge watching on. Be nice to see them see their dad make a good end to the day.
No.
So as Ricky looks to get amongst it and back into this frame.
15.
Poor safety shot from Jussert. Tough safety shot, but missed the red completely. Had another substitution in the commentary box. Dominic Dale has left and
22.
Back returns David Hendon.
The numbers are dwindling, aren't they, as we get towards the end of the tournament? We'll stick it out to the end, though.
23.
It's kind of a phony war a little bit, isn't it? Because we know the final. It's going to be Joe O'Connor, Stephen Maguire. Looking forward to that, but of course we have to play all the matches before that.
Yeah, I just wonder if it gives the pair of them, particularly Joe O'Connor, because he's had a bit of a day of it, to be fair, just a little bit of a mental breather before that final. You know, so often
31. It's
come down to the final match, but that hasn't been the case on both tables today.
Do you think, and we might talk about this nearer the time, but the fact Maguire hasn't played on table 1, does that make any difference? Because obviously Joe's played all day on it.
Yeah, I think it could. Obviously he's vastly experienced, isn't he, Maguire, but it certainly could, and it's something that crossed my mind last night, the fact that one group has to be played on table 2, so they can't possibly play identical. No 2 tables play the same, so it'd be interesting to see if that does make a difference.
Well, Maguire's going to play his last match against Pang Jung Zhu shortly on table 2. Of course, Tom Ford, Joe O'Connor still to come up to this one. Then we will have the final here on table 1.
46. $47. $52.
Just left this a little awkward on the black in terms of queuing over the red, and indeed in terms of then position on the red. So he's looking at other options. Could put one of the bigger colours safe. I'm sure he'd like to keep the break going, but he doesn't like the look of the black. So looking to drop in behind the green.
53.
he's played it particularly well. Quite a big swerve this round, the brown. Needs to just miss the jaw. Well, in fact, he did miss the jaw and didn't get enough into it, so might be tough, this shot that Juice is attempting, whether or not it's even on. So we're going to have another attempt at the swerve, and needs to get so much action on this cue ball. Closer, but it's still not there. It's almost like a Massey shot, this, isn't it?
Ricky Walden 4.
Yeah, and he's given away already 11 points there, 2 attempts, so 22 in it. Problem as well, of course, if he does hit it and leave the red on it, surely Walden's frame. It's good discipline from Ricky Walden to play that shot in the first place, because, you know, he's getting a bit frustrated in that last match, but got him in trouble here, again raising the cue.
Foul and a miss. Ricky Walden 4.
Well, these are just 3 points for Walden. That's 15 so far in the 3 attempts.
Foul and a miss.
I'm just not sure
Ricky
it's
Walden
on.
4.
He's got to get so much work on that cue ball, and how high he's having to raise the butt of the cue. I just don't think he can get enough into it.
Well, if he hits the black this time, he needs to snooker himself. If not, he's going to have to hit it next time. So he's in deep trouble here.
Foul and a miss. Ricky Walden 4.
Yeah, I think he could be stood there all night and he's not going to hit it this way. The amount he's got to get on it to get round the brown. Well, he has to hit it this time. It's as simple as that. He's going to have another go. Very unorthodox technique to try and get that round, but it's about all he can do.
Foul.
No miss this time because he needs to snooker himself, and it's looking like a free ball as well, and he's seen enough. So that was a rather sudden end to the frame. It's been won by Ricky Walden.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless, the history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, we're just completing the group matches here before the final, which is going to be Joe O'Connor against Stephen Maguire here at the BetVictor Championship League. Maguire's playing his last group match on table 2 against Pang Jung-Zhu. O'Connor to come against Tom Ford, but they're already pretty remarkably early, actually, both confirmed as the group winners. A couple of draws in their groups have obviously helped them. Also, winning both their matches has helped them.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, really, the game Joe O'Connor, or in particular that one frame he won against Zhu Se, when he needed 4 snookers to tie, 5 to win. I mean, you could go a whole career without winning frames like that, but every credit to him. I spoke to him upstairs and he said the only reason he carried on was just because it was such a big frame in the whole context of the group, the fact it was 1 each at that time. You know, if he loses that frame, the best he can do is a draw, so it was a big frame for everyone, really, and well, what a decision that was to carry on.
Yeah, amazing. And it's the frame I guess we'll remember if he does win it later. As for these two, they're just trying to take a bit of cheer out of the final couple of frames of their Championship League campaign. Both done brilliantly, of course, to win 2 groups. And it may be, if there is a winner of the match, they'll finish second. It depends on what Tom Ford does against Joe O'Connor, but that's got to be the goal. With the extra ranking points, extra prize money. I mean, you know, if you've come this far, over 3 weeks, you might as well keep trying to the end.
Yeah, and of course it usually goes up £1,000 each placing, doesn't it? But if you finish second, it's worth... Is it 4,000 today? It's 4,000, isn't it? And an extra 6 for topping the group. So you get another couple thousand ranking points.
$22. $23.
He's just lost that cue ball closer to this top cushion than he would have liked. play into the edge of that pack to hold the cue ball here. And he's missed the black. It all came about from just not being able to judge the cannon running the cue ball through from the pack.
Juicer 23.
Bang Jingzhu has won the first frame against Steve Maguire, but Maguire, you could understand if he was kind of saving himself for the final.
Six.
Well, he's got a chance here to go into the pack of reds from the black. Doesn't have to play it. He can play up for the red by the blue. The pack's quite nice to go into from the blue, but he chose to from the black. He's lost the cue ball though. I'm not sure he's on anything.
14.
Got a very nice split to the reds. You're never quite sure where that cue ball is going to go though, and you see he just caught the underside of the pack. The contact to the reds is imperative for that shot. You only have to be slightly out. You can either lose the cue ball to the top cushion or you can lose it back to baulk.
Juicer 14.
Well, that's worked out well. Caught a little bit of the knuckle of this left corner pocket there and returning that safety. Rick has played a pretty decent return though. That cue ball seemed to just curve off as it was heading towards that corner of the table. It looked like it might have been destined for that corner pocket. Maybe a chance at a red here, the one just above the black. Oh, he's caught it much too thin. And he's got to get very lucky to get away with that. He's left the red, but, well, in potting this, is the cue ball close to an in-off? He cuts that red into the middle pocket. And the white's going close to this corner. Well, he found a plan, and it was obviously pretty dead set. There was a little bit of gap between them, but wasn't enough to make the shot difficult.
So trailing in the frame, but favourite for it.
4.
Ricky Walden, as I say, looking to end his campaign on a high.
5.
He has played really well in the tournament, particularly in his last group, but it was that last frame against Joe O'Connor that really put a dent in his chances today.
Yeah, we said at the time, wondered if we'd be looking back to that red he missed down the cushion to let Joe in for that counter clearance. It was the only red he needed. He didn't need another ball afterwards. You could tell how gutted he was when I sat upstairs and had some dinner. He was talking about it and was saying you just don't expect to miss them on these tables with a little bit of pace down the cushion. They have been gobbling them up down the rails, but for whatever reason on that occasion it didn't go in. The added pace kept it out. It's amazing as well just how much the conditions just dictate your shot selection. He said that had that been on a star table he would have definitely have just dropped it in. The fact he was playing on this table, which has been on the generous side, it made the difference in the end.
Well, that wasn't generous enough. He's missed that black, so it was a good chance that came to very little. I mean, it's easy to say, you know, obviously they've got to focus and try and win the extra prize money, but the fact they can't get to the final is a blow, and maybe it's just making this a little sort of flatter than it could be.
Yeah, because in their mind, the extra prize money is neither here nor there now. Your intention coming into today, you're involved in the last day of the event, you could be leaving with the trophy. As soon as that's not available to you, the rest really, in your mind, doesn't matter.
Well, a surprising miss from Schuster, but as I say, the demands of the day may be catching up with both of them. Ricky Walden thinks he spied another plan.
Oh, he's played it well because it needed making. Just had to turn that red over a fraction.
18. $90. $25. $26.
So Walden in front, I guess.
32.
Just looking ahead, the brown, green to brown could be the shot that would concern him.
33.
15 in front with the black, so he would need the brown.
Yeah, it's a good job he doesn't need to get from brown to blue. This is a key positional shot though. Make sure he leaves a nice enough angle to
42.
get in behind it, and he's perfect. Enough angle there on that green to just top across the table. Just top across somewhere along the baulk line. Get right in behind that brown.
45.
So no heroics this time, Ricky. Just drop the brown in.
$49.
Well, it was his second scoring chance of the frame. 24 in front, so it's 2 snookers needed. We want to tie if Schuster potted the blue, 1 on pink and black. 2-0 Pang Jung-Zhu over Steve Maguire, but of course Maguire has already won the group. The big match for him is coming up later, the final against Joe O'Connor.
Ricky Walden, 49.
Well, I suppose the moral of the day is don't give up if you need snookers. So Schuster is going to carry on. As I say, if he were to pot the blue, it'd be 1 with pink and black, although it'd be very precise getting the snooker behind the black. Well, it's not the black towards the cushion. The white's going in anyway. Oh, it's staying out just about, but it's going to be tough now to get this snooker. Ricky's not the sort either to just bash the balls around, sort of give away points unnecessarily. So he is taking it down to pink and black.
And you feel he's going to have to get the snooker here. Not bad. It's a good attempt. It was a good line.
Schuster, 5.
Got very close to it. Now Ricky, at any given opportunity, will be looking to put this pink in or over a pocket. Probably try the 2 cushion route here in behind the black. Better angle to come at it from. It's close. It's very close. Oh, and now it's an impossibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very hard now, clearly. Even Joe O'Connor, I think, would struggle here. Pink is close, not in, but he's got to keep it out. He's got to get distance between them. He's got to move the black, hasn't he, really? That's his only hope here. He's tried to do, but he's stubbornly stuck to that top cushion.
You see Ricky just trying to make it an impossibility for Jusa to get distance, get that black off the cushion. And now surely this frame is over.
It was always a tall order, that, so Ricky Walden will guarantee himself a point from his last match if he knocks this pink in. And in it goes. He leads Jusa 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 2-0 to Ricky Walden. We're still playing the group stage here. The match after this, Joe O'Connor, Tom Ford, but we know that the final will later be between Steve Maguire and Joe O'Connor on this table. Obviously, we've got to complete the group phase first. Steve Maguire about to win the third frame on table 2 against Pang Jung-Zhu, so that'll be 2-1 to Pang. So Maguire is going to have a good break, isn't he, before the final? Joe O'Connor will go straight back on, so that might maybe neutralise the advantage of the table. OK, Maguire will be coming onto table 1 for the first time, but he will have had probably a good hour to collect his thoughts ahead of the final. These are live pictures from frame 3.
Yeah, he was complaining earlier about a long break in between sessions anyway, Maguire, so I think he just wants to get on with it now as well, and I'm sure Joe O'Connor's the same.
Well, he's won that frame with a break of 78, so one more to go and then he will have to sit it out until we start the final. Yeah, the table 2, I mean, I think a lot of us this morning thought might be the longer group, but they had 3 3-0s, so they were miles in front of us. We sort of ran into the evening session, which we're still playing here. Walden 2-0. put you on the spot now, Stephen, while we have a moment. Obviously, we're still at the start of the season. What are your sort of main predictions for the campaign? I know I've not asked you this off air, but feel free to, off the top of your head, what do you think is going to happen? Well, let's start with Zhao Xingtong. Is he going to be a Luca Brissell or a Kyron Wilson?
Yeah, I was going to start with Zhao, actually, because I think it's the obvious place to start, and I think he's going to be a Kyron Wilson. I can't see any reason why he wouldn't. You know, he showed us what he's capable of in the World Championship, and, you know, I spent last season with him on the Q Tour as well, and I think he's a special talent, and I think there's just something in there that's going to come good this year. I did a podcast with Stephen Hendry and Mark Watson the other day, the Snooker Club podcast, and Hendry made a bold statement, thinks he'll win 3 or 4 tournaments. I don't think he will. I think he'll go close to winning one, but I think he's going to have a good year. I think it's just great in general, and it'd be really interesting to see how he does.
And also, I think it'd be interesting, the likes of Trump and Kyron and indeed Ronnie O'Sullivan and these guys, how they react to Zhao Xingtong kind of being the main man. He's going to be on the main table. There's a lot of attention on him. So those guys will want to sort of wrestle back the spotlight.
Yeah, that's it. You know, there might be a little bit of envy there, the fact that, you know, they're maybe not being spoken about as much, and that might, you know, reignite the fire within their bellies, which, you know, it doesn't take much to reignite those boys. They're absolute demons of winning tournaments. You know, they're unbelievable players, and I just think it's going to be great for the game in general, and it's going to be really competitive this season. And look, tonight we might crown a brand new champion for the very first time, which would be a great way to start the season also.
And just on Judd Trump, because I think we take him far too much for granted. You know, of course he'll win 3 or 4 titles. I mean, winning one is an effort, is an achievement. It's hard for him to keep doing it, but I suppose the feeling is if anyone's going to do it, because he's so dedicated, it's going to be him. He's you know, he won 3 big ones last season. Kyron Wilson actually won 4. Problem is, if suddenly you get to Christmas you haven't won one, then the sort of knives are out, aren't they? What's gone wrong with him? But I mean, they're difficult to win.
Yeah, listen, Judd Trump and the likes of those sort of players, they are frightening how good they are, and you know how they stay so dedicated and so hungry to keep coming back for more and want to win more. It's, you know, it's remarkable for us mere mortals to look at those sort of players and just try and work out how they do it. You know, it's hours and hours of dedication, belief, and of course winning titles. They're unbelievable. As you say, winning one is hard enough nowadays.
Got to ask about Ronnie O'Sullivan. Last season was a write-off, really, wasn't it? I mean, he didn't play much, and of course, in this very building, he smashed up his cue. Still got to the World Championship semi-finals, despite not being at his best. We can't claim to know his mind, but maybe there's a sense that, okay, you know, other people have got the spotlight, but if he's got his new cue and, you know, looking to make a splash in Shanghai, he might be thinking, I'm going to do my best to get back there. He's seen John and Mark, after all, win big titles last season.
Yeah, first and foremost, I just hope he's, you know, everything's okay off the table and he's in a good place mentally with the game and with his life, because, you know, that's ultimately all that matters when everything is said and done. In terms of snooker, I think it'd be good for him, actually, the fact that, you know, Zhao Xingtong has won the world title, and, you know, he's a young, hungry player that's probably going to go on to do great things in the game. And I suppose Ronnie, in some respects, could see that as a challenge. Can I still compete with these players, and, you know, can I still put these young lads in their place, sort of thing? So, yeah, look, we all want to see Ronnie, don't we? Every event is better for having him there and having him involved and having him playing well.
And finally, just while we watch this little standoff, from your own point of view, obviously you're back on the tour. You've had a couple of tournaments already, but what are your sort of main goals for this first year?
Well, looking in the region of 3 to 4 ranking titles.
Just the 3 to 4?
Yeah, no, look, I'm first of all delighted to be back on the tour, you know, and it's the first time ever in my career where a lot of my close friends, we're all on the tour together. Oliver Lyons, Sanderson Lamb, Oliver Brown, Louis Heathcote, you know, that we're all on the tour together for the very first time. So it's great to be back travelling with the lads, and of course all feeding off one another on the practice table, trying to improve. And I've not set myself any specific goals in terms of sort of going deep in events and whatnot. I've done that in the past and ultimately found that it's just unnecessary pressure. I'm actually trying to work a bit harder and structure my day-to-day practice better away from tournaments, because I think if I can get that right, hopefully the results will take care of themselves. But it's been a tricky start to the season, so it's back to the drawing board pretty quickly.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the tournament coming up in Saudi is massive in terms of money and ranking points, so that'll be your next engagement.
Yeah, of course, we was out there doing the comms and TV last year, so it was nice to be a part of the event, but, you know, just sitting on the outskirts watching all the players, I was incredibly envious of them all and so pleased to be out there playing this season, and really, really looking forward to getting started. It's, as you say, a brilliant event, and, you know, one that you really could do with having a good run in.
Well, we're just watching this, as I say, a little standoff at the moment. Yeah, there's a lot of snooker to play for sure over the next year.
It'd be interesting to see how far down the Champion of Champions goes as well. If we keep seeing first-time winners, you know, there's got to be a cut-off at some point.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a headache, I think. I think there's something like 12 or 13 already qualified, so obviously the winner of this is going to go in as well. We've got Shanghai, that possibly will be someone who's already in it. Saudi, we'll see, but there's various other tournaments. Wuhan, got the English Open, British Open, Northern Ireland Open, Zhang Grand Prix in there somewhere, so yeah, I mean, someone's going to miss out, possibly. This is why I guess they need Judd Trump to start winning multiple titles and get him out of trouble. Well, terrific pot from Juicer after that long safety battle. They kept that going just long enough for us to chat about the season ahead. That was good of them.
Did think that just turned around and nothing's really happened in this frame yet, but as you say, that was a great opening red. I think he'll learn so much from today's Juicer. I hope he does. That match against Joe O'Connor was one that got away from him, and in turn, his chances of winning this event. He's improving all the time, isn't he? He's a very hard practicer as well. I used to play a lot at Ding's Academy in Sheffield, and I'd see him every day in there working really hard. Does a lot of solo practice, which, you know, isn't everyone's cup of tea, but Chinese players seem to really enjoy that side of the game. It, for a lot of us, can be a bit of a headache. But it's just great that they've got, you know, each other around, and they're in a facility where they feel completely comfortable, and similar to myself, I suppose, with my friends, that they're all able to feed off one another and put in some good practice days.
Well, he didn't play for the blue initially, but anyway, he's missed it. Yeah, there's not long to wait for the next action Monday. The Shanghai Masters will get underway. It's a big invitation tournament. Judd Trump, the defending champion. O'Sullivan has got 5 titles in Shanghai to his name. And of course, Xiao Xingtong plays first match as world champion. Could well be against Chris Wakelin, who was with us last week.
Quite a big target up behind that green. Just wonder if Ricky can play thin off this red and try and find that line. Red close to the top cushion, needs to catch it perfectly. Well, he hasn't caught it at all.
Wow, and a miss.
And he's gone in off, so
Juicer, full.
there is a red available to Juicer. If he puts the cue ball on the green spot, he may can pot one. Chance to maybe stun through the gap of the reds and pink. I think at this stage of the day, it's a shot you've just got to go for. Oh, he didn't strike it too badly, to be fair. Got close.
Pan Jingzhu's beaten Steve Maguire 3-1 as we see the replay, so Maguire now is just waiting for the final. He'd done his work before it, so I don't think you can read too much into that result. But for Pang, he does finish on 4 points. But it looks like to me like Ben Mertens is going to finish second, which is a fantastic result for him. As Walden overcuts the red. Yeah, of course, Mertens going through an extraordinary group yesterday that was decided entirely on the high breaks, and he'd made 111. So that 111 the highest of the day. Well, a clear chance for Walden. To be fair, they've played this frame as if it's very meaningful. Walden eventually gets the opening he's been looking for.
Five. Six. Twelve. $13. $19.
Perfect now to
20.
open the black up completely. This is a good chance to get this match won at this visit. Red's nicely spread. $27.
28.
Yeah, and if he does, he'll finish on 4 points. Juicer will be on just 1. So Ricky Walden needs Tom Ford to not beat Joe O'Connor, and then Walden will finish second.
34.
If Ford does beat O'Connor, then Ford will go past him on 5 points.
I think on the whole he'll be pretty happy with how he's played in this event.
35.
Up to today, of course, there was that one frame against Joe O'Connor that seemed to just derail his chances. In fact, he lost his 2 qualifying matches, was quite a surprise to most, in fact, but he's responded nicely and got a few ranking points on the board and 3 good solid days of practice.
42.
Such a classy player, Ricky Walden. Great to see him
43.
back to playing somewhere near a level that he seems pretty happy with.
.37 in front. If he can just mind his work, could get it done here. The whole tour goes to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabia Masters, so clearly that will be the next event for
56.
the guys who have not made it to the Shanghai Masters through either ranking or it's a Chinese wildcard.
57.
This red then is match ball for a 3-0 win, and Ricky Walden will at least have ended the day on a high. His chances were derailed really by the way Joe O'Connor won their last frame of the first match. He got the draw with Tom Ford, he's got the win over Juicer, so the day has got progressively better. And as I say, if Tom Ford doesn't beat Joe O'Connor, then Ricky Walden will finish in second place in the table. Juicer has only 1 point, so he's going to finish in 4th position. But of course, he has won 2 groups. It's been a good tournament for him. So we're going to have Tom Ford v Joe O'Connor ahead of the final, which features Joe O'Connor and Stephen Maguire.
$79. $80.
Nice finish this, could well be a century for Walden.
$87.
He'll sympathise with Tom Ford, he's had his health problems.
88.
But seems now to have come through them.
$95.
A chance to sign off with a ton then.
97.
Good performance from Ricky Walden. With the century break to add to the tally here, 109 for the event.
Yes, he's leaving Leicester with some good feelings here after a good performance, a nice break to win it. It's actually his 6th century of the season. He's played well in this Championship League. He won't be the winner of it, but
115.
he's come about as close as you can. It looks like he's likely to finish second in the table. And he's cleared up very nicely there with 122. Ricky Walden beats Juicer 3-0. So we've got one more group match before the final, and it is Tom Ford against Joe O'Connor.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Julius, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't understand what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really getting to the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers. It's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. So we've got actually just 2 more matches to bring you. Obviously the second of them is the final between Joe O'Connor and Steve Maguire. Joe's got to play his last group match first though, against Tom Ford. That's the position, as you can see, because he can't be caught. But the only thing that can change is if Ford were to beat him, he would finish second. Ricky Walden would be moved down to third. Jusa has finished fourth. But for O'Connor, of course, the big match to come with Maguire. Firstly, he's got to play this one.
First frame, Tom Ford to break.
Ford has had pain in his shoulder and it's affected him. I was talking to him upstairs and he was explaining about, you know, the shots where it did affect him. Tomorrow he's going to see a medical expert, so hopefully they'll be able to shine a light on exactly what the problem is and then can start the treatment. Joe O'Connor has been a bit of a pain for everyone else, hasn't he? He's been so determined. He's played well. He's made good clearances, and of course he won that incredible frame against Jusa when he needed, what, 4 snookers?
Yeah, and even though this is a dead game for Joe, I can't imagine he'll want to play it that way, I suppose. You know, he's going into the final in the next game. He'll want to try and find a little bit of form here out on the match table and try and take that through to him to the next game. Of course, he's been runner-up in 3 tournaments, 2 ranking events. Chance today to maybe get his hands on some silverware or some glassware.
Yeah, well, he's on that list. He's high up the list that other people put together, of course, of you know, likely new ranking event winners, but that's all about opinion. He can remove his name from that list for good if he wins tonight.
Well, he might like to try and keep himself on the black here, Joe, just to see how far he can get with it. Well, that shot there told us that he did have one eye on the maximum, but where he's landed here is not ideal. Well, he's done very well to get that cue ball out to where it is, and
32.
Does have the chance still to play for the black. Well, he's going to have to go into them from the next shot though, because I'm not sure if there is a loose red anywhere. Well, those 3 there you see, none of them pot, so he does have to go into them from the black next time.
O'Connor, 32.
Tom Ford got what seemed like an unlikely draw against Jusa because he was struggling. He didn't make a 30 break, but he managed to draw 2-2. He did make a century, though, 120 clearance against Ricky Walden, so that was more cheering. Can't blame him, though, if he's sort of thinking ahead, obviously, to the treatment he might need, because big tournament's coming up, not least Saudi, which is in just a couple of weeks' time. Would like to get some sort of resolution to what he needs in terms of treatment. It's unlikely to be sorted out before then, but at least he could have explain to him what he needs. Somehow the black goes in and
Tom Ford.
it leaves him on a red. These two, of course, both sons of Leicester.
Yeah, actually play out of the same unit as well. I've been to practice with them. 2 star tables in a unit just outside of the city centre. So the bragging rights well and truly with Joe O'Connor this time.
For what it matters, the previous meetings favour Tom Ford 4-1. But obviously this is slightly different because Joe O'Connor has a big prize already guaranteed as Ford misses that.
He's part of a club as well in Leicester, Joe O'Connor. No snooker tables in there, just pool, darts and more of a sports bar kind of vibe from what I've seen. And if they're open on Wednesday nights, I'm sure they'll all be in there supporting him this evening. Trying to see their boy come through with the trophy.
No.
Well, he just didn't quite get into that cue ball as he wanted to. It just kind of drifted on. And the body language is not good, so there you see, he's not on anything.
Joe O'Connor, 40.
Well, terrific pot pace to the middle from Tom Ford. He won his maiden ranking title last year. The shootout, that was the 434th ranking tournament stage. This is the 443rd. Steve Maguire's won 6.
6.
Joe O'Connor still looking for his first to get on that list. I reckon he'd be the 79th player to win a ranking title.
And what an unbelievable achievement that would be, you know, just to even say that you're one of very few people to have ever lifted a ranking title. That's what's ahead of him this evening. And there's inevitably going to be a lot of pressure, and no doubt he'll feel it at times, but he's stood up well to it. He stood up well to it, really, in the last few years, hasn't he? He's shown us that he's got the ingredients to be a winner.
Yeah, genuinely, within the game, I don't think it would surprise anyone if Joe O'Connor, you know, came away from this with the trophy. He's sort of been knocking on the door. He's impressed a lot of people last couple of years. Lost to Gary Wilson in the Scottish Open final 2022. and to John Higgins in the World Open final last season, where he didn't quite replicate the terrific form he'd shown during the event in the final, but it's all a learning experience, and now he's got those couple of finals under his belt. Surely will stand him in good stead this evening against clearly a very experienced and confident character in Stephen Maguire. '18 ranking titles on the calendar this season. Tom Ford tries the two-cushion glance. In the old days, they only had one to actually decide the ranking list. It was the previous 3 World Championships. So the first ever ranking tournament was 1974 World Championship. And it was actually 8 years until they used another tournament because the circuit wasn't really a circuit in those days. But of course, things built up steadily during the 80s, the 90s, and now more events than ever. Oh, it's the old H&H, hit and hope. And he's left Joe O'Connor 36 to the good with a couple of openers.
So chance now to kill this frame off. Tom Ford clearly not wanting to get engaged in any finities and trying to catch the thin edge of that red. He would just blasted them and hope for the best. Already well behind in this frame.
5.
O'Connor 10 out of 10 for this season. 10 matches played, 10 matches won, 2 in the qualifying, 6 in the previous 2 groups here, and 2 today. Quite incredible record. It's got to end sometime, but he hopes not today.
Yeah, it's super impressive, isn't it? Because you can quite easily draw matches in this, and we saw Pang Jung-Zhu on the other table today. He's come through 2 groups, having lost a couple of games, and yeah, it's been an incredible start to the season for Joe O'Connor.
12.
Well, this frame should be his. He's got a slight issue with our main camera, but we can see Joe continuing to pot them. .55 in front here. So, I don't want that red in. He's okay, so it's going to be 1-0 to O'Connor.
25.
I think he's only going to play one way, isn't he? He's not going to bash the balls around here. He's just looking to play himself into that final against Maguire, which I think we're all looking forward to. They've been the two stars of the day for sure.
Yeah, there's no value at all whatsoever for Joe O'Connor to bash the balls around here. It'd actually be a detriment to himself should he do that. He's got to try and play this game properly, use it as just another opportunity to get his arm going out there in the match arena and look to try and take that into the final game. I mean, he's played so much snooker and he's been playing all day, hasn't he, that
32.
The conditions won't be an issue to him. It's just keeping that arm loose, keeping in a good mental state and thinking correctly out there so he's ready for the final.
$37. $38.
Yeah, whereas I think if you said to Tom Ford, Tom, you can go home now, I think he'd be quite happy with that. Anyway, he played the hit and hope, and he left the chance, and Joe O'Connor goes 1-0 up.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 1-0 to Joe O'Connor, the last group match ahead of the final, where O'Connor will be taking on Steve Maguire here at the BetVictor Championship League. Made a good noise, didn't it?
5.
Needs that cue ball to run. Well, he's just got a trace of angle. Maybe just top it through off the side cushion, red next to the pink there. Red at the back of the pack, also a chance, maybe in a few shots' time, to bring more reds into play.
12.
Just looking where he wants to leave himself, and I think he'll try and leave himself a little low on that red. Just gives him a free chance to bring more into play. Yeah, that's about perfect.
19.
He can play it either way here. Run through, screw back. Oh, he's just lost the cue ball. Didn't judge the cannon as well as he wanted. And that's end of break.
Stroke on a 20.
He wasn't sat down for long, though.
Yeah, it was a fair attempt from Tom to get the cue ball safe. Oh, he's stuck him right bang in amongst him again. Yeah, I think if Tom could leave now, he would, without getting fined. He would shake his hand and go. But he's got to see out this match properly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, joking aside, it must be concerning for him. It's a long season ahead, big tournaments, and he's injured. And, you know, it's clearly something he wants to get sorted out. As we've said, he's going to see someone tomorrow initially, but it's not going to be all, you know, sorted tomorrow. So that's clearly on his mind.
Well, he won't be pleased with that positional shot, Joe O'Connor. It was quite a straightforward shot to get top side of the blue, and he's finished somewhat short, so it's in and out of ball. Just needs to avoid that yellow. Played it well. He's played it very well.
12. $80. $90. 26.
That time does get up top side, and he's pretty nice on the blue here. 47 points to the good. He can just cushion this cue ball into that main cluster. Doesn't need to go into them with too much pace. If anything, just use the reds as a stopper. Ooh, and he's missed the blue.
27.
A little glance to the heavens. He put all his attention on the cannon to the reds there, Joe. He's completely took his eye off the pot.
Ford's attitude, I think, is just to take them on, and if he gets them, obviously chance to pull a frame back. He's got that one. If he misses, he's likely to be leaving something, but anyway, he's in. Let's see how far he gets here. Remember, if he did win the match, he will actually finish second, but I don't think that's really in his thoughts right now. Again, you can see the discomfort as he attempts to get into position to play the shot.
Seven.
Well, in a couple of shots' time, he might can leave himself on the black to try and dislodge that pink off the side cushion, and with it, stay on the red to the green pocket. Presuming that that red does pot to the green pocket. Well, he's landed about in the worst spot he could possibly have. Right over the top of that pink. Anywhere but there, and he's got a pretty decent shot on the red. Yeah, and bridging over seems to have been an issue for Tom all day. When he's queuing down on the ball, it seems to put a strain on the shoulder.
forward 38. One.
Well, clearly from that reaction, he didn't play to pot that red, Joe.
Green
And
ball.
from where his cue ball has rested, he's not left himself anywhere. Couldn't really gain an advantage from it either, so just leaving what should be a simple escape for Tom. Well, he's got the snooker back.
Just covered it. Obviously for Ford, the pink is an issue. 10 points behind. At the moment, O'Connor needs yellow, green and brown to be 19 in front with 18 on. Just joining us, this is not the final. That's going to follow. Joe O'Connor's in it to play Stephen Maguire. This is the last group match. So a chance for 2-0, as I say, yellow, green and brown.
And it looks like it's going to run. Well, has it just pulled up? Can Tom then clip this yellow back into the middle pocket? Well, he can't. Well, he's tried it up into the green bag. Not sure about that one. Tough to control the cue ball when the object ball is hanging in the jaws of the pocket. Just a little bit of pace has meant that Joe has lost his cue ball there. This will be a tough pot. Probably worth going for at this stage of the day, though.
Joe O'Connor 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a phony war, this, I guess, because it's not a decisive match for O'Connor anyway. Ford can still, if he wins it, finish second, as we've said. O'Connor just being disciplined. green kept running to the cushion. Well, as it stands, O'Connor still won't need the pink. He'll need brown and blue now. Well, the brown's been cut in by Tom Ford.
7.
Finished on the blue. I was going to say nice, but it's not nice in terms of getting into position with that shoulder.
Tom Ford, 12.
Well, points level, of course, they're both going to need that black, which has just been pushed a little safer.
Yeah, there's a lot of distance to be covered here for the cue ball if Joe pots this pink. 20 odd feet. Surely he isn't going to get away with this. Wow. Does it cut? That is very close to that side cushion. Well, it may cut, but the cue ball may be going away. Is he going to go up and down the table here, Tom? He is. Oh, look at this for a shot. No. Still not a gimme for Joe. Can't get close to the black. And it's very tough from where he's going to have to play it.
6.
I think both players really want Joe to pot this black now. It's not straightforward.
Joe O'Connor, 6.
Well, his name in his pocket. Cue ball. It's okay.
I think in some ways Joe could do without this sort of match. He could do with getting this done as quickly as possible here, just to try and refocus his mind. He's got a massive game coming up. Oh, that's some pot.
7.
What a shot.
Joe O'Connor.
Fantastic. Terrific pot from Joe O'Connor to lead 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it was a great black, wasn't it, from Joe O'Connor in the end. So he leads 2-0. One more frame for him required. Still a potential 2 in the match. Then we will have the final for you.
1-4 to break.
Joe O'Connor against Stephen Maguire. Well, no one was hurt. That's the good news. But that is a clue as to how Tom's feeling.
You see, though, clearly wants the game to be finished as quickly as possible, but how often do you see that type of break just tie up the frame straight away? Look at the blue. The baulk colours have gone a little bit awkward. The black is off its spot. You think you're doing the game a favour, but actually you're not. It's the same in exhibitions. I see it all the time down the club. You would rather play a normal frame because the table stays tidy and that way you can score heavy. You think that by opening them it's encouraging heavy scoring. It actually does the opposite.
Might have clicked his shoulder back into place though. The speed he hit it.
Cured. Well, he's got a red to this right corner and a little touch of angle on it. Can play for the black. He'd like that black on the spot as quickly as possible. Choosing the red by the pink. Just stun the pink onto the left middle.
4.
Just wonder if the pink spot's available when he pots it here, Joe. Cue ball maybe on it. Yeah, plenty of room there, so we'll still pot to the left corner, right middle.
10. 17.
He's 3-all in meetings with Maguire. Of course, Steve Maguire has got all the experience in the world of finals. He'll be playing in his 15th ranking event final. He's won 6. Joe O'Connor's 3rd. Of course, he's looking for his 1st.
18.
But I remember Stephen winning his first ranking title back in 2004. In the final, he played the great Jimmy White, who, of course, had all the experience in the world. But it was Maguire's day. Just before we get to the final, we must commend all the work that's been done, of course, here at the Championship League. The referees, there's been various referees over the 3 weeks. Our 2 tournament directors, Marcel Eckhart and Rob Spencer. Table fitters, the backstage staff. And in particular, I think the staff of the Mattioli Arena, who always look after us, Stephen.
26.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. The chef, Dan. No, it's been superb once again. They do look after us here, and there's a lot of unsung heroes, isn't there, behind the scenes, but hopefully it's going to be a great final. Sure it will be. And a great story, whoever wins it, really.
This is just finished. A bit awkward. Ben Mertens would have no problem reaching that cue ball, but not everyone's that tall.
Well, that's a good shot. Very good shot that he's played there. Had to inject just a little bit of pace into that to get the cue ball across the face of the pink once again, which meant he had to be even more accurate into that acute angle for the middle. Played it very nicely. And clearly the shackles are off now for Joe O'Connor, but he's going to have to strap in and get ready
39.
to take on Stephen Maguire.
Well, he seems likely to go into that final having won all 11 matches he's played this season, including the 9 he's played here. There's so many... Something's fallen off the table there. There's so many draws and even you can lose matches and still win. He has not. He's won all his matches.
46.
He won the 2 qualifiers ahead of that as well. We're about to play the final match 253 here at the Championship League. It's been the long haul, but we're about to get that knockout final we've been talking about from day one, where, of course, Stephen Maguire was here on June the 30th in the very first group. Will he be the last man standing? Or will this Leicester professional, Joe O'Connor, win on home soil?
54.
We saw Tom Ford's break off. He wasn't particularly interested in hanging around. Either Joe O'Connor won the frame here or Tom himself swiftly won it and we had another one. But it looks very likely now that
60.
It's going to be 3-0. In fact, this red and a black should do it.
61.
So Joe O'Connor going into the final, having put together a very fluid frame here. And, well, what a final it promises to be. I suspect Tom Ford is not going to be that
68.
bothered about playing on for snookers if Joe O'Connor misses this red.
Joe O'Connor, 68.
68, a quick kill, a swift frame. Joe O'Connor goes into the final of the BetVictor Championship League, having won all of his matches in all 3 groups and indeed the two qualifiers before it. So 11 out of 11 for O'Connor this season. And we can show you the results, how it's all panned out here in the evening session. Of course, Ford with that draw earlier, that meant that he couldn't win the group. Ricky Walden, therefore, is going to finish second. And Steve Maguire lost that match to Pang Junju, but he'd already won the group. So you could maybe disregard that result, really. Of course, he'd won 2-3-0 ahead of that. There's the table then. Joe O'Connor, 9 points again for the third group running. He's got all 9 points. Ricky Walden confirmed in second place. And on table 2, Steve Maguire, he won these 2 matches 3-0 this afternoon. So after that, it was pretty much confirmed. Ben Mertens, we've got to mention him. What a terrific tournament he's had, and he finishes second in that table. So we've had 252 matches, and we've got one to play. The final of the BetVictor Championship League is Stephen Maguire against Joe O'Connor, and it's coming up next.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, the history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take your place. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back for the final time to the Mattioli Arena. Night has fallen here in Leicester, and we're a few minutes away from the final of the BetVictor Championship League. Stephen Maguire against Joe O'Connor. O'Connor topping his group with 9 points, as he did the first two groups. So he's won every match he's played, all 9, just 1 to go for him. Stephen Maguire, he won his first 2 matches, both 3-0, so for him the last match wasn't that important. 6 points, he still topped the group pretty comfortably. But who is going to prevail? It's a best-of-5 final, so it's first to 3 here this evening. And they're just going to have a couple of photographs before it all starts with the trophy. So these are our 2 finalists. Stephen's been left hanging at the start there. Here we go. Our 2 finalists, Stephen Maguire, 6-time ranking event winner, and Joe O'Connor looking for his first title. John Pellew, the referee. Forget all about the permutations and draws and who's got to do what. It's all now about getting to 3. The first ranking final of the World Snooker Tour season. The 15th Stephen Maguire has appeared in. He was runner-up last season in the Welsh Open, but his last title was the Tour Championship back in 2020. Joe O'Connor's 3rd.
Best of 5, yes.
Ranking final. He's just asking what it's best of. I don't think we want a best of 19 at this time of night, do we?
Yeah, and I don't think we want a draw either. Yeah, the players so used to the knockout style format. This is proper snooker once again. The winner takes home the trophy and all the spin-offs for it, and the loser will feel like they're leaving with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so many frames have been played. This is, as I said, match 253 in total. A lot of snooker to get to this point. Clearly, both players will be determined to win. It would be special for Maguire. As I say, it's been 5 years since his last title. He was determined to do well in this event. As I say, he was here on day 1 when a lot of other players were on holiday. And O'Connor, of course, in Leicester, but also to win that first one, start him on his road to hopefully many more.
Well, he needs this to stay true. Well, he wasn't convinced. He was up. He was sort of half up off the shot, wasn't he? It's not too bad, I suppose. There is a red available for Maguire, but he's going to have to be played at pace and might not be any value to it. So a chance to pile some more pressure onto Joe with a good safety.
Actually, only one place between them in the world rankings. Maguire 27, O'Connor 28.
Well, he opted for the thicker safety shot there, Joe, because he had to avoid that red on the right side of the table. The red he ended up careering into hasn't worked out, so he's left an easy starter for Stephen Maguire.
One.
Been on the hunt the last couple of years for a cue that he really likes, and I think he feels he's found one. He's saying after previous group that he's going to stick with it.
Just trying to figure out this little puzzle here. Just in his own mind have a clear path of how he wants to attack this break. The black, of course, is the ball he wants in play, but may not be able to get it into play. The pink may become available in a few shots' time.
6.
But for the time being, he's got the blue to work off. Now, he's not ideally placed here. That red to right corner may be the easier pot of his options, but positionally it looks to be heading towards danger, the cue ball. Is he able to manipulate the white in such a way to avoid those reds? You see that pink does pop. Well, it just seemed unlikely that he was going to get out of there and back onto a colour. And look at where this is finished. Just couldn't quite get the cue ball out, but look at where that red's gone, over the left corner pocket. So Maguire's hand may be forced here. Might have to take this pink on.
Pink ball.
Well, it's far too awkward queuing, so surely not. Does it pop to middle? Well, that is incredible. From here, it doesn't look like there's even a gap there. And you see, there was just enough for the pink to go through. Oh, he's got so close to that first red, didn't he? But I think he's backed himself into a corner here. He's going to try and send the red. Try and perhaps pot it off the other red, or at least try and move that red.
Steve Maguire, 17.
In the end, got too close to the pot. Still may have fancied moving that red, but catches the knuckle, sends it back up the table.
Well, it's already a bit nervy. It's a missed opportunity for O'Connor. And that rent, as you see, goes through the gap. So Maguire back in. Black has become developed slightly. He's perhaps landed a little high on this blue.
Six.
He'd love to get the red away from the black spot as quickly as possible. That'd be the red I'm sure he wants to play on.
Seven.
Mind you, he's got enough reds around that pink spot that are available, and with it the pink pot, so
12.
Doesn't really need to fixate himself on getting that black into play.
It
was a bad miss on the red from Joe. Conscious of where his cue ball was going, playing with that left-hand side, just got a little bit too much push on the white, missed the red thick, as you often do when you're playing with the side. Once again, just not landed A1 there, so it's back up for blue.
18.
Leads by 35.
$23. 24.
Yeah, he's worked this chance nicely, Steve Maguire, and now he is in prime position.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last year, the final was Ali Carter against Jackson Page, and it was Jackson's first final, but again, looking to win his first title against a very experienced player in Carter, who'd won various tournaments already.
29.
So on that occasion, it was experience that told. Let's see if it's the same tonight. Maguire with the chance to take the first frame. I guess it was the opposite when Dave Gilbert played Mark Allen, because Allen obviously won sundry titles. Gilbert was looking for his first. He got the win 4 years ago.
30.
Well, this time does take the chance to play on the black, and shouldn't be any problems. I just wonder that black, it will respot. And again, he's got enough reds in open play here that he just needs to mind his business, just concentrate on making sure he doesn't make a silly mistake. If he could guarantee that the red just above the black spot will pot when the black is respotted, he'd ordinarily like to play a cannon to the red just above the black, which is what he's played. I think this red will pot.
$37.
Well, it looks tight from there, but I think he may be okay. Well, it looks even tighter from there. Is he on this red? Well, that was the risk he took playing that shot. As I said, if he could have guaranteed he'd been on that red, he would have obviously played it and it would have been perfect, but clearly he doesn't feel like he can get through to it. It's a slight misjudgment. Well, in the end, it made no difference. He had a plant to the middle. What a welcome second prize that was.
Yes, so just one more red required after this blue, and it should be 1-0 to Scotland's Stephen Maguire. Been sort of missing, hasn't he, from some of the big occasions. Last few seasons, he did pop up, of course, as I say, at the Welsh Open. Last season got to the final, year before Crucible quarterfinals, but once you drop out the top 16, it just gets harder to get back in. You end up in qualifying setups that are not really to his liking. In fact, he lost his first qualifying match in the World Championship at the end of last season. But a little glance at the scores tells him this red should give him the first frame of this final. Joe O'Connor did have that chance, but missed immediately. Played a lot of snooker today, and of course was just on the previous match. Maguire did have a break, albeit though Maguire's played all his matches on table 2.
Yeah, so that immediately dispels our theory about the conditions for Maguire. He seems to have adapted pretty quickly. In fact, he has been on table 2 all day. He's just hit the ground running here. Well, that red wriggles in, and I'm sure Maguire's pleased to see it disappear from what we saw from Joe O'Connor earlier on today. Won a frame needing 5 snookers against China's Zhu Se.
Yeah, it was absolute daylight robbery, really. But also very admirable that he was able to do it. No way back in this frame, though. 73 the difference, 51 on. Maguire not done yet. Could make a century, in fact. That would be a great way to start the final.
57.
He's taken these really well, because it wasn't
60.
a straightforward contribution when he came to the table. He's had to work for it, and he's worked hard.
61.
Just laying down a marker to Joe O'Connor here, just letting him know that he makes a mistake, that he's ready to capitalise.
Yeah, and it's kind of as well like, you know, I'm the senior player. This is my territory. These finals.
68.
This is where we step it up. You're going to have to do the same. We know Joe O'Connor is capable of that, but it's a short
69.
match. If he were to lose the next frame, then he'd be really struggling.
Yeah, he's such an imposing figure around the table, Maguire as well. He doesn't
76.
half intimidate a lot of players. Joe O'Connor has just got to mind his own business out there, concentrate on his own game. Steve Maguire certainly
78.
picking up from where he left off today.
Of course, as a teenager, he got to practice with Stephen Hendry when Hendry was at the top of the sport, top of the world, and this was the sort of punishment that was meted out to him up close, but that's what toughens you up
81.
for occasions like this.
'85.
So the break ends at 85. It's a fine effort in the opening frame of the Championship League final. Stephen Maguire leads 1-0. Remember, it's first to 3 that becomes champion.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, we started out in June with 128 players. Here we are towards the end of July. There's just 2 left, Stephen Maguire and Joe O'Connor. And that 85 break from Stephen Maguire has given him a 1-0 lead. Trying to work out whose break it is. It's going to be Joe O'Connor, who did not score a point in frame 1.
Yeah, and he had that half chance, didn't he, when that red was over the corner pocket, and clearly his attention was on where the cue ball was going. Too much side on the white, pushed it into the red, missed it thick. think Joe's going to have to take the game to Maguire here. He's got to score heavy when he gets his chances. I don't think Maguire will be all that keen to get involved in a tactical affair with Joe. I don't think that really suits Stephen's game. It's incredible to think that Joe O'Connor has been unbeaten this season. It just goes to show that he's a player on the rise, and his ranking is continuing to head north. So this frame has become open very quickly. A couple of somewhat attacking safety shots, and well, look at the reds. Does Joe have a path back to balk here? I'm not so sure. If he was to play a dump shot, could potentially not leave that red close to right corner, because there wouldn't be that much value to it in terms of getting out for his next colour. But I just wonder what Joe's looking at here. He's looking to try and pot his way out of trouble. The reds are that spread that wherever you look, it just feels like you're going to leave a chance. Sometimes in this situation, it's almost impossible to find a safe haven on the table. Quite often you see a player try and pot their way out of trouble, and usually when they're backed into a corner, you fancy them for it. It looks as if he's attempting the red just above and to the right of the pink. Try and get a bit of arcage on the cue ball. Go close to this corner pocket. Left corner. Oh, goodness me. What a pot that is from Joe. And it just backs up what I was saying about when you're backed into a corner, sometimes it's better to try and pot your way out of trouble. And wow, what a pot that was from Joe. Isn't it amazing how many times that happens? Maguire's sat rubbing his hands together in his seat thinking, I've got you here. 2 shots later, he's on the balk cushion himself, probably in trouble the next time he comes back to the table.
Draw corner, 1.
Well, that little passage of play has just given Joe a chance to feel like he's involved in this frame. He was in big trouble there. Such a great attribute to have. The temperament and the discipline to, first of all, try and find a way out from the good safety shot from Maguire. He tried to find a way to reply. Weighed up his options that he couldn't see a way out. But what a shot to pot that red. Got one hit. Needs a touch of right to check the cue ball back up to Bork. And another fantastic pot.
Well,
really 2 reds there from right out of the top drawer from Joe O'Connor.
He just seems to have this inner calm, which is quite eerie in some ways, but also incredibly admirable, of course.
Well,
we've seen it employed to great effect right the way through this Championship League, certainly today. He made the really good clearance to win that match with Ricky Walden when it looked for all the world to be a draw, and then, of course, that frame against Juicer when he needed all the snookers. Big year for him. He turns 30 later in the year, and I guess he's looking to make that step forward as a player. He's been, as I say, knocking on the door. He's had some really good results, some good tournaments, but ultimately everybody wants to be going home with the trophy. And we saw with a player like Ryan Day, he took a while to win one, but then very quickly he started to win more. He's getting that first one.
Sam.
The red he potted to get in here looks quite a simple shot when you're watching at home. I think just pot the red, little bit of right hand side, no problems at all. But until you've actually played on these tables and you realise just the level of difficulty it is to actually judge that particular shot, the amount of side he had on the cue ball there, he's effectively playing a swerve shot into the red. You've got to judge the curvature of the white, make the perfect contact point to the red, and
14.
Brilliant shot from Joe. Deserves this chance.
$15. $21. $22. $23.
Looking to fire back then after Maguire's 85 in the first frame, dominated the frame, looked good, looked determined. Talked a lot about, of course, the young Chinese contingent, and indeed the older British contingent, the class of 92 and various others.
30.
Joe O'Connor still in his 20s, the last British player in their 20s to win a ranking event. It was here in this tournament. It wasn't here, it was Milton Keynes, but the Championship League. 5 years ago, Karen Wilson was 28. So it just shows you that the sort of younger talent from Britain, in terms of winning trophies, have just struggled a little to keep up, but maybe that could change.
Yeah, no doubt. He's got a lot of fans tonight, Joe O'Connor, as will Stephen Maguire, of course, a very popular player on the tour, a brilliant snooker player. But in terms of the next generation that you refer to there, it'd be great to see Joe lift this title, but he's got a very tough match to come through here against one of the best players in the world. And you mentioned Stephen Maguire's ranking, and I don't think there'll be too many people that would disagree that
31.
When you think of Stephen Maguire, you think of him as a top 16 player. That's just how good he is.
Yeah, and he's going to be coming back to the table because O'Connor's lost position. Yeah, I mean, Maguire, if he wins this, he'll be in the Champion of Champions. I mean, it wouldn't be a great surprise if he went and won that, would it? Because that's his sort of territory, one table, big crowd. It's where he loves to be. He doesn't necessarily love to be out on table 6 on a sort of wet Tuesday morning, whenever, in October, which is, you know, qualifying environment can sometimes happen. Anyway, this frame not done yet.
Joe Connor, 31.
Once again there, Joe just didn't play a safety willy-nilly. Took a bit of time to put Maguire in a position on the table that Joe himself wouldn't like to be in, and felt that leaving the cue ball on the right side of the balk as we look, that was the place to leave him, to give him a little problem to think about. Playing safe at this level isn't just about getting that cue ball on the balk cushion. That's not always a good safety shot. It's trying to trap your opponent, trying to back them into a corner where they're very limited to what options they've got in terms of a return. Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. Had to bend that cue ball around the green, and it would have been a bad shot really had he have not got back to balk from there. It's quite a nice swerve to play the line of the 3 reds. It looked almost impossible not to catch an edge of one of them. And again, it's this time now Joe finds himself in that corner of the table with limited options. Does have a pop right through the reds. This is not straightforward. Oh, and he got very close to it, and the cue ball has careered into everything.
8.
I was in the tournament office yesterday. Ricky Walden came in just to get his cues for some practice ahead of today, and talking about the players left in. And he just said about Stephen Maguire, he's a proper player, isn't he? And you know exactly what he means. And we're seeing it here. If anything, just raising a level in the final. He's played well already, but
16.
he's got the experience of knowing that this is when you've really got to produce, particularly in frames like this when your opponent's made the running.
Yeah, he's a proper player because he knows every trick in the book. There's nothing that he hasn't seen before, nothing that he hasn't done before. Now, he's a match for anyone. In particular, when you get to the business end of events, the best players, they do come alive. Now, it's not a straightforward chance this to win the frame here and now, but it's a chance nonetheless, and at least to get some points on the board, maybe take control of the frame.
He's an old school player in a lot of ways. He comes from the sort of snooker club era. Not interested in image, just interested in playing, doing his talking on the table. But he's seen a few contemporaries have success. He's from that same late 90s intake as Sean Murphy, Mark Selby, Neil Robertson. Of course, they're all firmly ensconced in the top 16. He'd love to get back there. Well, the last red's on the cushion, but we know from this whole tournament that they tended to be going in along the rail. So this is a serious chance now to make it 2-0.
You can see he's locked in, Maguire. He's got that little look in his eye where he means business. Look at that intensity in the eyes. Just needs to move the cue ball forward, maybe a ball off this red. Just leave an angle on the black to make getting in behind that final red nice and straightforward.
53.
So the red will be frame ball, but he'll want the black as well. He's purposely played right in behind that red, so
60.
This will be played dead weight. And now May chance his arm. try and pot the black into the middle pocket. If not, push it safe. Snooker in behind the pink. Yeah, turning the screw.
Yeah, as I say, old school, playing the percentage game, shutting the frame down as much as possible. It was a good visit. He holds the cards, O'Connor needing a snooker. And immediately in one.
Well, you heard a bit of a sigh from someone, and I don't think it was Joe O'Connor. What a result he's had there. Sometimes this game, it does make you laugh. He's played the right shot there, Maguire, to push the black safe, get the snooker. Can't account for where he's ended up. Yeah, no problems hitting the yellow, but look at where it's finished. Once again, he should be in a snooker behind the pink here, and it should be tight.
Yeah, and word would have gone round about that frame O'Connor one when he needed the 4. So Maguire will be just a little concerned, maybe.
Getting the yellow in close to the brown makes it, well, there's a chance that if he misses it, there'll be a free ball, but the free ball will be no value to him. It just makes the target smaller. Well, the green looks a big ball, so is he looking to try and bounce this cue ball into that side cushion, try and square up the line off it? Low on the white, plenty of pace. Watch the white off the cushion here. Fair play to him here, just asking the referee, John Pellew, to stand close because he says he's going to smash this and wants to make sure that the correct call is given. Every credit. There's no danger there. Great shot.
Yeah, and a pretty good result too. Now then, this is going to be over the pocket, you would think. Yeah, so looking like 2-0. Played 2 good frames, different frames. He made the running in the first one, he was behind in the second, but looks like the same result. He knows, though, of course, that, you know, O'Connor's going to play on, clearly. But he's going to be snookered.
Yeah, and again, just look at that selection from Stephen Maguire. No rash attempts at a double or just trying to get the frame won and killed off quickly. Keeping his hand firmly on Joe O'Connor's throat currently. Got him right under pressure, right where he wants him.
Well, surely if the green goes in, 34 in front, 22 on, then there's no way back for O'Connor. So Stephen Maguire is going to be one frame away here from winning his 7th world ranking title. Joe O'Connor needs to dig in, try and apply pressure. Not a lot of time though. Stephen Maguire on the verge of victory, leading 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So Steve Maguire needs one more frame for victory to win this Championship League. He was here, he played the first match on the first day. This is the last match on the last day, and he's favourite now to win it. Joe O'Connor, though, we know, has great determination, and that's what he's got to try and put into action here to, as I say, try and apply pressure, but it just looks, looking at Maguire, like he's got the bit between his teeth here. He fancies the job now.
Yeah, and you can just sense that he does fancy it. I think Joe O'Connor's level is going to have to rise even further. He's played brilliantly this whole campaign so far, Joe O'Connor. He'd have to. He's unbeaten so far. He's on the verge of it here. Can he summon some strength from within to find some form? I think just a one visit would just be worth its weight in gold here. But at the minute, it's Stephen Maguire who's on the money. Another great long pot, but somehow manages to go in off. Suppose not too much damage done. The main concern there was making sure he potted the red and found the path round the back of the black. Well, he can get through to pot this red close to the left corner. It's tough though, pretty much full length of the table, and you still do have to be quite accurate down these cushions, so, well, choosing against it. Played a good safety shot. Very good safety shot. Now Maguire will have a look at that red. The black was more available for Joe O'Connor the last time. It's just been pushed slightly safe. Stephen needs to get his cue ball pretty much where he just pointed his tip. Another wonderful long pot, and he was on the move before the cue ball had even struck the red, and well, it's end of break. He's somehow not managed to get out for that black. That red has just proved to be in the way.
There was no reaction though, just try and get another chance. He might only need one more, that's O'Connor's problem here.
Once again though, no theatrics from Stephen. And he potted that red. The fact that he wasn't on the black, he just got down and didn't just play a safety shot, he made sure to get that cue ball up by the yellow. That meant the blue or the yellow would cut off the right side of the reds and leave Joe in trouble. It's clear as day that Maguire is there to do anything he can to get this job done. And he's currently got Joe under a lot of pressure. Been a couple of times in this match, and very short match still, where Joe has had no real options, no real telling shots to try and find. Just big trouble wherever he looks. Once again, he seems to be gearing up for something special here, Joe. This could go horribly wrong. Well, he'll take that.
Yeah, he saw him hold his hand up. That could have again been the end if he leaves the red on.
Joe must feel like he's just got no room to breathe at the minute. Maguire is just putting him under so much pressure with every shot that he plays. He's not once played a half-hearted shot in this game, Maguire. Every shot has been played with the intention to get Joe in absolute pieces, and once again he's got him in trouble. That red up past the blue, causing Joe problems in terms of getting back to baulk. The obvious choice would be to thin off the red by the left middle, but you risk leaving that red to the right middle. Yep, another head scratcher. One of Joe's best attributes, and it has been for as long as I can remember, is his temperament, and it's being tested here. It certainly is, because Maguire just keeps asking the question of him, and is he disciplined to continue to find, or try and find, a way out? So there's the first shot as suggested, but he runs the risk of leaving that red to right middle. He's done about as well as he can do from where he was, Joe, and the fact he's got a good cue ball, that's a massive positive. Fair play. He's found somewhat of a return. If Maguire pots this red, Joe must be feeling like, what must I do to get in here? How do I win this game? Well, I suppose he can count that as a reward, Joe O'Connor. The fact that Maguire has missed that red, but it was because Joe managed to find such a good cue ball to that baulk cushion.
Really good pot, because he's been put under so much pressure in the 2.5 frames we've had. But we know he's tough, and maybe this is the point where he'll start to show it. Various times already in this frame, any shot he played could have been the last shot of the final for him. But he's in. Can he now put something together and start to put pressure on Maguire?
Seven. Eight.
He's got to find one last monumental effort here, Joe. Just dig deep, try and find something. At least try and battle right to the very end, because you never know. As I said at the start of this frame, a one visit here would go down an absolute treat.
14.
Well, is he overscrewed? He may have gone too far. Wow, that's incredibly tight, isn't it? I think the first red, is it in the way? No, it was okay. Crisis averted there. And he's nicely on this pink. Controlled that one well.
Well, he was in early in the last frame and just lost his way. He was sort of outfoxed after that by Maguire. We saw him, of course, last year on his Crucible debut, 2024, beat Mark Selby, which was a big upset considering it was his first time there and considering Selby's a 4-times champion. And then last season, played very well out at the World Open, just faltered against the great John Higgins in the final. And then Higgins beat him at the Crucible on his second appearance. He's played some big matches, but were he to win this one, it would obviously go very near the top of his all-time list, and it could be a springboard. That's the thing. It's not just about tonight. It's about the doors it could open and what it could mean for Joe O'Connor in the next couple of years. So big visit here to try and get involved in this final. There's still time.
Yeah, and when somebody's playing as well as Stephen Maguire is, and your opponent isn't giving you a look in, they're not giving you even a glint of hope, you've just got to try and stick in there as best you can, any way you can, and Joe O'Connor has done that in this frame. He's played a couple of good returns just to buy himself back into this frame, and as I said, he got his just reward for playing a good safety shot. In fact, Maguire missed that red to middle. It wasn't straightforward by any means, but the way he's played, you kind of fancied him for it. Joe's just got to stand up strong here and try and take this chance. He's going well.
42.
Because all you can do really is stick in there. If he wins this frame, anything could happen in the next.
43.
Could get in with a long red and make a one visit, and all of a sudden we've gone the distance, and then a deciding frame. You're right back in it.
Well, this tells us a lot about Joe O'Connor, doesn't it, this visit, because he's been kept
56.
bang under it by Maguire, but managed to find a way in, and it's just a couple of balls from winning his first frame of the final. That Red leaves Maguire needing a snooker. The pink to follow will surely remove any doubt. So real steely effort from the Leicester man to get on the scoreboard. It's how he's been all the way through the tournament. He's determined to leave without having lost a match.
63.
Remember, he's won every match he's played so far this season, all 11. Hard enough to get an opening question. Once it came, was could he take it? Well, this is the answer. So Joe O'Connor,
71.
Reminding everyone there's still a final on here. It's been a good match this, and we've got at least one more frame. Worth saying, there can't be a draw. It is a straight knockout now. If you've been watching from day one, you'll have been used to the 2-2s, but it's best of 5, first to 3 to become champion. As we go around the houses. Didn't he play it well as well? Determined to make the century.
This has been pure class from Joe. Just showing us what he's about here. He's not ready to lie down. He's going to fight right to the last ball. Every credit to him.
94.
Just letting that man there know as well that he is involved in a final and he isn't going to have it all his own way.
96.
So needs to land on this brown to go on to make the century. He was an 8-ball pool player, where doubles are quite common. Not to be, but 99 will do very nicely. An important visit because he was under it, but he got in and he stayed in and he wins his first frame, and Steve Maguire's lead is reduced to 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 2-1. A 99 break from Joe O'Connor has extended this final, its first to 3, to become the winner of the BetVictor Championship League, the first world ranking event of the season. A lot of snooker ahead of us on the World Snooker Tour. Of course, Shanghai Masters, big invitation event, starts Monday. Then everyone's off to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabia Masters. The Wuhan Open is before the end of August as well. So just in the next sort of 5 or 6 weeks, there's 3 big tournaments. But this one leads them off. And Stephen Maguire was looking very good at 2-0, you've got to say. But despite everything he threw at Joe O'Connor in that third frame, O'Connor found a way in, made a nice break, and he's just making Maguire wait here, ready for frame 4 of a possible 5. He played really well, though, in the first 2. I think, you know, we've been here 3 weeks. There's an argument we might as well have a decider, but Maguire maybe not of that sentiment. He'd like to get it one in this frame.
Yeah, and as you say, he threw everything at Joe in that frame, and Joe somehow managed to come up with the answers in the end. Very valiant effort that was from Joe O'Connor.
So Joe O'Connor then looking to force the decider and keep his 100% record on the World Snooker Tour this season alive. He's won 11 out of 11.
Possible chance at a red at the back of the cluster. Pot to the left corner, and cue ball is heading back up to safety. Yeah, and he might be on a colour to the middle pocket here. He is, he's on the brown. That's a good shot from Stephen Maguire. He saw it immediately. There's always a chance of landing on that colour to the middle pocket, and he's landed absolutely perfect, I feel. So, first chance to Stephen.
Well, it's been of the standard, this final, that Joe O'Connor, I think, will be concerned already. Maguire, traditionally, when there's been a winning line in sight, has made a run for it rather than sort of tensed up. I think it would mean a lot for him to win this. It's a tournament where you only actually have to play for 3 days, even though it lasts over 3 weeks, but there's a lot of effort to put in. The matches are short against high-quality opposition. There's all the sort of rigmarole of the permutations and the scenarios that you're trying to shut out, but you often get sucked into who needs to win, who needs to draw, all of that. So to make it all the way to the final is an achievement in itself. To win another tournament. And, of course, the champion of champions place is a massive carrot as well.
Yeah, and even on the days when you're playing, you've got to keep getting yourself up for each match because there's big gaps in between, and it can be tough to do at times. It's quite easy to sort of feel a bit sluggish when you go back out there, but if there's one thing that Stephen Maguire has never struggled in, it's getting himself fired up for games, and he's looked certainly fired up in this match.
Yeah, and the other thing is, he's been constantly changing cues and looking for different cues and looking for the answer. Well, if he wins the title with this one, be a good chance he's going to keep hold of it, you would think. Could set him up for a good campaign to come.
Well, I might have anticipated that he would open more reds from that shot, but didn't go into them full-blooded. It was more with control.
21 years since he won his first ranking title. There's been a lot of ups and downs in between. But in this sport, you've just got to keep the faith in yourself. Keep turning up, keep trying, accept that there's going to be bad days. But work hard for the good days, and this is turning into one of those for sure now.
Yeah, he's still got the issue, that main cluster, the 6-7 reds there. Not actually that inviting to go into from the black, because quite flat back towards it, which makes it difficult to get them open and be on a red. Now he's got a lovely angle on this pink. He could just screw into them here. The cue ball is coming at the pack from a different sort of angle now, which makes it more inviting. Oh, he's played it to perfection.
It feels like the winning shot, doesn't it? They're all there. The pieces are in place. It's now up to him to complete the job.
Look at the delay he got on the cue ball here. Just got it to react and respond right at the right pot. Get into those reds, got into the knuckle of them. Didn't power into them. Fully controlled, great shot.
Be quiet out the back, please.
Well, a few noises off, hopefully won't put Maguire off. John Pellew just having a word.
Yeah, he was sort of in between there. Maguire had to sort of stunny, screwy, punchy sort of shot to get up for the blue and just got into it a little bit too much. Although, having gone too far, he's actually finished perfect on it to the corner pocket, so shouldn't be any troubles. Just a couple of key positional shots away from making this a formality now. Well, has that cue ball ran on far enough? Has he got the red
45.
left of the black? Looks tight to me. I don't think he's on it. Oh, what a shot again.
I think the key there, you know, we've seen before now, Maguire might have punched the table or something there when he lost position on intended red. He just took a step back. He's always been a man for the big shot, and he's played another one, and he's back on track.
You could see that grit and determination to keep that break going. He accepted it very quickly that he wasn't on that red. That was another very good pot that he's just pulled out, and that now surely will be the winning pot.
Yeah, every credit to him. You know, he's a great competitor, still a great player, and looks like he's going to grace the champion of champions. And who's to say this won't be, as I say, a great springboard for the season ahead. He played the first match of the first day. It looks like he's going to win the last match, the biggest match, the final.
He's shown us some real signs here this evening, in particular, Stephen Maguire, that he wants to be somewhere back to his best. He's produced some brilliant snooker in this match, and he's had Joe O'Connor right under it from shot one. Every credit to Joe O'Connor for sticking in there and battling on. It's been a valiant effort, but he's going to need a miracle now, because this red is championship ball. And what a display it's been from Stephen Maguire. One of snooker's proper players, there's no doubt about it. Back in the winner's enclosure. It's been a very high quality match, this, as you would expect from two great players. Maguire looking to just put the finishing touches to what's been a valiant effort. As David Hendon mentioned, he's been here right from shot one on day one. But ultimately, he's going to leave as the champion. Oh, what a shame. No century break to finish, but a magnificent performance from Scotland's Stephen Maguire. 21 years after lifting his very first ranking title, he's just picked up ranking event number 7. A massive congratulations to him. Stephen Maguire is the BetVictor Championship League champion. Commiserations to Joe O'Connor, of course, it has to be said. What a wonderful start to the season he's had. He's been 11 games unbeaten, and unfortunately for him, he's just fallen short to a brilliant performance from Stephen Maguire. He'll be back. That's his third professional final that he's been involved in, Joe O'Connor, and no doubt still on many people's shortlist to potentially go on and win a ranking event very, very soon. David Hendon has left the commentary box to go and get a few words with our champion, Stephen Maguire, and it'd be interesting to see what he makes of that performance. David Hendon, he joins Stephen Maguire.
Well, Stephen, you were here on the first day of this tournament. How does it feel to be the last man standing?
Oh, just relieved. It's been a long, month and a half. I just feel like this is I'm up and down that motorway all the time, and it's a good reward at the end.
It's a hard tournament to win. A lot of short matches. There's all the sort of scenarios about who's where in the group. But once you get down to the final, you know where you are. You've got to play well, particularly against someone like Joe.
No, definitely. Even coming in today, you know, there's 2 groups left, 8 players. It felt more important than coming down the last couple of times because we knew somebody was going to away with the trophy. There was going to be a winner and 7 losers. So to be the last man standing so early on this season as well. So no, I'm over the moon.
Yeah, and it's been, I think, 5 years since the Tour Championship, so it must mean quite a lot to get your hands on another trophy, particularly, as you say, at the start of the season. It could be a springboard for you.
No, definitely, because it gives me a start in the Grand Prix, gives me a start to get in the other tournaments, a little bit of confidence. It's not the biggest tournament in the world, but listen, you guys make it a ranking event, I don't, so I'll take it.
Keeping the queue?
I'm keeping the queue, thanks to Tom Praram. I got the queue 2 weeks ago now, so I've used 2 different queues in this event. So people that say you can't use different queues, they're full of nonsense. But I like this one.
Brilliant. Well, I'll take that from you, Stephen. Congratulations. I'd like to invite Rob Spencer, Tournament Director, to present the trophy.
Well, great words there from Stephen Maguire. Great to see him back with a smile on his face, and it just goes to show, as he said, up and down the motorways, you know, quite often you're leaving these events not feeling very happy, but there is a happy chappy. Stephen Maguire, 5 years after his last, the 2020 Tour champion, he is the BetVictor Championship League champion. We've had 253 matches here in Leicester. It feels like we've been here for, well, eternity, but it's finally come to an end. A brilliant performance from Scotland's Stephen Maguire, seeing off Joe O'Connor in what was a really high quality final in the end. So that leaves us all to say, David Hendon just joins me briefly back in the commentary box. It's been a long old stint, hasn't it? But it's finally come to an end, and what a worthy champion.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen, for your company, and also to Dominic, Phil, all the guys who've joined us in the box. There's our winner, Stephen Maguire, the 2025 BetVictor Championship League winner. It's over for another year. We'll be back in January for the invitation version, but from us all here, good night.